Knife. Part 1. Chapter 1. A ragged dress was hanging from one branch of a rotting pine tree. It put the old man in mind of a song from his youth about a dress on a washing line. But this dress wasn't hanging in a southerly breeze like in the song, but in the ice-cold meltwater in a river. It was completely still down at the bottom of the river, and even though it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and it was March, and the sky above the surface of the water was clear, just as the forecast had said, there wasn't a lot of sunlight left after it had been filtered through a layer of ice and 4 meters of water, which meant that the pine tree and dress lay in weird, greenish semi-darkness. It was a summer dress, he had concluded, blue with white polka dots. Maybe the dress had once been colored, he didn't know. It probably depended on how long the dress had been hanging there, snagged on the branch. And now the dress was hanging in a current that never stopped, washing it, stroking it when the river was running slowly, tugging and pulling at it when the river was in full flow, slowly but surely tearing it to pieces. If you looked at it that way, the old man thought, the dress was a bit like him. That dress had once meant something to someone. A girl or woman to the eyes of another man, or a child's arms. But now, just like him, it was lost, discarded, without any purpose, trapped, constrained, voiceless. It was just a matter of time before the current tore away the last remnants of what it had once been. "What are you watching?" he heard a voice say from behind the chair he was sitting in. Ignoring the pain in his muscles, he turned his head and looked up, and saw that it was a new customer. The old man was more forgetful than before, but he never forgot the face of someone who had visited Simensen hunting and fishing. This customer wasn't after guns or ammunition. With a bit of practice you could tell from the look in their eyes which ones were herbivores, the look you saw in that portion of humanity who had lost the killing instinct, the portion who didn't share the secrets shared by the other group, that there's nothing that makes a man feel more alive than putting a bullet in a large, warm-blooded mammal. The old man guessed the customer was after one of the hooks or fishing rods that were hanging on the racks above and below the large television screen on the wall in front of them, or possibly one of the wildlife cameras on the other side of the shop. "He's looking at the Haglebo River." It was Alf who replied. The old man's son-in-law had come over to them. He stood rocking on his heels with his hands in the deep pockets of the long leather gilet he always wore at work. "We installed an underwater camera there last year with the camera manufacturers. So now we have a 24-hour live stream from just above the salmon ladder round the falls at Nordafossen. So we can get a more accurate idea of when the fish start heading upstream." "Which is when?" "A few in April and May, but the big rush doesn't start until June. The trout start to spawn before the salmon." The customer smiled at the old man. "You're pretty early then. Or have you seen any fish?" The old man opened his mouth. He had the words in his mind. He hadn't forgotten them, but nothing came out. He closed his mouth again. "Aphasia," Alf said. "What?" "A stroke. He can't talk. Are you after fishing tackle?" "A wildlife camera," the customer said. "So you're a hunter?" "A hunter? No, not at all. I found some droppings outside my cabin up in Sørkedalen that don't look like anything I've seen before, so I took some pictures and put them on Facebook, asking what it was. Got a response from people up in the mountains straight away. Bear. A bear! In the forest, just 20 minutes drive and 3.5-hour walk from where we are now, right in the center of the capital of Norway." "That's fantastic." "Depends what you mean by fantastic. Like I said, I've got a cabin there. I take my family there. I want someone to shoot it." "I'm a hunter, so I understand exactly what you mean. But you know, even in Norway, where you don't have to go back very far to a time when we had a lot of bears, there have been hardly any fatal bear attacks in the past couple of 100 years. 11, the old man thought. 11 people since 1800. the last one in 1906. He may have lost the power of speech and movement, but he still had his memory. His mind was still okay. Mostly, anyway. Sometimes he got a bit muddled and noticed his son-in-law exchange a glance with his daughter Mette, and realized he had got something wrong. When they first took over the shop he had set up and run for 50 years, he had been very useful. But now, since the last stroke, he just sat there. Not that that was so terrible. No, since Olivia died, he didn't have many expectations of the rest of his life. Being close to his family was enough, getting a warm meal every day, sitting in his chair in the shop, watching a television screen, an endless program with no sound, where things moved at the same pace as him, where the most dramatic thing that could happen was the first spawning fish making their way up the river. On the other hand, that doesn't mean it couldn't happen again. The old man heard Alf's voice. He had gone over to the shelves of wildlife cameras with the customer. No matter how much it might look like a teddy bear, all carnivores kill. So yes, you should definitely get a camera, so you can figure out if it settled down somewhere near your cabin or if it was just passing through. And now's the time brown bears emerge from hibernation and they're starving. Set up a camera where you found the droppings or somewhere close to the cabin. So the camera's inside that little bird box? The bird box, as you call it, protects the camera from the elements and any animals that get too close. This one's a simple, reasonably priced camera. It's got a Fresnel lens that registers the infrared radiation from the heat animals, humans, and everything else give off. When the level deviates from the norm, the camera automatically starts to record. The old man was half listening to the conversation, but something else had caught his attention, something that was happening on the television screen. He couldn't see what it was, but the green darkness had taken on a lighter shimmer. Recordings are stored on a memory card inside the camera. You can play it back on your PC afterwards. Now that's fantastic. Yes, but you do have to physically go and check the camera to see if it's recorded anything. If you go for this slightly more expensive model, you'll get a text message every time it's recorded anything. Or there's this one, the most advanced model, which still has a memory card but will also send any recordings directly to your phone or email. You can sit inside your cabin and only have to go back to the camera to change the battery every so often. What if the bear comes at night? The camera has black light LEDs as well as white. Invisible light that means the animal doesn't get frightened off. Light. The old man could see it now. A beam of light coming from upriver, off to the right. It pushed through the green water, found the dress, and for a chilling moment it made him think of a girl coming back to life at last, and dancing with joy. That's proper science fiction, that is. The old man opened his mouth when he saw a spaceship come into the picture. It was lit up from within and was hovering 1.5 meters off the riverbed. The current knocked it against a large rock, and almost in slow motion it spun round until the light from the front of it swept across the riverbed, and for a moment blinded the old man when it hit the camera lens. Then the hovering spaceship was caught by the thick branches of the pine tree and stopped moving. The old man felt his heart thudding in his chest. It was a car. The interior light was on, and he could see that the inside was full of water almost up to the roof. There was someone in there, someone half sitting, half standing on the driver's seat, as he desperately pressed his head up to the roof, obviously trying to get air. One of the rotten branches holding the car snapped and drifted off in the current. You don't get the same clarity and focus as daylight, and it's black and white, but as long as there's no condensation on the lens or anything in the way, you should certainly be able to see your bear. The old man stamped on the floor in an attempt to attract Alf's attention. The man in the car looked like he was taking a deep breath before ducking under again. His short, bristly hair was swaying, and his cheeks were puffed out. He hit both hands against the side window, facing the camera, but the water inside the car leached the force from the blows. The old man had put his hands on the armrests and was trying to get up from his chair, but his muscles wouldn't do what he told them to. He noticed that the middle finger of one of the man's hands was a greyish colour. The man stopped banging and butted the glass with his head. It looked like he was giving up. Another branch snapped and the current tugged and strained to pull the car free, but the pine wasn't ready to let go just yet. The old man stared at the anguished face pressed against the inside of the car window. Bulging blue eyes, a scar in a liver-coloured arc from one corner of his mouth up towards his ear. The old man had managed to get out of his chair and took 2 unsteady steps towards the shelves of cameras. "Excuse me," Alf said quietly to the customer. "What is it, Dad?" The old man gesticulated at the screen behind him. "Really?" Alf said dubiously, and hurried past the old man towards the screen. "Fish?" The old man shook his head and turned back to the screen. The car. It was gone, and everything looked the same as before. The riverbed, the dead pine tree, the dress, the green light through the ice, as if nothing had happened. The old man stamped the floor again and pointed at the screen. "Easy now, Dad," Alf said, giving him a friendly pat on the shoulder. "It is very early for spawning, you know." He went back to the customer and the wildlife cameras. The old man looked at the 2 men standing with their backs to him and felt despair and rage wash over him. How was he going to explain what he had just seen? His doctor had told him that when a stroke hits both the front and back parts of the left side of the brain, it wasn't only your speech that was lost, but often the ability to communicate in general, even by writing or through gestures. He tottered back to the chair and sat down again. Looked at the river, which just went on flowing, imperturbable, undeterred, unchanging. And after a couple of minutes, he felt his heart start to beat more calmly again. Who knows? Maybe it hadn't actually happened after all. Maybe it had just been a glimpse of the next step towards the absolute darkness of old age. Or, in this case, its colourful world of hallucinations. He looked at the dress. For a moment, when he thought it was lit up by car headlights, it had seemed to him as if Olivia was dancing in it. And behind the windscreen, inside the illuminated car, he had glimpsed a face he had seen before. A face he remembered. And the only faces he still remembered were the ones he saw here, in the shop. And he had seen that man in here on 2 occasions. Those blue eyes, that liver-coloured scar. On both occasions he had bought a wildlife camera. The police had been in asking about him fairly recently. The old man could have told them he was a tall man, and that he had that look in his eyes, the look that said he knew the secret, the look that said he wasn't a herbivore. Chapter 2. Svein Finne leaned over the woman and felt her forehead with one hand. It was wet with sweat. The eyes staring up at him were wide with pain. Or fear. Mostly fear, he guessed. "Are you afraid of me?" he whispered. She nodded and swallowed. He had always thought her beautiful. When he saw her walk to and from her home, when she was at the gym, when he was sitting on the metro just a few seats away from her, letting her see him, just so she would know. But he had never seen her look more beautiful than she did right now, lying there helpless, so completely in his power. "I promise it will be quick, darling," he whispered. She gulped, so frightened. He wondered if he should kiss her. "A knife in the stomach," he whispered. "Then it's over." She screwed her eyes shut, and 2 glistening tears squeezed through her eyelashes. Svein Finne laughed quietly. "You knew I'd come. You knew I couldn't let you go. It was a promise,
after all.
He ran one finger through the mix of sweat and tears on her cheek. He could see one of her eyes through the big, gaping hole in his hand, in the eagle's wing. The hole was the result of a bullet fired by a policeman, a young officer at the time. They had sentenced Svein Finne to 20 years in prison for 18 charges of sexual assault, and he hadn't denied the charges in and of themselves, just the description of them as assault, and the idea that those acts were something that a man like him should be punished for. But the judge and jury evidently believed that Norway's laws were above nature's. Fine, that was their opinion. Her eye stared at him through the hole.
Are you ready, darling? Don't call me that, she whimpered, more pleading than commanding. And stop talking about knives.
Svein Finne sighed.
Why were people so frightened of the knife? It was humanity's first tool. They'd had 2.5 million years to get used to it. Yet some people still didn't appreciate the beauty of what had made it possible for them to descend from the trees. Hunting, shelter, agriculture, food, defense. Just as much as the knife took life, it created it. You couldn't have one without the other. Only those who appreciated that and accepted the consequences of their humanity, their origins, could love the knife. Fear and love. Again, two sides of the same thing.
Svein Finne looked up. At the knives on the bench beside them, ready for use, ready to be chosen. The choice of the right knife for the right job was important. These ones were good, purpose-made, top quality. Sure, they lacked what Svein Finne looked for in a knife. Personality, spirit, magic. Before that tall young policeman with the short, messy hair had ruined everything, Svein Finne had had a fine collection of 26 knives. The finest of them had been Javanese, long, thin, asymmetrical, like a curved snake with a handle. Sheer beauty, feminine. Possibly not the most effective to use, but it had the hypnotic qualities of both a snake and a beautiful woman. It made people do exactly what you told them. The most efficient knife in the collection, on the other hand, was a rampuri, the favorite of the Indian mafia. It emanated a sort of chill, as if it were made of ice. It was so ugly that it was mesmerizing. The karambit, which was shaped like a tiger's claw, combined beauty and efficiency. But it was perhaps a little too calculated, like a whore wearing too much makeup and a dress that was too tight, too low-cut. Svein Finne had never liked it. He preferred them innocent, virginal, and ideally simple, like his favorite knife in the collection. A Finnish Pukko knife. It had a worn, brown wooden handle, without any real relation to the blade, which was short with a groove, and the sharp edge curved up to form a point. He had bought the Pukko in Turku, and 2 days later he had used it to clarify the situation to a plump 18-year-old girl who had been working all alone in a Nesta petrol station on the outskirts of Helsinki. Even back then he had, as always when he felt a rush of sexual anticipation, started to stammer slightly. It wasn't a sign that he wasn't in control, but rather the opposite. It was just the dopamine, and confirmation that at the age of almost 80, his urges were undiminished. It had taken him precisely 2.5 minutes from the moment he walked through the door, when he pinned her down on the counter, cut her trousers off, inseminated her, took out her ID card, noted Maulin's name and address, until he was out again. 2.5 minutes. How many seconds had the actual insemination taken? Chimpanzees spent an average of 8 seconds having intercourse, 8 seconds in which both monkeys were defenseless in a world full of predators.
A gorilla, who had fewer natural enemies, could stretch out the pleasure to a minute. But a disciplined man in enemy territory often had to sacrifice pleasure for the greater goal: reproduction. So, just as a bank robbery should never take more than 4 minutes, an act of insemination in a public place should never take more than 2.5 minutes. Evolution would prove him right. It was just a matter of time. But now, here, they were in a safe environment. Besides, there wasn't going to be any insemination. Not that he didn't want to, he did. But this time, she was going to be penetrated by a knife instead. There was no point trying to impregnate a woman when there was no chance of it resulting in offspring. So the disciplined man saved his seed. "I have to be allowed to call you darling, seeing as we're engaged," Svein Finne whispered. She stared at him with eyes that were black with shock. Black as if they had already gone out, as if there were no longer any light to shut out. "Yes, we are engaged." He laughed quietly and pressed his thick lips to hers. He automatically wiped her lips with the sleeve of his flannel shirt, so there wouldn't be any traces of saliva. "And this is what I've been promising you," he said, running his hand down between her breasts, towards her stomach. Chapter 3. Harry woke up. Something was wrong. He knew it wouldn't take long for him to remember what, that these few blessed moments of uncertainty were all he was going to get before reality punched him in the face. He opened his eyes and regretted it at once. It was as if the daylight, forcing its way through the filthy, grimy window and lighting up the empty little room, carried straight on to a painful spot just behind his eyes. He sought shelter in the darkness behind his eyelids again, and realized that he had been dreaming. About Rakel, obviously. And it had started with the same dream he had had so many times before, about that morning many years ago, not long after they had first met. She had been lying with her head on his chest, and he had asked if she was checking to see if what they said was true, that he didn't have a heart. And Rakel had laughed the laugh he loved. He could do the most idiotic things to coax it out of her. Then she had raised her head, looked at him with the warm brown eyes she had inherited from her Austrian mother, and replied that they were right, but that she would give him hers. And she had. And Rakel's heart was so big, it had pumped blood around his body, thawing him out, making him a real human being again. And her husband. And a father to Oleg, the introverted, serious boy that Harry had grown to love as his own son. Harry had been happy and terrified, happily unaware of what was going to happen, but unhappily aware that something was bound to, that he wasn't made to be this happy, and terrified of losing Rakel. Because one half of a heart couldn't beat without the other. He was well aware of that, as was Rakel. So if he couldn't live without her, why had he been running away from her in his dream last night? He didn't know, couldn't remember, but Rakel had come to claim her half-heart back, had listened out for his already weak heartbeat, found out where he was, and rung the doorbell. Then, at last, the blow that had been coming. Reality. That he had already lost her. And not because he had fled from her, but because she had thrown him out. Harry gasped for air. A sound was boring through his ears, and he realized that the pain wasn't only behind his eyes, but that his whole brain was a source of immense hurt, and that it was that noise which had triggered the dream before he woke up. There really was someone ringing the doorbell. Stupid, painful, irrepressible hope poked its head up. Without opening his eyes,
Harry reached one hand down towards the floor next to the sofa bed, feeling for the whiskey bottle. He knocked it over and realized it was empty from the sound it made as it rolled across the worn parquet floor. He forced his eyes open, stared at the hand that was dangling above the floor like a greedy claw, at the grey titanium prosthetic middle finger. The hand was bloody. Shit. He sniffed his fingers and tried to remember what had happened late last night, and if it had involved women. He threw back the covers and glanced down at all 1.92 meters of his lean, naked body. Too little time had passed since he had fallen off the wagon for it to have left any physical trace. But if things followed their usual course, his muscles would start to weaken week by week, and his already greyish-white skin would turn as white as a sheet. He would turn into a ghost and eventually vanish altogether. Which, of course, was the whole point of drinking, wasn't it? He pushed himself up into a sitting position, looked around. He was back where he had been before he became a human being again. Only one rung further down now. In what could have been an ironic twist of fate, the two-room apartment, all 40 square meters of it, that he had borrowed and then gone on to rent from a younger police colleague, lay just one floor below the flat he had lived in before he moved in with Rakel to her wooden house in Holmenkollen. When he moved into the flat, Harry had bought a sofa bed at IKEA. That, together with the bookcase full of vinyl records behind the sofa, a coffee table, a mirror that was still leaning against the wall, and a wardrobe out in the hall, was the total extent of the furniture. Harry wasn't sure if it was due to a lack of initiative on his part, or if he was trying to convince himself that this was only temporary, that she was going to take him back when she had finished thinking things through. He wondered if he was going to be sick. Well, that was probably up to him. It was as if his body had got used to the poison after a couple of weeks, had built up a tolerance to the dosage, and demanded that it increase. He stared down at the empty whiskey bottle that had come to rest between his feet. Peter Dawson's Special. Not that it was particularly good. Jim Beam was good, and it came in square bottles that didn't roll across the floor. But Dawson was cheap, and a thirsty alcoholic with a fixed salary and an empty bank account couldn't afford to be fussy. He looked at the time. 3:50. He had 2 hours and 10 minutes until the liquor store closed. He took a deep breath and stood up. His head felt like it was about to burst. He swayed, but managed to stay upright. Looked at himself in the mirror. He was a bottom feeder that had been reeled in so quickly that his eyes and innards were trying to get out, so hard that the hook had torn his cheek and left a pink, sickle-shaped scar running from the left side of his mouth up towards his ear. He felt under the covers but couldn't find any underwear, so he pulled on the jeans that were lying on the floor and went out into the hall. A dark shape was silhouetted against the patterned glass in the door. It was her. She had come back. But he had thought that the last time the doorbell rang, too. And that time it had been a man who said he was from Hafslund Electricity and needed to change the meter and replace it with a modern one. That meant they could monitor usage from hour to hour down to the nearest watt, so all their customers could see exactly what time of day they turned the stove on, or when they switched their reading light off. Harry had explained that he didn't have a stove, and that if he did have one he wouldn't want anyone to know when he switched it on or off. And with that he had shut the door. But the silhouette he could see through the glass this time was a woman's. Her height, her outline. How had she got into the stairwell? He opened the door. There were 2 of them, a woman he had never seen before, and a girl who was so short she didn't reach the glass in the door. And when he saw the collection box the girl was holding up in front of him, he realized that they must have rung on the door down in the street, and one of the neighbors had let them in. "We're collecting for charity," the woman said. They were both wearing orange vests with the emblem of the Red Cross on top of their coats. "I thought that was in the autumn," Harry said. The woman and girl stared at him silently. At first he interpreted this as hostility, as if he had accused them of fraud. Then he realized it was derision, probably because he was half-naked and stank of drink at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and was evidently entirely unaware of the nationwide door-to-door charity collection that had been getting loads of TV coverage. Harry checked to see if he felt any shame. Actually, he did. A little bit. He stuck his hand into the trouser pocket where he usually kept his cash when he was drinking, because he had learned from experience that it wasn't wise to take bank cards with him. He smiled at the girl, who was staring wide-eyed at his bloody hand as he pushed a folded note into the slot on the sealed collection box. He caught a glimpse of her moustache just before the money disappeared. Edvard Munch's moustache. "Damn," Harry said, and put his hand back in his pocket. Empty, like his bank account. "Sorry?" the woman said. "I thought it was a 200, but I gave you a Munch, 1,000 krona. "Oh, can I, have it back?" The girl and woman looked at him in silence. The girl cautiously lifted the box a little higher, so that he could see the plastic seal across the charity logo more clearly. "I see," Harry whispered. "What about change?" The woman smiled as though he were trying to be funny, and he smiled back to assure her that she was right, while his brain searched desperately for a solution to the problem. 299 krona and 90 öre before 6 o'clock, or 169.90 for a half bottle. "You'll have to console yourself with the fact that the money will go to people who really need it," the woman said, guiding the girl back towards the stairs. Harry closed the door, went into the kitchen, and rinsed the blood off his hand, feeling a sting of pain as he did so. Back in the living room, he looked around and saw that there was a bloody handprint on the duvet cover. He got down on all fours and found his mobile under the sofa. No texts, just 3 missed calls from last night. One from Björn Holm, the forensics officer from Toten, and 2 from Alexandra from the Forensic Medical Institute lab. She and Harry had become intimately acquainted fairly recently after he had got thrown out, and going by what he knew and remembered about her, Alexandra wasn't the sort to use menstruation as grounds to cancel on him. The first night, when she had helped him home, and they had both searched his pockets in vain for his keys, she had picked the lock with disconcerting ease and laid him and herself down on the sofa bed. And when he had woken up again, she was gone, leaving just a note thanking him for services rendered. It could have been her blood. Harry closed his eyes and tried to focus. The events and chronology of the past few weeks were pretty hazy, but when it came to last night, his memory was blank. Completely blank, in fact. He opened his eyes and looked down at his stinging right hand. 3 bleeding knuckles, with the skin scraped off and congealed blood around the edges of the wounds. He must have punched someone. And 3 knuckles meant more than 1 punch. Then he noticed the blood on his trousers. Too much of it to have come from his knuckles alone, and it was hardly menstrual blood. Harry pulled the cover off the duvet as he returned the missed call from Björn Holm. As it started to ring, he knew that somewhere out there a ringtone in the form of a particular song by Hank Williams had gone off, a song Björn was convinced was about a forensics officer like him. "How's things?" Björn asked in his cheery Toten dialect. "That depends," Harry said, going into the bathroom. "Can you lend me 300 krona? "It's Sunday, Harry. The liquor store's closed today." "Sunday?" Harry pulled his trousers off and stuffed both them and the duvet cover into the overflowing washing basket. "Bloody hell. Did you want anything else?" "You were the one who called me around 9 o'clock. "Yes, but you didn't answer."
"No. Looks like my phone's been under the sofa for the past day or so. I was at the jealousy.
"I thought as much, so I called Øystein, and he told me you were there."
"And?"
So I went over there. You really don't remember any of this?"
"Shit. What happened?"
Harry heard his colleague sigh and imagined him rolling his slightly protruding eyes, his pale moon of a face framed by a flat cap and the bushiest, reddest beard in police headquarters. "What do you want to know?"
"Only as much as you think I need to know,"
Harry said as he discovered something in the basket of dirty washing. The neck of a bottle sticking up, out from the dirty underpants and T-shirts. He snatched it up.
"Jim Beam. Empty. Or was it?"
He unscrewed the top, put it to his lips and tipped his head back. "Okay, the short version," Björn said. "When I arrived at the Jealousy Bar at 21:15, you were drunk, and by the time I drove you home at 22:30, you had only spoken coherently about one thing. One single person. Guess who?" Harry didn't answer. He was squinting cross-eyed at the bottle, following the drop that was trickling down inside it. "Rakel," Björn said. "You passed out in the car, and I got you up into your flat, and that was that." Harry could tell by the speed of the drop that he had plenty of time, and he moved the bottle away from his mouth.
That was that?
That's the short version."
"Did we fight?"
"You and me?"
"From the way you stress me, it sounds like I had a fight with someone."
"Who?" "The Jealousy's new owner may have taken a bit of a knock."
"A knock? I woke up with 3 bloody knuckles and blood on my trousers."
"Your first punch hit him on the nose, so there was a lot of blood. But then he ducked, and you punched the wall instead. More than once. The wall's probably still got your blood on it."
"But Ringdahl didn't fight back."
"To be honest, you were so fucked there was no way you were going to hurt anyone, Harry. Øystein and I managed to stop you before you did yourself any more damage."
"Shit. So I'm barred?"
"Oh, Ringdahl deserved at least one punch. He'd played the whole of the White Ladder album and had just put it on again. Then you started yelling at him for ruining the bar's reputation, which you claimed you, Øystein, and Rakel had built up.
But we had. That bar was a gold mine, Björn. He got the whole thing for next to nothing, and I only made one demand, that he should take a stand against all the crap and only play decent music."
"Your music?"
"Our music, Björn. Yours, mine, Øystein's, Mehmet's. Just no fucking David Gray."
"Maybe you should have been more specific."
Uh-oh. The little lad started crying, "Harry." "Oh, right, sorry. And thanks, sir. And sorry about last night. Shit, I sound like an idiot.
Let's just hang up. Say hi to Katrina. She's at work." The line went dead. And at that moment, in a sudden flash, Harry saw something. It happened so quickly that he didn't have time to see what it was, but his heart was suddenly beating so hard that he gasped for breath. Harry looked at the bottle that he was still holding upside down. The drop had trickled out. He looked down. A brown drop was glinting on the filthy white floor tile. He sighed. He sank to the floor, naked, feeling the cold tiles under his knees. He stuck his tongue out, took a deep breath, and leaned forward, resting his forehead on the floor, as if in prayer. Harry was striding down Pilestrede. His Dr. Martens boots left a black trail in the thin layer of snow that had fallen overnight. The low spring sun was doing its best to melt it before sinking behind the old 4- and 5-story buildings of the city. He listened to the rhythmic scrape of the tarmac against the small stones that had caught in the coarse grooves on the soles of his boots as he passed the taller modern buildings on the site of the old Rikshospitalet, where he had been born almost 50 years ago. He looked at the latest street art on the facade of Blitz, the once shabby squat that had been the citadel of punk in Oslo, where Harry had attended obscure gigs in his teens, despite never being a punk. He passed the Rex pub, where he had drunk himself senseless back when it was called something different, when the beer was cheaper, the bouncers more forgiving, and it was frequented by the jazz crowd. But he hadn't been one of them either. or one of the born-again souls talking in tongues in the Pentecostal church on the other side of the street. He passed the courthouse. How many murderers had he managed to get convicted in there? A lot. Not enough. Because it wasn't the ones you caught that haunted your nightmares. It was the ones who got away, and their victims. Still, he had caught enough to get himself a name, a reputation, for better or worse. The fact that he had been directly or indirectly responsible for the deaths of several colleagues was part of that reputation. He had reached Grønlandslødet, where, sometime back in the 1970s, mono-ethnic Oslo finally collided with the rest of the world, or the other way round. Restaurants with Arabic names, shops selling imported vegetables and spices from Karachi, Somali women in hijabs going for Sunday walks with pushchairs, their men engaged in lively conversation 3 steps behind them. But Harry also recognized some of the pubs from back when Oslo still had a white working class, and this was their neighborhood. He passed Grønland Church and carried on towards the glass palace at the top of the park. Before pushing open the heavy metal door with a porthole in it, he turned round. He looked out across Oslo. Ugly and beautiful. Cold and hot. Some days he loved this city, and on others he hated it. But he could never abandon it. He could take a break, get away for a while, sure, but never abandon it for good. Not like she had abandoned him. The guard led him in, and he undid his jacket as he waited in front of the lifts. He felt himself start to sweat anyway. Then the tremble as one of the lift doors in front of him slid open. He realized that it wasn't going to happen today, and turned and took the stairs to the 6th floor. "Working on a Sunday?" Katrina Bratt said, looking up from her computer as Harry walked into her office unannounced. "I could say the same about you." Harry sank heavily into the chair in front of her desk. Their eyes met. Harry closed his, leaned his head back and stretched out his long legs, which reached all the way to the desk. The desk had come with the job she had taken over from Gunnar Hagen. She had had the walls painted a lighter colour, and the parquet floor had been polished, but apart from that, the head of department's office was the same as before. And even if Katrina Bratt was the newly appointed head of Crime Squad, as well as a mother now, Harry still saw before him the wild girl who had arrived from the Bergen police, armed with a plan, emotional baggage, a black fringe, and a black leather jacket, wrapped round a body that disproved the argument that there were no women in Bergen, and which made Harry's colleagues stare at her a little too long. The fact that she only had eyes for Harry had the usual paradoxical explanations. His bad reputation, the fact that he was already taken, and that he had seen her as something more than just a fellow officer. "I could be mistaken," Harry yawned, "but on the phone it sounded almost as if your little Toten lad was happy on paternity leave." "He is," Katrina said, tapping at her computer. "How about you? Are you happy with marital leave?" "I was going to ask if you were happy with being back in Crime Squad." Harry opened one eye. "Working on entry-level material?" Katrina sighed. "It was the best Gunnar and I could get, given the circumstances, Harry. What did you expect?" Still with one eye closed, Harry surveyed the room as he thought about what he had expected. That Katrina's office would show more of a feminine touch, that they would give Harry the same elbow room he had had before he resigned from his post as a murder detective, started teaching at police college, married Rakel, and tried to live a peaceful, sober life. Of course they couldn't do that. But with Gunnar Hagen's blessing and Björn's help, Katrina had literally picked him up from the gutter and given him this as a place to go to, something to think about other than Rakel, a reason not to drink himself to death. The fact that he had agreed to sit and sort out paperwork and go through cold cases merely proved that he had sunk lower than he had believed possible. Still, experience had taught him it was always possible to sink a bit lower. So Harry grunted. "Could you lend me 500 kroner?" "Bloody hell, Harry." Katrina looked at him despairingly. "Is that why you're here? Didn't you have enough yesterday?" "That's not how it works," Harry said. Was it you who sent Björn out to pick me up?
No.
So how did he find me then?
Everyone knows where you spend your evenings, Harry. Even if plenty of people think it's a bit weird to hang out in the bar you've only just sold.
They don't usually refuse to serve a former owner.
Not until yesterday, maybe. According to Björn, the last thing the owner said to you was that you were barred for life.
Really? I don't remember that at all.
Let me see if I can help you there. You tried to persuade Björn to help you report the jealousy to the police for the music they were playing, and then you wanted him to call Rakel and talk her round. From his phone, seeing as you'd left yours at home and weren't actually sure if she'd answer, if she saw it was you calling.
Bloody hell,
Harry said, covering his face with his hands as he massaged his temples. I'm not saying this to humiliate you, Harry, just to show you what happens when you drink.
Thanks a lot.
Harry folded his hands over his stomach. He saw that there was a 200-kroner note lying on the edge of the desk in front of him. Not enough to get drunk on, Katrina said, but enough to help you sleep. Because that's what you need. Sleep. He looked at her. Her gaze had got softer over the years. She was no longer the angry young woman who wanted to take her revenge on the world. Maybe that was thanks to other people, the team in the department, and her 9-month-old son. Sure, that sort of thing could raise awareness and make people gentler. During the vampirist case, 1.5 years ago, when Rakel had been in hospital and he had fallen off the wagon, Katrina had picked him up and taken him home. She had let him throw up in her otherwise spotless bathroom and granted him a few hours of carefree sleep in the bed she shared with Björn.
No,
Harry said.
I don't need sleep. I need a case.
You've got a case.
I need the Finne case.
Katrina sighed. The murders you're referring to aren't called the Finne case. There's nothing to suggest that it's him. And as I've already told you, I've got the people I need on the case.
3 murders, 3 unsolved murders, and you're telling me you don't need someone who can actually prove what you and I both know, that Finne is the man responsible?
You've got your case, Harry. Solve that one and leave me to run things here.
My case isn't even a case. It's a domestic murder where the husband has confessed, and we've got both a motive and forensic evidence.
He could suddenly withdraw his confession, so we need a lot more flesh on those bones.
It's the sort of case you could have given to Villa or Skara or one of the juniors. Finne is a sexual predator and a serial killer, and I'm the only detective you've got with specialist experience of that type of case, for fuck's sake.
No, Harry. And that's my final word on the subject.
But why?
Why? Look at yourself. If you were running Crime Squad, would you send a drunk, unstable detective to talk to our already skeptical colleagues in Copenhagen and Stockholm, who have pretty much already made up their minds that the same man isn't behind the murders in their cities? You see serial killers everywhere because your brain is programmed to see serial killers.
That may well be true, but it is Finne. It's got all the characteristic enough.
You've got to let go of this obsession, Harry.
Obsession?
Björn told me you were babbling about Finne the whole time when you were drinking, saying you have to get him before he gets you.
When I was drinking? Say it like it is, when I was drunk. Drunk!
Harry reached for the money and tucked it into his trouser pocket.
Have a good Sunday.
Where are you going?
Somewhere I can probably observe the day of rest.
You've got stones in your shoes, so pick your feet up properly when you walk across my parquet floor. Harry hurried down Grönlandslede towards Olympen and Pigalle. Not his first choices of watering hole, but they were nearest. There was so little traffic on the main street in Grönland that he was able to cross the road on a red light, checking his mobile at the same time. He wondered if he should return Alexandra's call, but decided against it. He didn't have the nerve. He saw from the call log that he had tried to call Rakel 6 times between 6 and 8 o'clock the previous evening. He shuddered. Call rejected, it said. Sometimes technological language could be unnecessarily precise.
As Harry reached the opposite pavement, he felt a sudden pain in his chest, and his heart started to race, as if he had lost the spring that checked its speed. He had time to think, heart attack? Then it was gone. It wouldn't be the worst way to go. A pain in the chest, down on his knees, head hitting the pavement. The end. A few more days of drinking at this rate, and it really wouldn't be that unrealistic either. Harry kept walking. He had caught a tiny glimpse. He had seen more now than when it happened earlier that afternoon. But it had slipped away, like a dream once you've woken up. Harry stopped outside Olympen and looked inside. It had once been one of the roughest bars in Oslo, but it had been given such a thorough makeover that Harry hesitated to go in. He checked out the new clientele, a mix of hipsters and smartly dressed couples, as well as families with young children, time poor but with enough money to shell out for Sunday lunch at a restaurant. He stuck his hand tentatively into his pocket, found the 200-kroner note, as well as something else. A key. Not his, but to the scene of the domestic murder, on Borggata in Tøyen. He didn't really know why he'd asked for the key, seeing as the case was as good as concluded. But at least he had the scene to himself. Entirely to himself, seeing as the other so-called detective on the case, Truls Berntsen, wasn't going to lift a finger. Truls Berntsen's admittance to the crime squad owed very little to merit, and a damn sight more to his childhood friendship with Mikael Bellman, one-time chief of police and current Minister of Justice. Truls Berntsen was utterly useless, and there was a tacit agreement between Katrina and Truls that he would steer clear of detective work and concentrate on making coffee and other basic office jobs, which, when it came down to it, meant playing patience and Tetris. The coffee tasted no better than before, but Truls sometimes beat Harry at Tetris now. They made a pretty wretched couple, marooned at the far end of the open plan office, with a 1.5-meter-tall movable screen separating them. Harry took another look. There was a free booth next to the families seated just inside the window. The little boy at the table suddenly noticed him, and laughed and pointed. The father, who had his back to Harry, turned round, and Harry instinctively took a step back, out into the darkness. And from there he saw his own pale, lined face mirrored in the glass, while at the same time it merged with that of the boy inside. A memory floated up. His grandfather and him as a boy, the long summer holiday, a family meal in Romsdalen, him laughing at his grandfather, the worried look on his parents' faces. His grandfather, drunk. Harry felt the keys again. Borggata. A 5 or 6 minute walk away. He got his phone out, looked at the log, made a call, stared at the knuckles of his right hand as he waited. The pain was already fading, so he couldn't have punched very hard. But obviously the virginal nose of a David Gray fan couldn't cope with much before it started to squirt blood.
Yes, Harry?
Yes, Harry?
I'm in the middle of dinner.
Okay, I'll be quick. Can you come and meet me after dinner? No. Wrong answer, try again.
Yes?
That's more like it. Borggata 5. Call me when you get there, and I'll come down and let you in. Harry heard a deep sigh from Ståle Arne, his friend of many years' standing and Crime Squad's go-to psychological expert on murder cases.
Does that mean this isn't an invitation to go to a bar where I'll have to pay, and that you're actually sober?
Have I ever let you pay? Harry pulled out a packet of Camels.
You used to pick up the tab and remember what you'd done. But alcohol is well on its way to eating up your finances as well as your memory. You do know that, don't you?
Yes. This is about that domestic murder.
With the knife and yes, I read about it.
Harry put a cigarette between his lips. Are you coming? He heard another deep sigh.
If it'll keep you away from the bottle for a few hours.
Great, Harry said, then ended the call and slipped his phone into his jacket pocket. He lit the cigarette, inhaled deeply. He stood with his back to the restaurant's closed door. He had time to have one beer in there and still be in Borggata in time to meet Anna. The music filtered out, an auto-tuned declaration of undying love. He held one hand up apologetically towards a car as he lurched out into the road. The old working-class facades of Borggata hid newly built flats with bright living rooms, open-plan kitchens, modern bathrooms, and balconies overlooking the inner courtyards. Harry took that as a sign that Tøyen was going to be tarted up as well. Rents would go up, the residents moved out, the social status of that part of town adjusted upwards. The immigrants' grocery stores and little cafes would give way to gyms and hipster restaurants. The psychologist looked uncomfortable as he sat on one of the two flimsy rib-backed chairs Harry had placed in the middle of the pale parquet floor. Harry assumed that was because of the disparity between the chair and Ståle Arna's overweight frame, as well as the fact that his small round glasses were still steamed up after he had reluctantly foregone the lift and walked up the stairs to the third floor with Harry. Or possibly the pool of blood that lay like a congealed black wax seal between them. One summer holiday, when Harry was young, his grandfather had told him that you couldn't eat money. When Harry got to his room, he took out the 5-krone coin his grandfather had given him and tried. He remembered the way it had jarred his teeth, the metallic smell and sweet taste. Just like when he licked the blood after cutting himself. Or the smell of crime scenes he would later attend, even if the blood wasn't fresh. The smell of the room they were sitting in now. Money. Blood money. "A knife," Ståle Arna said, pushing his hands up into his armpits, as if he was afraid someone was going to hit them. "There's something about the idea of a knife. Cold steel pushing through skin and into your body. It just freaks me out, as the young folk would say." Harry didn't reply. He and the crime squad unit had used Arna as a consultant on murder cases for so many years that Harry couldn't actually put his finger on when he had started to think of the psychologist, who was 20 years his senior, as a friend. But he knew Arna well enough to recognize that his pretending not to know that "freak out" was a phrase older than both of them was an affectation. Arna liked to present himself as an old conservative type, unfettered by the spirit of the times his colleagues chased after so desperately, in an effort to appear relevant. As Arna had once said to the press, psychology and religion have one thing in common. To a large extent, they both give people what they want. Out there in the darkness, where the light of science has yet to reach, psychology and religion have free rein. And if they were to stick to what we actually know, there wouldn't be jobs for all these psychologists and priests. So this was where the husband stabbed his wife. How many times? 13 times, Harry said, looking around. There was a large, framed, black-and-white photograph of the Manhattan skyline on the wall facing them. The Chrysler building in the center. Probably bought from IKEA. So what? It was a good picture. If it didn't bother you that lots of other people had the same picture, and that some visitors would look down their noses at it, not because it wasn't good, but because it was bought at IKEA, then why not go for it? He had used the same line on Rakel when she said she would have liked a numbered print of a photograph by Torbjørn Rødland, a white stretch limo negotiating a hairpin bend in Hollywood that cost 80,000 kroner. Rakel had conceded that Harry was entirely right. He had been so happy that he had bought the stretch limo picture for her. Not that he didn't realize she had tricked him, but because deep down he'd had to admit that it really was a much cooler image. He was angry, Arna said, undoing the top button of his shirt where he normally wore a bow tie, usually with a pattern that balanced between serious and amusing, like the blue EU flag with gold stars. A child started to cry in one of the neighboring flats. Harry tapped the ash from his cigarette. He says he can't remember the details of why he killed her. Suppressed memories? They should have let me hypnotize him. I didn't know you did that. Hypnosis? How do you think I got married? Well, there was no real need here. The forensic evidence shows that she was heading across the living room, away from him, and that he came after her and stabbed her from behind first. The blade penetrated low on her back and hit her kidneys. That probably explains why the neighbors didn't hear any screaming. No? It's such a painful place to be stabbed that the victim is paralyzed, can't even scream, then loses consciousness almost immediately and dies. It also happens to be the favored method among military professionals for a so-called silent kill. Really? What happened to the good old method of sneaking up on someone from behind, putting one hand over their mouth and cutting their throat with the other? Outdated. It was never really that good anyway. It takes too much coordination and precision. You wouldn't believe the number of times soldiers ended up cutting themselves in the hand that was clamped over the victim's mouth. Anna grimaced. I'm assuming our husband isn't a former commando or anything like that? The fact that he stabbed her there was probably sheer coincidence. There's nothing to suggest that he intended to conceal the murder. Intended? You're saying it was premeditated rather than impulsive? Harry nodded slowly. Their daughter was out jogging. He called the police before she got home, so that we were in position outside, and were able to stop her before she came in and found her mother. Considerate? So they say, that he was a considerate man. Harry tapped more ash from his cigarette. It fell onto the pool of dried blood. Shouldn't you get an ashtray, Harry? The CSI team are done here, and everything makes sense. Yes, but even so. You haven't asked about the motive. Okay. Motive? Classic. The battery in his phone ran out and he borrowed hers without her knowledge. He saw a text message he thought was suspicious and checked the thread. The exchange went back 6 months and was evidently between her and a lover. Did he confront the lover? No, but the report says the phone's been checked, the messages found, and the lover contacted. A young man, mid-20s, 25 years younger than her. He's confirmed that they had a relationship. Anything else I should know? The husband is a highly educated man with a secure job, no money worries, and had never been in trouble with the police. Family, friends, workmates, and neighbors all describe him as friendly and mild-mannered, solidity personified. And, as you said, considerate. A man prepared to sacrifice everything for his family, one of the reports said. Harry drew hard on his cigarette. Are you asking me because you don't think the case has been solved? Harry let the smoke out through his nostrils. The case is a no-brainer. The evidence has all been secured. It's impossible to fuck this one up, which is why Katrina has given it to me, and Truls Benson. Harry pulled the corners of his mouth into something resembling a smile. The family was well off, but they chose to live in Tøyen, a cheaper part of town with a large migrant population, and bought art from IKEA. Maybe they just liked it here. Harry himself liked Tøyen, and maybe the picture on the wall was the original, now worth a small fortune. So you're asking because... Because I want to understand, Harry said. You want to understand why a man kills his wife because she's been having an affair behind his back? Usually a husband only kills if he thinks other people's opinion of him has been damaged. And when he was questioned, the lover said they had kept the affair strictly secret and that it was in the process of winding down anyway. Maybe she didn't have time to tell her husband that before he stabbed her then. She did, but he says he didn't believe her, and that she had still betrayed their family. There you go. And to a man who has always put his family above everything else, that betrayal would feel even worse. He's a humiliated man, and when that humiliation cuts deeply enough, it can make anyone capable of killing. Anyone? Anna squinted at the bookcases next to the picture of Manhattan. Fiction. Yes, so I saw, Harry said. Anna had a theory that killers didn't read, or if they did, only non-fiction. Have you ever heard of Paul Mattiuzzi? Anna asked. Psychologist, an expert in violence and murder. He divides murderers into 8 main groups. You and I aren't in any of the first 7. But there's room for all of us in the 8th group, which he calls the traumatized. We become murderers as a reaction to a simple but massive assault on our identity. We experience the attack as insulting,
literally unbearable. It renders us helpless, impotent, and we would be left without any right to exist, emasculated, if we didn't respond. And obviously being betrayed by your wife can feel like that. Anyone, though. A traumatized murderer doesn't have defined personality traits like the other 7 groups, and it's there, and only there, that you find murderers who read Dickens and Balzac. Arna took a deep breath and tugged at the sleeves of his tweed jacket. "What are you really wondering about, Harry?" "Really? You know more about murderers than anyone I know. None of what I'm saying about humiliation and categories is new to you." Harry shrugged. "Maybe I just need to hear someone say it out loud one more time to make me believe it." "What is it you don't believe?" Harry scratched his short, stubbornly unruly hair. There were now streaks of grey among the blonde. Rakel had said he was starting to look like a hedgehog. "I don't know." "Maybe it's just your ego, Harry." "What do you mean?" "Isn't it obvious? You were given the case after someone else had already solved it. So you want to find something that throws doubt on it, something that proves Harry Huller can see things no one else has spotted." "What if I am?" Harry said, studying the glowing tip of his cigarette. "What if I was born with a magnificent talent for detective work and have developed instincts that not even I'm capable of analyzing?" "I hope you're joking." "Barely. I've read the interviews. The husband certainly seemed pretty traumatized from what he said. But then I listened to the recordings." Harry was staring in front of him. "And?" "He sounded more frightened than resigned. A confession is a form of resignation. There shouldn't be anything to be frightened of after that. Punishment, of course. He's already had his punishment. Humiliation, pain, seeing his beloved wife dead. Prison is isolation. Calm, routine, peace. That can't be anything but a relief. Maybe it's the daughter, him worrying about what's going to happen to her. And then there's the fact that he's going to burn in hell. He's already there." Anna sighed. "So, let me repeat. What do you really want?" "I want you to call Rakel and tell her to take me back." Stola Anna's eyes widened. "That was a joke," Harry said. "I've been having palpitations, anxiety attacks. No, that's not quite right. I've been dreaming. Something I can't quite see, but it keeps coming back to me." "Finally, an easy question," Anna said. "Intoxication. Psychology is a science without a lot of solid facts to lean on, but the correlation between the consumption of intoxicants and mental distress is one of the few firm facts. How long has this been going on?" Harry looked at his watch. 2.5 hours. Stola Anna let out a hollow laugh. "And you wanted to talk to me so you can at least tell yourself that you sought external medical help before you go back to self-medication?" "It's not the usual stuff," Harry said. "It isn't the ghosts." "Because they come at night?" "Yes, and they don't hide. I see them and I recognize them. Victims, dead colleagues, killers. This was something else." "Any idea what?" Harry shook his head. "Someone who's been locked up. He reminded me of—" Harry leaned forward and stubbed his cigarette out on the pool of blood. "Oh, Svein Finne? The fiancé?" Anna said. Harry looked up with one eyebrow raised. "Why do you think that?" "It's obvious that you think he's out to get you." "You've spoken to Katrina." "She's worried about you. She wanted an evaluation." "And you agreed?" "I said that as a psychologist I don't have the necessary detachment from you, but that paranoia can also be one aspect of alcohol abuse." "I'm the one who finally got him locked away, Stola. He was my first case. He got 20 years for sexual assault and murder." "You were just doing your job. There's no reason why Finne would take it personally. He confessed to the assaults but denied the murder charges.
Claimed we'd planted evidence. I went to see him in prison the year before last, to see if he could help us with the vampirist case, if he knew anything about Valentin Yertsin. The last thing he did, before I left, was tell me exactly when he was due to be released, and to ask if my family and I felt safe. Did Rakel know about this? Yes. At New Year I found boot prints in the patch of woodland outside the kitchen window, so I set up a camera. Well, that could have been anyone, Harry. Someone who just got lost. On private property, past a gate and up a steep, icy 50-metre driveway. Hang on. Didn't you move out at Christmas? More or less. Harry wafted the smoke away. But you went back after that? To the patch of trees? Did Rakel know? No, but come on. I haven't turned into a stalker. Rakel was frightened enough as it is, and I just wanted to check that everything was okay. And, as it turns out, it wasn't. So she didn't know about the camera either? Harry shrugged his shoulders. Harry? Hmm? You're quite sure that you set that camera up because of Finne? You mean, did I want to find out if my ex was seeing anyone else? Did you? No, Harry said firmly. If Rakel doesn't want me, she's welcome to try someone else. Do you really believe that? Harry sighed. Okay, Anna said. You said you caught a glimpse of someone who looked like Finne, locked up. No, that's what you said. It wasn't Finne. No? No, it was me. Stola Anna ran his hand through his thinning hair. And now you want a diagnosis? Come on. Anxiety? I think your brain is looking for reasons why Rakel would need you. For instance, to protect her from external threats. But you're not locked up, Harry. You've been locked out. Accept it and move on. Apart from the accepted stuff, any medication you can prescribe? Sleep? Exercise? And maybe you could try meeting someone who could take your mind off Rakel. Harry stuck a cigarette in the corner of his mouth and held up his clenched fist with his thumb sticking out. Sleep. I drink myself senseless every night. Check. His index finger shot up. Exercise. I get into fights with people in bars I used to own. Check. The grey titanium finger. Meet someone. I fuck women, nice ones, nasty ones, and afterwards I have meaningful conversations with some of them. Check. Anna looked at Harry. Then he let out a deep sigh, stood up and fastened his tweed jacket. Well, you should be fine then. Harry sat there looking out of the window after Anna had gone. Then he got up and walked through the rooms in the flat. The married couple's bedroom was tidy, clean, the bed neatly made. He looked in the cupboards. The wife's wardrobe was spread across 4 spacious cupboards, while the husband's clothes were squeezed into one. A considerate husband. There were rectangles on the wallpaper in the daughter's room, where the colours were brighter. Harry guessed they'd been made by teenage posters she had taken down, now she was 19. There was still one small picture, a young guy with a Rickenbacker electric guitar slung round his neck. Harry looked through the little collection of records on the shelf by the mirror. Propagandy, Into It, Over It, My Heart to Joy, Panic at the Disco, emo stuff. So he was surprised when he switched on the record player to listen to the album already on it, and heard the gentle, soothing tones of something that sounded like Early Birds. But despite the Roger McGuinn-style 12-string guitar, he quickly recognized that it was a far more recent production. It didn't matter how many valve amps and old Neumann microphones they used, retro production never fooled anyone. Besides, the vocalist had a distinct Norwegian accent, and you could tell he'd listened to more 1995 vintage Tom York and Radiohead than Gene Clark and David Crosby from 1965. He glanced at the album sleeve lying upside down next to the record player, and, sure enough, the names all looked Norwegian. Harry's eyes moved on to a pair of Adidas trainers in front of the wardrobe. They were the same sort as his. He tried to buy a new pair a couple of years ago, but they'd already stopped making them then. He thought back to the interview transcripts in which both father and daughter had said she left the flat at 20:15 and returned 30 minutes later after a run to the top of the sculpture park in Ekeberg, coming back via the Ekeberg restaurant. Her running gear was on the bed, and in his mind's eye he could see the police letting the poor girl in and watching as she got changed and packed a bag of clothes. Harry crouched down and picked up the trainers. The leather was soft, the soles clean and shiny. The shoes hadn't been used much at all. 19 years. An unused life. His own pair had split. He could buy new ones, obviously a different type. But he didn't want to. He'd found the only design he wanted from now on. The only design. Maybe they could still be repaired. Harry went back into the living room. He wiped the cigarette ash from the floor, checked his phone. No messages. He put his hand in his pocket. 200 kroner. Chapter 4. Last orders, then we're closing. Harry stared down at his drink. He had managed to drag it out. Usually he necked them because it wasn't the taste he liked, but the effect. Liked wasn't really the right word, though. Needed. No, not needed either. Had to have. Couldn't live without. Artificial respiration when half your heart had stopped beating. Those running shoes would just have to be repaired. He took out his phone again. Harry only had 7 people in his contacts, and because they all had names starting with different letters, the list consisted of single letters, not first and last names. He tapped on R and saw her profile picture. That soft brown gaze that asked to be met. Warm, glowing skin that asked to be stroked. Red lips that asked to be kissed. The women he had got undressed and slept with in the past few months. Had there been a single second when he hadn't been thinking about Rakel while he was with them? Hadn't imagined that they were her? Had they realized? Had he even told them that he was being unfaithful to them with his wife even as he fucked them? Had he been that cruel? Almost certainly, because his half-heart was beating weaker and weaker with each passing day, and he had returned from his temporary life as a real person. He stared at the phone, and he thought the same thing he had thought every day as he passed the phone box in Hong Kong so many years ago, that she was there. Right then, her and Oleg, inside the phone, 12 tapped digits away. But even that was long after Rakel and Harry met for the first time. That happened 15 years ago. Harry had driven up the steep, winding road to her wooden house in Holmenkollen. His car had breathed a sigh of relief when he arrived, and a woman emerged from the house. Harry asked after Sindre Falke as she locked the front door, and it wasn't until she turned round and came closer that he noticed how pretty she was. Brown hair, pronounced, almost wild eyebrows above brown eyes, high, aristocratic cheekbones, dressed in a simple, elegant coat. In a voice that was deeper than her appearance suggested, she told him that was her father, that she had inherited the house and he no longer lived there. Rakel Falke had a confident, relaxed way of speaking, with exaggerated, almost theatrical diction, and she looked him right in the eye. When she walked off, she walked in an absolutely straight line, like a ballet dancer. He had stopped her, asked for help jump-starting his car. Afterwards he gave her a lift. They discovered that they had studied law at the same time, that they had attended the same Raga Rockers concert. He liked the sound of her laughter. It wasn't as deep as her voice, but bright and light, like a trickling stream. She was going to Majorstua. "It's by no means certain this car's going to make it that far," he had said, and she agreed with him, as if they already had an idea of what hadn't yet begun, what really couldn't happen. When she was about to get out, he had to shove the broken passenger door open for her, breathing in her scent. Only 30 minutes had passed since they'd met, and he wondered what the hell was going on. All he wanted to do was kiss her.
"Maybe see you around," she said.
"Maybe," he replied, then watched as she disappeared down Sporveisgata with the ballerina's steps. The next time they met was at a party in police headquarters. It turned out that Rakel worked in the foreign section of POT, the police surveillance agency. She was wearing a red dress. They stood talking together, laughing. Then they talked some more. He about his upbringing, his sister Sis, who had what she herself described as a touch of Down syndrome, about his mother who died when Harry was young, and that he had had to look after his father. Rakel had told him about studying Russian in the armed forces, her time at the Norwegian embassy in Moscow, and the Russian man she had met, who ended up becoming the father of her son, Oleg. And that when she left Moscow, she had also left her husband, who had alcohol problems. And Harry had told her that he was an alcoholic, something she might already have guessed when she saw him drinking Coke at a staff party. He didn't mention the fact that his intoxicant that evening was her laughter, clear, spontaneous, bright, and that he was willing to say the most revealing, idiotic things about himself just to hear it. And then, towards the end of the evening, they had danced. Harry had danced to a turgid version of Let It Be played on panpipes. That was the proof. He was hopelessly in love. A few days later, he went on a Sunday outing with Oleg and Rakel. At one point, Harry had held Rakel's hand because it felt natural. After a while, she pulled her hand away. And when Oleg was playing Tetris with his mum's new friend, Harry had felt Rakel staring darkly at him and knew what she was thinking. That an alcoholic, possibly similar to the one she had walked away from, was now sitting in her house with her son, and Harry had realized he was going to have to prove himself worthy. He had done it. Who knows, maybe Rakel and Oleg saved him from drinking himself to death. Obviously things hadn't been one unbroken triumphal march after that. He had fallen flat on his face several times. There had been breaks and separations, but they had always found their way back to each other, because they had found laughter in each other. Love with a capital L. Love so exclusive that you should count yourself bloody lucky if you ever get to experience it, and have it reciprocated just once in your life. And for the past few years, they had woken up each morning to a harmony and happiness that was simultaneously so strong and so fragile that it had frightened the life out of him. It made him creep about as if he were walking on thin ice. So why had it cracked anyway? Because he was the man he was, of course, Harry fucking Hula, or the Demolition Man, as Øystein called him. Could he follow that path again, drive up the steep, winding, difficult road to Rakel, and introduce himself again? Be the man she had never met before? Of course he could try. Yes, he could do that. And now was as good a time as ever. The perfect time, in fact. There were just two problems. Firstly, he didn't have the money for a taxi, but that was easily fixed. It would take him 10 minutes to walk home, where his Ford Escort, his third one, was sitting covered in snow in the car park in the backyard. Secondly, the voice inside him, telling him it was a terrible idea. But that could be stopped. Harry downed his drink. Just like that. He stood up and walked towards the door. "See you, mate," the bartender called after him. 10 minutes later, Harry was standing in the backyard on Sofisgata, looking dubiously at the car, which was parked in eternal shadow between the snowboards covering the basement windows. It wasn't as badly covered with snow as he had expected, so he just had to go upstairs, fetch the keys, start it up, and put his foot on the gas. He could be at hers in 15 minutes. Open the front door to the big open room that served as hall, living room and kitchen, covering most of the ground floor. He would see her standing at the worktop by the window looking out over the terrace. She would give him a wry smile, nod towards the kettle, and ask if he still preferred instant coffee over espresso. Harry gasped at the thought of it. And there it was again, the claw in his chest. Harry was running. After midnight on a Sunday in Oslo, that meant you had the streets to yourself. His cracked trainers were held together with gaffer tape around the ankles. He was taking the same route the daughter on board Gata had said she had run, according to the report. Along illuminated paths and tracks through the hillside sculpture park, a gift to the city from property tycoon Christian Ringnes, and an homage to women. It was perfectly still. The only sounds were Harry's own breathing and the crunch of the grit beneath his shoes. He ran up to where the park flattened out towards Ekebergsletta, then down again. He stopped at Damien Hirst's Anatomy of an Angel, a sculpture in white stone that Rakel had told him was Carrara marble. The graceful, seated figure had made Harry think of the Little Mermaid in Copenhagen, but Rakel, who as usual had read up on what they were going to see, had explained that the inspiration was Alfred Boucher's L'Hirondelle from 1920. Maybe, but the difference was that Hirst's angel had been cut open by knives and scalpels so that her innards, muscles, bones, and brain were visible. Was that what the sculptor wanted to show, that angels were also people inside? Or that some people are actually angels? Harry tilted his head. He could agree on the latter point. Even after all these years and everything he and Rakel had been through together, and even if he had dissected her as much as she had dissected him, he had found nothing but an angel. Angel and human, all the way through. Her capacity for forgiveness, which had obviously been a precondition for being with someone like Harry, was almost limitless. Almost. But obviously he had managed to find that limit, and then crossed it. Harry looked at his watch and ran on, sped up, felt his heart work harder. He increased his speed a little more, felt the lactic acid. A bit more, felt the blood pumping round his body, tugging at the rubbish, ironing out the past few bad days, rinsing away the shit. Why did he imagine that running was the opposite of drinking, that it was the antidote, when it merely gave him a different type of rush? But so what? It was a better rush. He emerged from the forest in front of the Ekeberg restaurant, the once run-down modernist structure where Harry, Øystein, and Tresco had drunk their first beers in their youth, and where the 17-year-old Harry was picked up by a woman he remembered as being really old, but who was probably only in her 30s. Either way, she had given him an uncomplicated initiation under her experienced direction, and he probably hadn't been the only one. Occasionally he wondered if the investor who had refurbished the restaurant might have been one of them, and had done it as a gesture of gratitude. Harry could no longer remember what she looked like, just the cooing whisper in his ear afterwards. "Not bad at all, lad. You'll see, you're going to make some women happy, and others unhappy. And one woman, both." Harry stopped on the steps of the closed, dark restaurant. Hands on his knees, head hanging down. He could feel his gag reflex tickling deep in his throat, and heard his own rasping breath. He counted to 20 as he whispered her name. Rakel. Rakel. Then he straightened up and looked down at the city beneath him. Oslo, an autumn city. Now, in spring, she looked like she had woken up reluctantly. But Harry wasn't bothered about the center of the city. He was looking towards the ridge, towards her house, on the far side of what, in spite of all the lights and febrile human activity, was really nothing but the crater of a dead volcano, cold stone and solidified clay. He cast another glance at the timer on his watch and started to run. He didn't stop until he was back in Borggata. There he stopped his watch and studied the numbers. He jogged the rest of the way home at an easy pace. As he unlocked the door to his flat, he heard the rough sound of grit against the wood under his trainers, and remembered what Katrina had said about picking his feet up. He used his phone to play more of his Spotify list. The sound of the helicopter streamed from the Sonos play bar that Oleg had got him for his birthday, which had overnight reduced the record collection on the shelves behind him to a dead monument to 30 years of laborious collecting. where anything that hadn't stood the test of time had been pulled out like weeds and thrown away. As the chaotic guitar and drum intro into Carry Me Home made the speakers vibrate, and he picked the grit from the sculpture park from the soles of his shoes, he thought about how the 19-year-old had willingly retreated into the past with vinyl records, whereas Harry was unwillingly backing into the future. He put his shoes down, looked for the Birds, who weren't on any of his playlists. 60s and early 70s music were more Björn Holm's thing, and his attempts to convert Harry with Glenn Campbell had been futile. He found Turn, 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 and moments later Roger McGuinn's Rickenbacker guitar was echoing round the room. But she had been converted. She had fallen in love with it, even though it wasn't her music. There was something about guitars and girls. 4 strings were enough, and this guy had 12. Harry considered the possibility that he might be the one who was wrong. But the hairs on the back of his neck were rarely wrong, and they had stood up when he recognized one of the names from the record sleeve in the interview transcript, and connected it to the picture of the guy with the Rickenbacker guitar. Harry lit a cigarette and listened to the double guitar solo at the end of Rainy Days Revisited. He wondered how long it would be before he fell asleep, how long he would manage to leave his phone alone before checking to see if Rakel had replied. Chapter 5. "We know you've answered these questions before, Sarah," Harry said, looking at the 19-year-old girl sitting opposite him in the cramped interview room that felt a bit like a doll's house. Truls Berntsson was sitting in the control room with his arms folded, yawning. It was 10 o'clock. They'd been going for an hour, and Sarah was showing signs of impatience as they went through the sequence of events, but no emotion beyond that. Not even when Harry read out loud from the report about the injuries her mother had suffered from the 13 knife wounds. "But as I said, Officer Berntsson and I have taken over the investigation, and we'd like to understand everything as clearly as possible. So, did your father usually help with the cooking? I'm asking because he must have been very quick to find the sharpest kitchen knife, and must have known exactly which drawer it was in and where." "No, he didn't help," Sarah said, her displeasure even more apparent now. "He did the cooking, and the only person who helped was me. Mum was always out." "Out?" "Meeting friends. At the gym," so she said. "I've seen pictures of her. It looks like she kept herself in shape. Kept herself young. Whatever. She died young." Harry waited. Let the answer hang in the air. Then Sarah pulled a face. Harry had seen it in other cases, the way that someone left behind struggled with grief, as if it were an enemy, an irritating nuisance that needed to be cajoled and tricked. And one way of doing that was to downplay the loss, to discredit the dead. But he suspected that wasn't actually the case this time. When Harry had suggested Sarah might like to bring a lawyer, she had dismissed the offer. She just wanted to get it over with, she said. She had other plans. Understandable enough, she was 19, alone, but she was adaptable, and life went on. And the case had been solved, which was presumably why she had relaxed, and was showing her true feelings, or rather her lack of feelings. "You don't get as much exercise as your mother," Harry said. "Not running, anyway." "Don't I?" she replied with a half-smile and looked up at Harry. It was the self-assured smile of a young person from a generation in which you were one of the thin ones if you had a body Harry's generation would have thought of as average. "I've seen your running shoes," Harry said. "They've barely been used, and that isn't because they're new, because they stopped making that sort 2 years ago. I've got the same ones." Sarah shrugged. "I've got more time to go running now." "Yes, your father's going to be in prison for 12 years, so you won't have to help him with the cooking for a while." Harry looked at her and saw that he had hit home. Her mouth was hanging open, and her black-painted eyelashes were fluttering up and down as she blinked hard. "Why are you lying?" Harry asked. "What?" "You said you ran from home to the top of the sculpture park, down to the Eckeberg restaurant, then back home again in 30 minutes. I ran the same distance last night. It took me almost 45 minutes, and I'm a pretty good runner. I've also spoken to the police officer who stopped you when you got back. He said you weren't sweating or particularly out of breath. Sarah was sitting up straight now on the other side of the little doll's house table, staring unconsciously at the red light on the microphones that indicated they were recording when she replied. Okay, I didn't run all the way to the top. How far? To the Marilyn Monroe statue. So you must have run along those gritted paths, like me. When I got home, I had to pick small stones out of the soles of my shoes, Sarah. 8 in total. But the soles of your shoes were completely clean. Harry had no idea if there had been 8 stones or only 3, but the more precise he was, the more incontestable his reasoning would seem. And he could see from Sarah's face that it was working. You didn't go running at all, Sarah. You left the flat at the time you told the police, at 2015, while your father called the police, claiming that he'd murdered your mother. Maybe you ran around the block just long enough for the police to arrive, then you jogged back, like your father told you to. Isn't that right? Sarah didn't answer, just went on blinking. Harry noted that her pupils had expanded. I've spoken to your mother's lover, Andreas, professional name Bom Bom. He may not sing quite as well as he plays his 12-string guitar. Andreas sings? The anger in her eyes faded, and she stopped herself. He admitted that you and he had met a few times, and said that was how he met your mother. Harry looked down at his notepad, not because he couldn't remember what was written on it, nothing, but to lower the intensity, to give her a bit of breathing room. Andreas and I were in love. There was a faint tremor in Sarah's voice. Not according to him. He said you'd had a couple of... Harry pulled his head back slightly to read what wasn't written in his notebook. Groupie fucks. Sarah twitched. But you wouldn't leave him alone, apparently. He said there's a fine line between groupie and stalker in his experience, that things were simpler with a mature, married woman who accepted things for what they were. A bit of excitement to liven up the daily routine, spice things up a bit. That's how he put it. A way to spice things up. Harry looked up at her. It was you who borrowed your mother's phone, not your father, and discovered that she and Andreas had been having an affair. Harry checked to see how his conscience was doing, bulldozing a 19-year-old with no lawyer, a lovesick teenager who had been betrayed by her mother and a guy she had managed to convince herself belonged to her. Your father isn't just self-sacrificing, Sarah, he's smart too. He knows that the best lie is one that's as close to the truth as possible. The lie is that your father was at the local shop, picking up some things for dinner before going home, borrowing your mother's phone, finding the messages and killing her. The truth is that while he was at the shop, you found the messages, and from that point on, I'm guessing that if we swap your and your father's roles in the report, we'd get a fairly accurate description of what happened in the kitchen. You argued, she turned her back on you to walk out, you knew where the knife was, and the rest played out more or less of its own accord. And when your father got home and discovered what had happened, you came up with this plan together. Harry saw no reaction in her eyes, just an even, intense, black hatred, and realized that his conscience felt just fine. The authorities gave guns to 19-year-olds and ordered them to kill, and this one had killed her mother and was prepared to let her innocent father throw himself under the bus for her. Sarah wasn't going to be one of the figures who visited Harry in his nightmares. Andreas loves me, she whispered. It sounded like her mouth was full of sand. But Mum lured him away from me. She seduced him just so I couldn't have him. I hate her. She was close to tears. Harry held his breath. They were almost there. The race was on. He just needed a few more words on tape, but crying would cause a delay, and in the delay the avalanche might grind to a halt. Sarah raised her voice. I hate that fucking bitch. I should have stabbed her even more. I should have cut off that smug face she was so fucking proud of. Harry leaned back in his chair. You wish you'd killed her more slowly, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Confession to murder. Touchdown. Harry cast a quick glance through the doll's house window and saw that Truls Bjørnsen had woken up and was giving him the thumbs up. But Harry felt no joy. On the contrary, the excitement he had felt just a few seconds before had been replaced by a weary sadness, almost disappointment. It wasn't an unfamiliar feeling. It often arose after a long chase, when anticipation of solving the case had built up, anticipation of the arrest as a cathartic climax, a hope that it might change something, make the world a slightly better place. Instead, what followed was often a sort of post-case depression, with associated alcoholic elements, and days or weeks of the bottle. Harry imagined that it resembled a serial killer's frustration when the murder didn't provide any prolonged sense of satisfaction. Just a feeling of anticlimax that drove him back out into the chase again. Maybe that's why Harry, for a fleeting moment, felt bitter disappointment, as if he had briefly swapped places with her and was sitting on the other side of the table.
We sorted that out very nicely,
Truls Bjørnsen said in the lift on the way up to the crime squad unit on the 6th floor.
We?
Harry said dryly.
I pressed the record button, didn't I?
I certainly hope so. Did you check the recording?
Did I check it?
Truls Bjørnsen raised one eyebrow questioningly. Then he grinned.
Relax.
Harry took his eyes off the glowing floor numbers and looked down at Bjørnsen, and felt that he envied his colleague with the weak chin, protruding brow, and the grunting laughter that had earned him the nickname Beavis, which no one dared say out loud, probably because there was something about Truls Bjørnsen's passive-aggressive demeanour that meant you didn't want to be in his line of fire during a critical situation. Truls was even less popular than Harry Hula in Crime Squad, but that wasn't why Harry envied him. He envied Truls's ability to not give a damn. Mind you, Harry didn't give a damn what his colleagues thought of him either. No, it was Bjørnsen's ability to shrug off any sense of responsibility, practical as well as moral, for the job he was supposed to do as a police officer. You could say a lot of things about Harry, and he was well aware that plenty of people did, but no one could take away the fact that he was a real police officer. That was one of his few blessings, and probably his greatest curse. Even when Harry was on the skids in his private life, like he had been since Rakel kicked him out, the policeman in him couldn't just give up and tumble headlong into anarchy and nihilism the way Truls Bjørnsen had. No one would thank Harry for not giving up, but that was fine. He wasn't after gratitude, and he wasn't seeking salvation through good deeds. His tireless, almost compulsive search for the worst offenders in society had been his only reason for getting up each morning until he met Rakel. So he was grateful for that herd instinct, or whatever it was, for providing him with an anchor. But part of him longed for total, destructive freedom, cutting the anchor chain and getting crushed by the breakers, or simply disappearing into the deep, dark ocean. They got out of the lift and walked along the corridor with its red-painted walls that confirmed they had got off at the right floor, past the separate offices, towards the open-plan space.
Hula!
Skara called from an open door. He had recently been appointed an inspector, and had been given Harry's old office.
The dragon's looking for you.
Your wife? Harry asked, not bothering to slow down to wait for Skara's presumably furious and failed attempt at a retort.
Nice,
Bjørnsen said with a grin.
Skara's an idiot.
Harry didn't know if that was meant as an outstretched hand, but he didn't answer. He had no intention of acquiring any more ill-advised friendships. He turned off left without any word of goodbye and stepped in through the open door to the head of department's office. A man was standing with his back to him, leaning over Katrina Bratt's desk, but it wasn't hard to recognize the shiny, bald head with its oddly profuse wreath of black hair. "Hope I'm not disturbing, but I heard I was wanted." Katrina Bratt looked up, and the chief of police, Gunnar Hagen, spun round as if he had been caught doing something. They looked at Harry in silence. He raised an eyebrow.
What?
You've already heard?" Katrina and Hagen exchanged a look. Hagen grinned. "Have you?" "What do you mean?" Harry said. "I was the one who questioned her." Harry's brain searched and came up with the suggestion that the police lawyer Harry had called after the interview to discuss the father's release must have called Katrina Bratt in turn. But what was the chief of police doing here? "I advised the daughter to bring a lawyer, but she declined," Harry said. "And I repeated the offer before the start of the interview, but she declined again. We've got that on tape. Well, not tape, but on the hard drive." Neither of them smiled, and Harry could tell that something was wrong. Very wrong. "Is it the father?" Harry asked. "Has he done something?" "No," Katrina said. "It's not the father, Harry." Harry's brain unconsciously noted the details. The fact that Hagen had let Katrina, the one of them who was closer to him, take over. And that she had used his first name when she didn't have to soften the blow. In the silence that followed, he felt the clawing at his chest again. And even if Harry didn't have any great belief in telepathy and foresight, it felt as if what was coming was what the claw, the little glimpses, had been trying to tell him all along. "It's Rakel," Katrina said. Chapter 6. Harry held his breath. He had read that it was possible to hold your breath for so long that you died, and that you don't die from too little oxygen, but from too much carbon dioxide. That people can't usually hold their breath for more than a minute or a minute and a half, but that one Danish freediver had held his for over 20 minutes. Harry had been happy, but happiness is like heroin. Once you've tasted it, once you've found out that happiness exists, you will never be entirely happy with an ordinary life without happiness again. Because happiness is something more than mere satisfaction. Happiness isn't natural. Happiness is a trembling, exceptional state, seconds, minutes, days that you know simply can't last. And sorrow at its absence doesn't come afterwards, but at the same time. Because with happiness comes the terrible insight that nothing can be the same again, that you are already missing what you have. You're worrying about the withdrawal pangs, grief at the loss, cursing the awareness of what you are capable of feeling. Rakel always used to read in bed. Sometimes she read out loud to him, if it was something he liked, like Kjell Askildsen's short stories. That made him happy. One evening she read a sentence that stuck in his mind, about a young girl who had lived her whole life alone with her parents in a lighthouse, until a married man, Kraft, arrived and she fell in love. And she thought to herself, "Why did you have to come and make me so lonely?" Katrina cleared her throat, but her voice still sounded muffled. "They've found Rakel, Harry." He felt like asking how they could have found someone who wasn't missing. But to do that, he would have to breathe. He breathed. "And that means what?" Katrina was struggling to keep control of her face, but gave up and clapped her hand to her mouth, which was contorted into a grimace. Gunnar Hagen took over. "The worst, Harry." "No," Harry heard himself say. Angry, pleading. "No." Stop!" Harry held his hands up defensively in front of him. "Don't say it, Gunnar. Not yet. Just let me... Just wait a bit." Gunnar Hagen waited. Katrina had covered her face with her hands. She was sobbing silently, but her shaking shoulders gave her away. His eyes found the window. There were still greyish-white islands and small continents of snow on the brown sea of Botsparken. But in the past few days, buds had begun to appear on the lime trees that led up to the prison. A month or so from now, those buds would suddenly burst into life, and Harry would wake up and see that Oslo had once again been invaded by the blitzkrieg of spring overnight. And it would be utterly meaningless. He had been alone most of his life. It had been fine. Now it wasn't fine. He wasn't breathing. He was full of carbon dioxide. and he hoped it would take less than 20 minutes. "Okay," he said. "Say it." "She's dead, Harry." Chapter 7. Harry weighed his mobile phone in his hand. 8 digits away. 4 less than the time he had lived in Chungking mansions in Hong Kong. Those 4 grey tower blocks that were a small community in themselves, with hostels for guest workers from Africa and the Philippines, restaurants, prayer rooms, tailors, money changers, maternity rooms, and funeral parlours. Harry's room had been on the 2nd floor of C Block. 4 square metres of bare concrete, with space for a shabby mattress and an ashtray, where a dripping air-conditioning unit had counted the seconds, while he himself lost count of the days and weeks as he slid in and out of an opium haze that decided when he came and went. In the end, Kaya Solnis from the crime squad unit had turned up to take him home. But before then he had fallen into a rhythm, and every day, after eating glass noodles at Li Yuan, or walking down Nathan Road and Meldon Road to buy a lump of opium in a baby's bottle, he had walked back, waited by the lift doors of the Chungking mansions, and looked at the payphone hanging on the wall. He had been on the run from everything. From his work as a murder detective, because it was eating away at his soul. From himself, because he had become a destructive force that killed everyone near him. But first and foremost from Rakel and Oleg, because he didn't want to hurt them as well. No more than he already had done. And every day, as he waited for the lift, he had stood there staring at the payphone, touching the coins in his trouser pocket. 12 numbers, and he would be able to hear her voice, reassure himself that she and Oleg were okay. But he couldn't know that until he called. Their lives had been in chaos, and anything could have happened since he'd left. It was possible that Rakel and Oleg had been dragged down into the maelstrom left in the snowman's wake. Rakel was strong, but Harry had seen it happen in other murder cases, where the survivors also ended up as victims. But as long as he didn't call, they were there. In his head, in the payphone, somewhere in the world. As long as he didn't know better, or worse, he could carry on seeing them in front of him, hiking in Nordmarka in October, where he, Rakel and Oleg had gone walking. The young boy running ahead of them, excitedly trying to catch falling leaves. Rakel's warm, dry hand in Harry's. Her voice laughing as she asked what he was smiling for, him shaking his head when he realized that he had actually been smiling. So he never touched the payphone, because as long as Harry resisted pressing those 12 numbers, he could always imagine that it could be like that again. Harry tapped in the last of the 8 digits. The phone rang 3 times before he answered. "Harry!" The first syllable expressed surprise and joy, the second surprise, but mixed with a degree of anxiety. On the rare occasions that Harry and Oleg called each other, it happened in the evening, not in the middle of the working day. And even then it was to discuss things of a practical nature. Obviously the practical pretext was sometimes rather contrived, but neither Oleg nor Harry were that fond of talking on the phone. So even if they were really only calling to see how the other was, they usually kept things brief. None of that had changed since Oleg and his girlfriend Helga moved up north to Lakselv in Finnmark, where Oleg was doing a year's practical training before his final year at police college. "Oleg," Harry said, and heard that his voice sounded choked, because he was about to pour boiling water over Oleg, and Oleg would bear the scars of the burns he was about to receive for the rest of his life. Harry knew that because he had so many similar scars himself. "Is something wrong?" Oleg asked. "It's about your mother," Harry said, then stopped abruptly because he couldn't go on. "Are you getting back together again?" Oleg's voice sounded hopeful. Harry closed his eyes. Oleg had been angry when he found out that his mother had broken up with Harry, and because Oleg had been spared any explanation of the causes, his anger had been directed at Rakel rather than Harry. Not that Harry could see how he had been a good enough dad to warrant anyone taking his side. When Harry had come into their lives, he had taken a very low profile, as both a parent and a shoulder to cry on, because it was obvious the boy didn't need a replacement dad. And Harry definitely didn't need a son. But the problem, if that's what it was that Harry had taken a liking to the serious, sullen young man, and vice versa. Rakel used to accuse them of being like each other, and perhaps there was something in that. And after a while, when the boy was particularly tired or wasn't concentrating, the word dad would slip out instead of the Harry they had agreed on.
"No," Harry said. "We're not getting back together. Oleg, it's bad news."
Silence. Harry could tell Oleg was holding his breath. Harry poured the water.
"She's been reported dead, Oleg."
2 seconds passed.
"Can you say that again?"
Oleg said. Harry didn't know if he could manage that, but he did.
"How do you mean, dead?"
Oleg said, and Harry heard all the metallic desperation in his voice.
"She was found in the house this morning. It looks like murder."
"Looks like?"
"I've only just found out myself. The crime team are already there. I'm about to head over."
"How?"
"I don't know yet."
"But—" Oleg didn't get any further, and Harry knew there was no continuation to that all-encompassing but. It was just an instinctive objection, a self-sustaining protest, a rejection of the possibility that things could be the way they actually were. An echo of his own but in Katrina Bratt's office 25 minutes ago. Harry waited while Oleg struggled to hold back tears. He replied to Oleg's next 5 questions with the same,
"I don't know, Oleg."
He heard the hiccup in the boy's voice and thought that, as long as he's crying, I won't. Oleg ran out of questions, and the line went quiet.
"I'll keep my phone on, and I'll call as soon as I know more," Harry said. "Are there any flights?"
"There's one that leaves Tromsø at 1 o'clock. Oleg's heavy, laboured breathing echoed through the phone.
"Good. Call as soon as you can, okay?"
"I will. And Dad?" "Yes?"
"Don't let them—"
"No, I won't," Harry said. He didn't know how he knew what Oleg was thinking. It wasn't a rational thought, it just appeared. He cleared his throat.
"I promise that no one at the scene will see more than they need to in order to do their job. Okay?"
"Okay."
"Okay."
Silence. Harry tried to think of some words of comfort, but found nothing that didn't sound meaningless.
"I'll call you,"
he said.
"Okay."
They ended the call. Chapter 8. Harry walked slowly up the hill to the black timber house in the glare of the rotating blue lights of the police cars parked in the drive. The orange and white cordon tape had started down by the gate. Colleagues who didn't know what to say or do stared at him as he passed. It felt like he was walking underwater, like a dream he hoped he was about to wake up from. Maybe not wake up, actually, because it offered a numbness, a peculiar absence of sensation and sound, just hazy light and the muffled sound of his own steps, as if he had been injected with something. Harry walked up the 3 steps to the open door leading into the house he, Rakel and Oleg had shared. Inside he could hear the chatter of police radios and Björn Holm's clipped commands to the other crime scene investigators. Harry took several trembling breaths. Then he stepped across the threshold and automatically walked outside the white flags the forensics team had set up. Investigation, he thought. This is an investigation. I'm dreaming, but I can do an investigation in my sleep. It's just a matter of doing it properly. Getting it going,
And I won't wake up. As long as I'm not awake, it isn't true. So Harry did it properly. He didn't look directly at the sun, at the body he knew was lying on the floor between the kitchen and living room areas. The sun, which even if it hadn't been Rakel, would blind him if he stared straight at it. The sight of a body does something to your senses, even if you're an experienced murder detective. It overwhelms them to a greater or lesser extent, numbs them, and makes them less sensitive to other, less violent impressions, all the small details of a crime scene that can tell you something, that can help piece together a coherent, logical narrative, or the reverse, something that jars, that doesn't belong in the picture. He let his eyes roam across the walls. A single red coat hung from the hooks under the hat rack, where she used to hang the coat she had used last, unless she knew she wasn't going to wear it next time, in which case she hung it in the wardrobe with her other jackets. He had to pull himself together to stop himself clutching the coat and pressing it to his face to breathe in the smell of her. A forest. Because no matter what perfume she used, the symphony of smells always had an underlying note of sun-warmed Norwegian forest. He couldn't see the red silk scarf she usually wore with that coat, but her black boots were standing on the shoe rack directly beneath it. Harry looked on towards the living room, but there was nothing different there. It looked just like the room he had walked out of 2 months, 15 days, and 20 hours ago. None of the pictures were hanging crookedly. None of the rugs were out of place. He looked across to the kitchen. There was a knife missing from the pyramid-shaped wooden block on the kitchen worktop. His eyes began to circle towards the body. He felt a hand on his shoulder. "Hello, Björn," Harry said, without turning round, unable to stop his eyes systematically photographing the crime scene. "Harry," Björn said, "I don't know what to say." "You ought to be telling me I shouldn't be here," Harry said. "You ought to be saying I'm disqualified, that this isn't my case, that I just have to wait to see her like any other civilian until I'm called in to formally identify her. You know I can't say any of that." "If you don't, someone else will," Harry said, noting the blood sprayed across the bottom of the bookcase, across the spines of Hamsun's collected works, and an old encyclopedia that Oleg used to like looking at, while Harry explained the things that had changed since the encyclopedia was printed, and why. "And I'd rather hear it from you." Only now did Harry look at Björnholm. His eyes were shiny and bulging even more than usual in his pale face, framed by bright red sideburns a la 1970s-era Elvis, a beard, and the new cap that had replaced his Rasta hat. "I'll say it if you want me to, Harry." Harry's eyes ventured closer to the sun, hit the edge of the pool of blood on the floor. The outline revealed that it was large. He had said, "reported dead," to Oleg, as if he didn't quite believe it until he had seen it for himself. Harry cleared his throat. "Tell me what you've got first." "Knife," Björn said. "The forensic medical officer's on the way, but it looks to me like 3 blows, no more, and one was at the back of the neck, directly below the skull, which means that she died quickly and painlessly," Harry said. "Thanks for that, Björn." Björn nodded curtly, and Harry realized that the forensics officer had said it as much for his own sake as Harry's. He looked back at the wooden block on the kitchen worktop again, the ultra-sharp Tojiro knives that he had bought in Hong Kong, traditional Santoku style, with oak handles, but these had a water buffalo horn collar. Rakel had loved them. It looked like the smallest one was missing, an all-purpose knife with a blade between 10 and 15 centimeters long. "And there's no sign of sexual assault," Björn said. "All her clothes were still in place and intact." Harry's eyes had reached the sun. "Mustn't wake up." Rakel was lying curled up with her back to him, facing the kitchen, more tightly curled than when she was asleep. She had no obvious injuries or knife wounds to her back, and her long dark hair was covering her neck. The roaring voices in his head were trying to drown each other out,
One was screaming that she was wearing the traditional cardigan he had bought her during a trip to Reykjavik. Another that it wasn't her, that it couldn't be her. A third was saying that if it was the way it looked at first glance, that she had been stabbed from the front at first, and that the perpetrator hadn't been standing between her and the door, so she hadn't made any attempt to escape. The fourth was saying that she was going to get up at any moment, walk towards him with a smile, and point at the hidden camera. The hidden camera. Harry heard someone clear their throat quietly and turned round. The man standing in the doorway was large and rectangular, with a head that looked like it had been cut from granite and drawn with a ruler. A hairless cranium with a straight chin, straight mouth, straight nose, and straight narrow eyes under a pair of straight eyebrows. Blue jeans, a smart jacket, and a shirt with no tie. There was no expression in his grey eyes, but his voice and the way he dragged the words out, as if he were enjoying them, had been waiting for the chance to say them, expressed everything his eyes were hiding. "I'm sorry for your loss, but I'm going to have to ask you to leave the scene, Ulla." Harry met Ulla Winter's gaze, noting that Kripos' senior inspector had used an expression directly translated from English, as if Norwegian didn't have a perfectly adequate way of expressing sympathy, and that he hadn't even allowed himself a full stop after his expression of sympathy before throwing Harry out. Just a quick comma. Harry didn't answer, merely turned and looked at Rakel again. "That means now, Ulla." As far as I'm aware, the task of Kripos is to assist Oslo Police District, not to issue, and now Kripos is helping to keep the partner of the victim away from the crime scene. You can act like a professional and do as I say, or I can get a couple of uniforms to help you out. Harry knew Ulla Winter wouldn't have any objection to that, letting two officers lead Harry out to a police car in full view of his colleagues, neighbours, and the media vultures who were standing down at the road, photographing everything they could. Ulla Winter was a couple of years older than Harry, and they had worked on either side of the fence as homicide detectives for 25 years. Harry with the Oslo Police District, and Winter in the specialist national unit, Kripos, which assisted local police departments in serious criminal cases, such as murder, and which occasionally, because of its superior resources and competence, took over the investigations altogether. Harry assumed that his own chief of police, Gunnar Hagen, had taken the decision to bring Kripos in. A perfectly valid decision, given that the victim's partner was employed in the crime squad unit at police headquarters in Oslo, but also a somewhat sensitive decision, given that there was always an unspoken rivalry between the two largest murder investigation units in the country. What wasn't unspoken, however, was Ulla Winter's opinion that Harry Huller was seriously overrated, that his legendary status owed more to the sensational nature of the cases he had solved than the factual quality of his detective work, and that Ulla Winter, even though he was the undisputed star of Kripos, was undervalued, at least outside the inner circle, and that his triumphs never got the same headlines as Huller's, because serious police work rarely did, while an alcoholic loose cannon with one single lucid moment of inspiration always did. Harry pulled out his packet of Camels, stuck a cigarette between his lips, and took out his lighter. "I'm going, Winter." He walked past the other man, went down the steps and out onto the drive before needing to steady himself. He stopped and went to light the cigarette, but was so blinded by tears that he couldn't see either lighter or cigarette. "Here." Harry heard Björn's voice, blinked quickly several times and sucked in the flame from the lighter Björn was holding up to the cigarette. Harry inhaled hard, coughed, then inhaled again. "Thanks. Have you been thrown out too?" "No. My work's as good for Kripos as it is for the Oslo Police District." "Aren't you supposed to be on paternity leave?" Katrina called. The lad's probably sitting on her lap behind her desk, running Crime Squad right now. Björn Holm's crooked smile vanished as soon as it appeared. "Sorry, Harry, I'm babbling." The wind tugged at the smoke as Harry exhaled. "So you're finished with the garden?" "Stay in investigation mode, stay sedated." "Yes," Björn Holm said, There was a frost on Saturday night, so the gravel was harder. If there was anyone here or any vehicles, they haven't left much evidence.
Saturday night?
You're saying that's when it happened? She's cold, and when I bent her arm it felt as if the rigor mortis was already starting to ease.
At least 24 hours, then.
Yes, but the medical officer should be here any time.
Are you okay, Harry?
Harry had started to retch, but nodded and swallowed the stinging bile. He would manage. He would manage. Stay asleep.
The knife wounds, do you have any idea of what sort of knife was used?
I'd say a small to medium-sized blade. No bruising on the side of the wound, so either he didn't stab very deep or the knife doesn't have much of a shaft.
The blood? He went deep?
Yes. Harry sucked desperately at the cigarette, which was already close to the filter. A tall young man in a Burberry jacket and suit was walking up the drive towards them.
Katrina said it was someone from Rakel's work who called it in, Harry said. Do you know any more than that?
Just that it was her boss, Björn said. Rakel didn't show up for an important meeting, and they couldn't get hold of her. He thought something might be wrong.
Is it normal to call the police when one of your staff doesn't show up for a meeting?
I don't know, Harry. He said it wasn't like Rakel not to turn up, or at least not to call beforehand. And obviously they knew that she lived alone. Harry nodded slowly. They knew more than that. They knew she had recently thrown her husband out, a man with a reputation for being unstable. He dropped the cigarette and heard it hiss on the grit as he ground his heel on it. The young man had reached them. He was in his 30s, thin, upright, with Asian features. The suit looked tailor-made, the shirt chalk white and freshly ironed, the tie neatly knotted. His thick black hair was cut short in a style that could have been discreet if it hadn't been so calculatedly classic. Kripos detective Sung-Min Larsen smelled vaguely of something Harry assumed was expensive. At Kripos he was apparently known as the Nikkei Index, despite the fact that his first name, Sung-Min, which Harry had come across several times when he was in Hong Kong, was Korean rather than Japanese. He had graduated from police college the first year Harry had been lecturing there, but Harry could still remember him from his lectures on criminal investigation, mostly because of those white shirts and his quiet demeanour, the wry smiles when Harry, still an inexperienced lecturer, felt he was on shaky ground, and also his exam results, which had evidently been the highest grades ever achieved at police college.
"I'm sorry, Hula," Sung-Min Larsen said. "My deepest condolences."
He was almost as tall as Harry.
"Thanks, Larsen."
Harry nodded to the notepad the Kripos detective was holding.
"Been talking to the neighbours?"
"That's right."
"Anything of interest?"
Harry looked round. There was plenty of space between the houses up here in fashionable Holmenkollen, tall hedges and ranks of fir trees. For a moment, Sung-Min Larsen seemed to ponder whether this was information he could share with the Oslo Police District. Unless the problem was that Harry was the victim's husband.
"Your neighbour, Vinke Angondora Sivertsen, says she didn't hear or see anything unusual on Saturday night. I asked if she sleeps with the window open, and she said she did, but she also said she was able to do that because familiar sounds don't wake her up. Like her husband's car, the neighbour's cars, the dust cart. And she pointed out that Rakel Falco's house has thick timber walls."
He said this without having to look down at his notes, and Harry got the feeling that Larsen was presenting these minor details as a test to see if they prompted any sort of reaction. Harry said, a rumbling sound that merely indicated he'd heard what the other person had said.
"So it's her house?" Larsen asked. "Not yours?"
"Separate property," Harry said. "I insisted. Didn't want anyone to think I was marrying her for her money."
"Was she rich?"
"No, that was just a joke." Harry nodded towards the house. "You'll have to pass any information you've managed to get to your boss, Larsen." "Winter's here?" It was certainly cold enough in there. Sung-Min Larsen smiled politely. "In formal terms, Winter is leading the tactical investigation, But it looks like I'm going to be in charge of the case. I'm not in the same class as you, Hulla, but I promise to do my utmost to catch whoever murdered your wife." "Thanks," Harry said. He had a feeling the young detective meant every word he said, apart from the bit about not being in the same class. He watched as Larson made his way past the police cars towards the house. "Hidden camera," Harry said. "Huh?" Björn said. "I set up a wildlife camera on that middle fir tree there." Harry nodded towards the thicket of bushes and trees, a little cluster of raw Norwegian forest in front of the fence to the neighbouring property. "I suppose I'll have to tell Winter about it." "No!" Björn said emphatically. Harry looked at him. It wasn't often he heard him sound so decisive. Björn Holm shrugged his shoulders. "If it's recorded anything that can help solve the case, I don't think Winter should get the glory." "Okay. On the other hand, you shouldn't touch anything here, either." "Because I'm a suspect," Harry said. Björn didn't answer. "That's fine," Harry said. "The ex-husband is always the first suspect." "Until you've been ruled out," Björn said. "I'll get hold of whatever the camera recorded. The middle tree, you said." "It's not easy to spot," Harry said. "It's hidden in a sock the same colour as the trunk, 2.5 meters up." Björn looked amiably at Harry. Then the stocky forensics officer began to pad towards the trees with his surprisingly soft and extremely slow gait. Harry's phone rang. The first 4 digits told him it was from a landline in the offices of VG. The vultures scented carrion, and the fact that they were calling him meant that they probably knew the victim's name and had made the connection. He rejected the call and put his phone back in his pocket. Björn was crouching down over by the trees. He looked up and beckoned Harry over to him. "Don't come any closer," Björn said, pulling on a fresh pair of white latex gloves. "Someone got here before us." "What the fuck?" Harry whispered. The sock had been pulled from the tree and was lying in tatters on the ground. Beside it lay the wreckage of the camera. Someone had stamped it to pieces. Björn picked it up. "The memory card is gone," he said. Harry was breathing hard through his nose. "Pretty good going to spot the camera with its camouflage sock on," Björn said. "You'll pretty much have to be standing here among the trees to see it." Harry nodded slowly. "Unless," he said, and felt that his brain needed more oxygen than he could give it. "Unless the perpetrator knew the camera was there." "Sure. So who have you told?" "No one." Harry's voice was hoarse, and at first he didn't recognize what it was, the pain growing in his chest, trying to get out. Was he waking up? "No one at all," Harry said. "And I set it up in complete darkness in the middle of the night, so no one saw me do it. No one human, anyway." Then Harry realized what it was that was trying to get out. The shrieking of crows, the wailing of a madman, laughter. Chapter 9. It was 2:30 in the afternoon, and most of the clientele looked up disinterestedly at the door when it swung open. Schroeder's restaurant. Restaurant was perhaps something of a misnomer, although the Brown Cafe did indeed serve a selection of Norwegian specialities, such as pork chops and dripping, but the main courses were beer and wine. The bar had existed on Valdemar Tranes gate since the mid-50s, and it had been Harry's regular haunt since the 90s. There had been an interval of a few years after he moved in with Rakel in Holmenkollen, but now he was back. He sank down onto the bench by the wall at one of the window tables. The bench was new, but apart from that, the interior had stayed the same for the past 20 years. The same tables and chairs, the same stained glass ceiling, the same Sigurd Forsnes paintings of Oslo. Even the red tablecloths with the white cloth set diagonally on top were the same. The biggest change Harry could remember was when the smoking ban came into force in 2004, and they repainted the bar to get rid of the smell of smoke. The same colour as before, and the smell of smoke never went completely. He checked his phone, but Oleg hadn't replied to his messages telling him to call him. He was probably in the air. "It's terrible, Harry," Nina said, removing 2 half-liter glasses from in front of him. "I just read it online." She wiped her free hand on her apron and looked down at him. "How are you doing?" "Not great, thanks," Harry said. So the vultures had published her name already. Presumably they had managed to get hold of a picture of Rakel from somewhere. And of Harry, of course. They had plenty of those in their archives, some of them so awful that Rakel had wondered if he couldn't at least try to pose a bit better next time. She never looked bad in photographs, even if she tried. No. Had never looked bad. Fuck. Coffee? "I'm going to have to ask you for beer today, Nina. I understand what's going on, but I haven't served you beer for... How many years is it now, Harry?" "A lot. And I'm grateful for your concern, but I mustn't wake up, you know?" "Wake up? If I go anywhere that serves strong liquor today, I'll probably drink myself to death. You came here because we only have a license to serve beer. And because I can find my way home from here with my eyes closed." The plump, stubborn waitress stood there looking at him with a concerned, thoughtful expression. Then she let out a deep sigh. "Okay, Harry. But I decide when you've had enough." "I can never have enough, Nina. I know. But I think you came here because you wanted to be served by someone you trust." "Maybe." Nina left him and came back with a half-liter of beer that she put down in front of him. "Slowly," she said. "Slowly." Some way into the 3rd half-liter, the door swung open again. Harry noted that the customers who had raised their heads hadn't lowered them again, and that their eyes were following the long, leather-clad legs until they reached Harry's table, where she sat down. "You're not answering your phone," she said, waving Nina away as she approached the table. "I've turned it off. VG and the others have started to call." "You have no idea. I haven't seen such a scrum at the press conference since the vampirist case, and that's partly because the chief of police has decided to suspend you until further notice." "What? I get that I'm not allowed to work on this case, but suspended from all duties? Really? Because the press are all over a murder investigation?" "Because you won't be left in peace no matter what you're working on, and we don't need that sort of distraction right now." "And?" "And what?" "Keep going." Harry raised his glass to his lips. "There isn't anything else." "Yes, there is. The politics. Let's hear it." Katrina sighed deeply. "Since Bærum and Asker were moved into Oslo Police District, we are responsible for 1/5 of the population of Norway. 2 years ago, surveys showed that 86% of the population had high or very high confidence in us. That figure has now fallen to 65, thanks to a couple of unfortunate individual cases. And that means our beloved Chief of Police, Hagen, has been summoned to see our rather less beloved Minister of Justice, Mikael Bellman. To be blunt, at the present time, Hagen and the Oslo Police District would not find it remotely helpful if the press were to publish an interview with an unhinged officer who was drunk on duty. Don't forget paranoid. Paranoid, unhinged, and drunk." Harry tipped his head back and drained his glass. "Please, Harry, no more paranoia. I've spoken to Winter at Kripos, and there's no evidence to suggest it's Finne." "So what is there evidence to suggest then?" "Nothing." "There was a dead woman lying there. Of course there's evidence." Harry gestured to Nina that he was ready for his next glass. "Okay, this is what we've got from the Forensic Medical Institute," Katrina said. "Rakel died as a result of a knife wound to the back of her neck. The blade penetrated the part of the medulla oblongata that regulates breathing between the top vertebra and the cranium. She probably died instantly." "I didn't ask Björn about the other 2, Harry said. "The other 2 what?" "Knife wounds." He saw Katrina swallow. He could tell she had been hoping to spare him. "Her stomach," she said.
So not necessarily a painless death, then. Harry, go on, Harry said harshly, hunching over. It was as if he could feel the stab wounds himself. Katrina cleared her throat. As you know, it's usually extremely difficult to determine the time of death with any degree of accuracy when someone's been dead for over 24 hours, as in this case. But as you may have heard, the Forensic Medical Institute and the Criminal Forensics Unit have together developed a new method where they combine measurements of rectal temperature, eye temperature, hypoxanthine levels in the intraocular fluid, and brain temperature. Brain temperature? Yes. The cranium protects the brain and means that it's less affected by external factors. They insert a needle-like probe through the nose into the lamina cribrosa, where the base of the skull. You've obviously learned a lot of Latin recently. Katrina stopped. Sorry, Harry said. I'm not. Don't worry about it, Katrina said. There were a couple of fortuitous external factors. We know that the temperature on the ground floor was constant because all the radiators are controlled by a central thermostat. And because that temperature was relatively low, she used to say she thought better with a woolly jumper and a cold head, Harry said. The internal organs of the body hadn't yet quite cooled down to the temperature of the room, which means that we've been able to use this new method to determine that the time of death was somewhere between 2200 on Saturday and 0200 on Sunday, the 11th of March. What about the crime scene investigation? What did that come up with? The front door was unlocked when the first officers arrived, and because it hasn't got a Yale lock, that suggests the perpetrator left via that door. There are no signs of a break-in, which suggests that the front door was unlocked when the killer arrived. Rakel always kept the door locked, and all the other doors. The house is a fucking fortress. Or that Rakel let him in. Harry turned and looked impatiently for Nina. You're right about it being a fortress. Björn was one of the first on the scene, and he says he went through the house from basement to attic, and all the doors were locked from the inside, and all the windows closed with their latches on. So what do you think? I think there must be more evidence. Yes, Katrina said with a nod. There's evidence of someone removing the evidence. Someone who knows what evidence he needs to remove. Okay. And you don't think that Finne knows how to do that? Oh, I do. And obviously Finne is a suspect. He always will be. But we can't say that publicly. We can't point the finger at a specific individual based on nothing but gut feeling. Gut feeling? Finne threatened me and my family. I've told you that. Katrina stayed silent. Harry looked at her. Then he nodded slowly. Correction. Claims the spurned husband of the murder victim. Katrina leaned over the table. Listen, the sooner we can rule you out of the case, the less fuss there'll be. Right now, Kripos are taking the lead, but we're working with them, so I can push them to prioritize deciding whether or not you are beyond suspicion. Then we can issue a press release. Press release? You know the papers aren't saying anything explicitly, but their readers aren't stupid, and they're not wrong, because the probability that the husband is the killer in cases like this is around 80%, Harry said loudly and slowly. Sorry, Katrina said, turning red. We just need to stop that in its tracks as soon as possible. I get it, Harry mumbled, wondering if he ought to try calling for Nina. I'm just a bit sensitive today. Katrina reached her hand across the table and put it on his. I can't even begin to imagine what it must be like, Harry, losing the love of your life like that. Harry looked at her hand. Nor me, he said, and that's why I'm planning to be as far away as possible while it eventually sinks in. Nina! They can't interview you if you're drunk, so you won't be ruled out of the case until you sober up. It's only beer. I'll be sober again in a few hours if they call. The maternal role suits you, by the way. Have I told you? Katrina smiled briefly and stood up. I need to get back. Kripos have asked to use our interview facilities. Look after yourself, Harry. I'll do my best. Go and get him. Harry, If you don't, I will.
Nina!
Dagny Jensen was walking along the spring-damp path between the gravestones in the Vorfrelsers cemetery. There was a smell of scorched metal from some roadworks on Ullevålsveien, as well as decaying flowers and wet earth. And dog shit. This was what spring was like in Oslo just after the snow melted, but she couldn't help wondering who they were, these dog owners, who made use of the usually deserted cemetery, where they could walk away from their dog's excrement without any witnesses. Dagny had been visiting her mother's grave, like she did every Monday after her last class at the cathedral school, only 3 or 4 minutes' walk away, where Dagny worked as an English teacher. She missed her mother, missed their daily conversations about everything and nothing. Her mother had been such a real, vital part of Dagny's life that when they called from the old people's home to say her mother was dead, at first she hadn't believed it, not even when she saw the body, which looked like a wax doll, a fake. That's to say, her brain knew, of course, but her body refused. Her body demanded to have actually witnessed her mother's death in order to accept it. Sometimes Dagny still dreamed that someone was banging on her door up on Torvald Meyers Gate, and that her mother was standing outside, like it was the most natural thing in the world. And why not? Soon they'd be able to send people to Mars. And who could know for certain that it was medically impossible to breathe life back into a dead body? During the funeral, the priest, a young woman, had said that no one knew what lay on the other side of the threshold of death, that all we knew was that those who crossed it never came back. That had upset Dagny. Not that the so-called Church of the People had become so feeble that it surrendered its only real function, to give absolute and comforting answers about what happened after death. No, it was the never that the priest had uttered with such confidence. If people needed hope, a fixed belief that their loved ones would one day rise from the dead, why take that away from them? And if what the priest's faith claimed was true, that it had happened before, then surely it could happen again. Dagny would be 40 in 2 years. She had never been married or engaged. She hadn't had any children. She hadn't travelled to Micronesia. She hadn't realized her dream of starting an orphanage in Eritrea or finished that poetry collection. And she hoped that she would never again hear anyone say the word never. Dagny was heading up the path at the end of the cemetery closest to Ullevålsveien, when she caught sight of the back view of a man. Or rather, she noticed the long, thick black plaid that hung down his back, as well as the fact that he wasn't wearing a jacket over his checked flannel shirt. He was standing in front of a headstone that Dagny had noticed before, when it had been covered by snow in winter, and she had thought it belonged to someone who had left no one behind, or at least no one who had cared for him or her. Dagny had the type of appearance that's easy to forget, a thin, small woman who so far had managed to creep quietly through life. It was already rush hour on Ullevålsveien, though it wasn't even 3 o'clock, because the working week had shrunk so much in Norway over the past 40 years to a level that either irritated or impressed foreigners. So she was surprised when the man evidently heard her approaching. And when he turned round, that he was an old man. His leathery face had furrows so sharp and deep that they seemed cut to the bone. His body looked slender, muscular and young beneath the flannel shirt, but his face and the yellowish whites around his pin-sized pupils and brown irises declared that he must be at least 70. He was wearing a red bandana, like a Native American, and had a moustache around his thick lips. "Good afternoon," he said loudly to drown out the traffic. "How nice to see someone at this grave," Dagny replied with a smile. She wasn't usually so talkative with strangers, but today she was in a good mood, almost a little excited, because she had been asked out for a drink by Gunnar, a new teacher who also taught English. The man smiled back. "It's my son's," he said in a deep, rough voice. "I'm sorry to hear that." She saw that what was sticking out of the ground in front of the headstone wasn't a flower, but a feather. "In the Cherokee tribe, They used to lay eagle's feathers in the coffins of their dead, the man said, as if he had read her thoughts. This isn't an eagle's, but a buzzard's. Really? Where did you find it? The buzzard feather. Oslo's surrounded by wilderness on all sides, didn't you know? The man smiled. Well, it seems fairly civilized. But the feather is a nice thought. Perhaps it will carry your son's soul to heaven. The man shook his head. Wilderness, no civilization. My son was murdered by a policeman. Now my son probably won't get to heaven no matter how many feathers I give him. But he's not in a hell as fiery as the one that the policeman is going to. There was no hatred in his voice, just sorrow, as if he felt for the policeman. And who are you visiting? My mother, Dagny said, looking at the son's gravestone. Valentin Gjertsen. There was something vaguely familiar about the name. Not a widow, then, because a beautiful woman like you must have married young and have children. Thanks, but neither of those. She laughed, and a thought ran through her head. A child with her fair curls and Gunnar's confident smile. That made her smile even wider. That's lovely, she said, pointing at the beautiful artistic metal object stuck in the ground in front of the headstone. What does it symbolize? He pulled it up and held it out to her. It looked like a slithering snake and ended in a sharp point. It symbolizes death. Is there any madness in your family? Not that I know of. He tugged at one sleeve of his shirt, revealing a wristwatch. 2:15, Dagny said. He smiled as if it were an unnecessary observation, pressed a button on the side of the watch, looked up and added, 2.5 minutes. Was he going to time something? Suddenly he had taken 2 long strides and was standing right in front of her. He smelled of bonfires. As if he could read her thoughts, he said, I can smell you, too. I smelled you when you were walking this way. His lips were wet now. They curled like eels in a trap when he spoke. You're ovulating. Dagny regretted stopping, but still she stood there as if pinned to the spot by his stare. If you don't struggle, it will soon be over, he whispered. It was as if she finally managed to pull free, and she spun round to run, but a quick hand had reached under her short jacket, grabbed hold of the belt of her trousers and tugged her back. She let out a short cry and glanced across the deserted cemetery before she was thrown against and pushed into the hedge that grew in front of the railings facing Ullevålsveien. 2 powerful arms wrapped around her chest, holding her in a vice-like grip. She managed to take a deep breath to scream, but it was as if that was what he had been waiting for, because when she started to make a noise by letting the air out, the arms tightened the vice a bit more and emptied her lungs of air. She saw that he was still holding the curved metal snake in one hand. The other moved to her neck and squeezed. Her vision was already starting to blur, and even though one arm around her chest suddenly let go, she felt her body turn limp and heavy. This isn't happening, she thought, as the other hand forced its way between her thighs from behind. She felt something sharp against her stomach, just below her waistband, and heard the tearing sound as the sharp object split her trousers from the belt in the front all the way to the belt loop at the back. This doesn't happen. Not in a cemetery, not in the middle of the day in the middle of Oslo. It doesn't happen to me, anyway. Then the hand round her neck let go, and inside Dagny's head it sounded like when Mum blew air into the old inflatable mattress as she desperately inhaled a mixture of Oslo's spring air and the exhaust fumes of rush hour into her aching lungs. At the same time she felt something sharp pressed against her throat. She caught a glimpse of the curved knife at the bottom of her field of vision and heard his whispering, rough voice close to her ear. The first was a boa constrictor. This is a poisonous snake. One little bite and you die. So just stay perfectly still and don't make a sound. That's right. Just like that. Are you standing comfortably?" Dagny Jensen felt tears running down her cheeks. There. Everything's going to be fine. Do you want to make me a happy man and marry me?" Dagny felt the point of the knife press harder against her throat. "Do you?" She nodded cautiously. "Then we're engaged, my darling." She felt his lips against the back of her neck. Right in front of her, on the other side of the hedge and railings, she could hear footsteps on the pavement, 2 people walking past, engaged in lively conversation. "And now, to consummate our engagement, I told you the snake pressed to your neck symbolizes death, but this symbolizes life." Dagny felt it and screwed her eyes tight shut. "Our life, a life that we shall create now." He thrust forward, and she clenched her teeth to stop herself crying out. "For each son I lose, I shall bring 5 more into the world." He hissed into her ear as he thrust again. "And you wouldn't dare destroy what we have created, would you? Because a child is the Lord's work." He thrust a 3rd time and ejaculated with a drawn-out groan. He removed the knife and let go of her. Dagny loosened her grip and saw that the palms of her hands were bleeding from where she had grabbed the thorny hedge. But she didn't move, stayed bent over with her back to him. "Turn round," the man commanded. She didn't want to, but she did as he said. He was holding her purse and had pulled out a bill. "Dagny Jensen," he read. "Thorvald Meyersgata. Nice street. I'll be calling in from time to time." He handed her the purse, tilted his head, and looked at her. "Remember, this is our secret, Dagny. From now on, I'm going to watch over and protect you, like an eagle you can never see. But one you know is always up there, and it can see you. Nothing can help you, because I am a spirit that no one can catch. But no harm will come to you either, because we're engaged now, and my hand rests upon you." He held up one hand, and only now did she see what she had thought was a nasty scar on the back of his hand was actually an open hole that went right through. He left, and Dagny Jensen sank weakly onto the dirty snow by the railings with a stifled sob. Through her tears she saw the man's back and the plait of hair as he walked calmly through the cemetery towards the northern gate. There was a bleeping, pulsating sound, and the man stopped, pulled up his sleeve, and pressed his wrist. The bleeping stopped. Harry opened his eyes. He was lying on something soft, staring up at the ceiling at the small but beautiful crystal chandelier Rakel had brought home with her when she moved back after her years at the embassy in Moscow. Seen from below, the crystals formed the letter S. He had never noticed that before. A woman's voice said his name. He rolled over, but couldn't see anyone. "Harry," the voice repeated. He was dreaming. Was this waking up? He opened his eyes. He was still sitting upright. He was still in Schroeder's. "Harry!" It was Nina's voice. "You've got a visitor." He looked up, right into Rakel's worried eyes. The face had Rakel's mouth, Rakel's faintly glowing skin, but the father's smooth Russian hair. No, he was still dreaming. "Oleg," Harry said in a thick voice, made an attempt to get up and give his stepson a hug, but had to give up. "I didn't think you'd get here until later. I arrived in Oslo an hour ago.
The tall young man sank onto the chair where Katrina had sat earlier. He pulled a face as if he'd sat on a drawing pin. Harry looked out of the window and discovered to his amazement that it had got dark. "And how did you know?" "Björn Holm tipped me off. I've spoken to a funeral director and have arranged a meeting for tomorrow morning. Will you come with me?" Harry let his head fall forward. Groaned. "Of course I'll come with you, Oleg. Christ, here I am, drunk when you arrive, and now you're doing what ought to be my job." "Sorry, but it's easier to keep busy. Keep my head working on practical things. I've started to think about what we should do with the house when—" He stopped, raised one hand in front of his face and pressed his thumb and middle finger to his temples. "That's sick, right? Mum's barely even cold." His fingers massaged his temples, and his Adam's apple bobbed up and down. "It's not sick," Harry said. "Your brain is trying to find a way to avoid the pain. I found my own way, but I wouldn't recommend it." He moved the empty glass that was between them. "You can fool the pain for a while, but it will always catch up with you. When you relax a little, let your guard down, when you stick your head up out of the trench. Until then it's fine not to feel too much." "Numb," Oleg said. "I just feel numb. I realized earlier that I hadn't eaten anything today, so I bought a chili hot dog. I smothered it with the strongest mustard they had, just so I could feel something. And you know what?" "Yes," Harry said. "I know. Nothing." "Nothing," Oleg repeated, blinking something out of his eyes. "The pain will come," Harry said. "You don't have to look for it. It will find you. You and all the chinks in your armor." "Has it found you?" "No, I'm still asleep," Harry said. "I'm trying not to wake up." He looked at his hands. He would have given anything to take some of Oleg's pain on himself. What could he say? That nothing will ever be so painful as the first time you lose someone you really love. He no longer even knew if that was true. He cleared his throat. "The house is shut off until the crime scene team are finished. Are you staying at mine?" "I'm staying with Helga's parents." "Okay. How's Helga taking it?" "Badly. She and Rakel had become good friends." Harry nodded. "Do you want to talk about what happened?" Oleg shook his head. "I had a long talk with Björn. He told me what we know and don't know." "We." Harry noted that just a few months ago, into the practical year of his training, Oleg found it perfectly natural to use the pronoun we about the police in general. The same we that he himself had never used, even after 25 years in the force. But experience had told him that it was more deeply imprinted in him than he was aware of. Because it was a home, for better or worse. And when you've lost everything else, mostly for better. He hoped that Oleg and Helga would cling tight to each other. "I've been called in for an interview first thing tomorrow morning," Oleg said. "Pripos." "Right. Will they ask about you?" "If they're doing their job, they will." "What shall I say?" Harry shrugged. "The truth, unvarnished, the way you see it." "Okay." Oleg closed his eyes again and took a deep breath. "Are you going to get me a beer?" Harry sighed. "I am, as you can see, not much of a man, but at least I'm the sort of man who has trouble breaking promises. That's why I never promised your mother much. But I promised her this, because your father has the same bad gene as me. I swore that I would never, ever buy you a drink. Mum did, though. That promise was my idea, Oleg. I'm not going to get you into anything." Oleg turned round and raised one finger. Nina nodded. "How long are you going to sleep?" Oleg asked. "As long as I can." The beer arrived,
and Oleg drank it slowly in small sips. He put the glass down between them each time, as if it was something they were sharing. They didn't speak. They didn't need to. Couldn't. Their silent sobbing was deafening. When the glass was empty, Oleg took out his phone and looked at it. "It's Helga's brother. He's picking me up in the car. He's outside. Can we give you a lift home?" Harry shook his head. "Thanks, but I need to walk. I'll text you the address of the funeral director." "Great." They stood up at the same time. Harry noted that Oleg was still a couple of centimeters short of his own 1.92 meters. Then he remembered that the race was over, and that Oleg was a full-grown man. They embraced, holding each other hard, chins on each other's shoulders, and didn't let go. "Dad?" When you called and said it was about Mum, and I asked if you were getting back together, that was because I asked her 2 days ago if she couldn't give it another chance." Harry felt something catch in his chest. "What?" "She said she'd think about it over the weekend. But I know she wanted to. She wanted you back." Harry closed his eyes and clenched his jaw so tightly it felt like the muscles would burst. "Why did you have to come and make me so lonely?" There wasn't enough alcohol in the world to fend off this pain. Chapter 10. Rakel had wanted him back. Did that make things better or just even worse? Harry dug his phone out of his pocket to switch it off. He saw that Oleg had sent a text about a couple of the practical questions the funeral directors had asked. 3 missed calls that he guessed were newspapers, as well as 1 call from a number he recognized as belonging to Alexandra at the Forensic Medical Institute. Did she want to pass on her condolences? Or to have sex? She could have sent a text if she wanted to convey her condolences. Both, maybe. The young technician had said several times that strong emotions turned her on, whether they were good or bad. Rage, joy, hate, pain. But grief? Lust and shame. The shocking, titillating idea of fucking someone in mourning. There were probably worse things. Wasn't it, for instance, worse that he was sitting here thinking about Alexandra's possible sexual fantasies, just hours after Rakel had been found dead? What the hell was that about? Harry held the off button until the screen turned black, then slipped his phone back into his trouser pocket. He looked at the microphone on the table in front of him, in the cramped doll's house room. The little red light indicated that it was recording. Then he fixed his gaze on the person on the other side of the table. "Shall we begin?" Snowman Larsen nodded. Rather than hang his Burberry jacket on the hook on the wall next to Harry's peacoat, he had hung it over the back of the only free chair. Larsen cleared his throat before he began. "Today is the 13th of March. The time is 15:50, and we're in interview room 3 in police headquarters in Oslo. The interviewer is Detective Inspector Snowman Larsen of Kripos. The interviewee, Harry Hulle." Harry listened as Larsen continued, his language so distinct and correct that it sounded like someone in an old radio play. Larsen held his gaze as he gave Harry's ID number and address without checking the notes in front of him. Perhaps he'd memorized them to impress his hitherto more esteemed colleague. Unless it was just his standard scare tactic to demonstrate intellectual superiority, so that the interviewee would give up any idea of manipulating and lying to hide the truth. And of course there was a third possibility, that Snowman Larsen simply had a good memory. "As a police officer, I assume you're aware of your rights," Larsen said, "and you declined the option of having a lawyer present." "Am I a suspect?" Harry asked, looking past the curtains to the control room, where Police Inspector Winter was sitting with his arms folded as he watched them. "This is a routine interview. You're not under suspicion of anything," Larsen said. He was following the rule book. He went on to inform Harry that the interview was being recorded. "Can you tell me about your relationship to the deceased Rakel Finne?" She was my wife." "You're separated?"
"No."
"Well, yes, she's dead." Snowman Larsen looked up at Harry as if he wondered if that was meant as a challenge. "Not separated, then?"
"No, we hadn't got that far. But I'd moved out."
"I understand from other people we've spoken to that she was the one who wanted to split up. What was the cause of the breakup?"
"She had wanted him back." "Disagreements? Can we skip to the bit where you ask if I've got an alibi for the time of the murder?"
"I appreciate that this is painful, but
thanks for letting me know how you feel, Larsen, and your guess hits the nail on the head. It is painful, but the reason for my request is that I don't have much time."
"Oh? I understand that you've been suspended until further notice."
"I have, but I've got a lot of drinking to do."
"And that's urgent?"
"Yes."
"I'd still like to know what sort of contact you and Rakel Finne had during the time before the murder. Your stepson Oleg says he felt he never got a good explanation either from you or his mother for why you split up, but that it probably didn't help that you were spending more and more of your free time while you were a lecturer at police college trying to track down Svein Finne, who had just been released from prison."
When I said that was a request, that was a nice way of saying no.
"So you're refusing to explain your relationship with the deceased?"
"I'm declining the option to tell you about personal details and offering to give you my alibi so that we can both save time, so that you and Winter can concentrate on finding the culprit. I assume you remember from your lectures that if murder cases aren't solved within the first 48 hours, the witnesses' memories and any physical evidence deteriorate to the point where the chances of solving the case are reduced by half. Shall we get to the night of the murder, Larsen?"
The Creepos detective stared at a point on Harry's forehead as he tapped the end of a pen on the table. Harry could see he would have liked to glance across at Winter to get some indication of where to go from here, press on, or do as Harry wanted. "Okay," Larsen said. "Let's do that."
"Great," Harry said. "So tell me."
"Sorry?"
"Tell me where I was on the night of the murder."
Snowman Larsen smiled. "You want me to tell you?"
"You've chosen to interview other people before me to make sure you're as prepared as can be, which is what I would have done in your place, Larsen. That means you've spoken to Björn Holm, and know I was at the Jealousy Bar where he came to find me that night and took me home and put me to bed. I was drunk as hell, don't remember a thing, and have absolutely no idea what time any of this happened. So I'm in no position to give you any times that can either confirm or contradict what he told you. But with a bit of luck, you've spoken to the bar's owner and maybe a few other witnesses who've been able to confirm what Holmes said. And seeing as I don't know what time my wife died, it's pretty much down to you to tell me if I've got an alibi or not, Larsen." Larsen clicked his pen several times as he studied Harry, like a poker player toying with his chips before deciding whether to risk them or not. "Okay," he said, putting the pen down. "We've checked the base stations in the area around the crime scene for the time in question, and none of them picked up any signal from your mobile." "Okay, I've been out of the game. But is it still the case that all mobile phones automatically send a signal to the nearest base station every 30 minutes? Larsen didn't answer. "So either I left my phone at home or I went there and back within half an hour, so I'll ask you again, have I got an alibi?" This time Larsen couldn't help it. He glanced over at the control room and Winter. From the corner of his eye, Harry saw Winter rub his hand over his granite head before giving the detective a slight nod. "Björn Holm says the two of you left the Jealousy Bar at 10:30, and the owner has confirmed that. Holm says he helped you into your flat and put you to bed. On his way out, Holm met your neighbor, Gule,
who was coming home from his shift on the trams. I understand that Gula lives on the floor below you, and he says he was up until 3 o'clock that night, that the walls are thin, and that he would have heard if you'd gone out again before then."
And when does the medical officer say the victim died?"
Larsen looked down at his notebook, as if he needed to check it, but Harry knew the young detective had all the facts firmly fixed in his memory, and just wanted time to figure out how much he could tell his interviewee, or how much he wanted to. Harry also noted that Larsen didn't look at Winter before making his decision. Forensics are basing their findings on body temperature versus room temperature, seeing as the body wasn't moved. It's still hard to specify an exact time, given that she'd probably been lying there for a day and a half. But sometime between 10 o'clock in the evening and 2 o'clock in the morning seems most likely.
"Which means that I'm officially ruled out?"
The suited detective nodded slowly. Harry noted that Winter was sitting up in his chair outside, as if he wanted to protest, and that Larsen was ignoring him.
And now you're wondering if I wanted to get rid of her,
but that as a homicide detective, I knew I'd inevitably be one of the suspects, so did I sort out a hitman and an alibi? Is that why I'm still here?" Larsen ran his hand over his tight lip, which Harry noticed had the British Airways logo on it. "Not really, but we're aware of how important the first 48 hours are, so we wanted to get this out of the way before asking you what you think happened."
"Me?"
"You're no longer a suspect, but you're still—" Larsen let this hang in the air for a moment before he said the name with his almost exaggerated pronunciation. "Harry Huller." Harry looked across at Winter. Was that why he let his detective reveal what they knew? They were stuck. They needed help. Or was this Sung Min Larsen's own initiative? Winter looked oddly stiff as he sat out there.
"So it's true then," Harry said. "The perpetrator didn't leave a single piece of forensic evidence at the scene?"
Harry took Larsen's expressionless face as confirmation.
"I've got no idea what happened," Harry said.
"Björn Holmes said you'd found some unidentified boot marks on the property."
"Yes, but they could just have been from someone who got lost. That sort of thing does happen."
"Really? There's no sign of a break-in, and forensics have confirmed that the victim was killed where she was found, which suggests that the killer was invited in. Would the victim have let a man she didn't know into the house?"
"Did you notice the bars on the windows?"
"Wrought iron bars over all 12 windows, but not the 4 basement windows," Larsen said without hesitation.
"That wasn't paranoia, but a consequence of being married to a murder detective with a rather too high profile."
Larsen made a note. "Let's assume the murderer was someone she knew. The presumed reconstruction suggests that they were standing face to face. The killer closer to the kitchen, the victim nearer the door, when he first stabbed her twice in the stomach." Harry took a deep breath. The stomach. Rakel had been in pain before the blow to the back of her neck, the blow that put her out of her misery. "The fact that the killer was closer to the kitchen," Larsen went on, "that made me think that the killer had moved into a more intimate part of the home, that he felt at home there. Do you agree, Huller?"
"That's one possibility. Another is that he walked round her to grab the knife that's missing from the block."
"How do you know I managed to take a quick look at the scene before your boss threw me out?" Larsen tilted his head slightly and looked at Harry, as if he were evaluating him. "I see. Well, the business with the kitchen made us think of a third possibility, that it was a woman."
"Oh?"
"I know it doesn't often happen, but I've just read that a woman has confessed to the Borgata stabbing, the daughter. Heard of that one?"
"I might have."
"A woman would be less suspicious of opening the door and letting another woman in, even if they didn't know each other well. And for some reason or other, I find it easier to imagine a woman going straight into another woman's kitchen than a man. Okay, maybe that's stretching things a bit."
"I agree,"
Harry said, without specifying if he meant the first, second, or both ideas, or that he agreed in general
that he had thought the same when he was at the scene. "Are there any women who could have had a motive to harm Rakel Fabke?" Larsen asked. "Jealousy, anything like that?" Harry shook his head. Obviously, he could have mentioned Celia Grafsing, but there was no reason to do that now. A few years ago, she had been one of his students at police college, and the closest thing Harry had had to a female stalker. She'd visited him in his office one evening and tried to seduce him. Harry had rejected her advances, and she had reacted by accusing him of rape. But her story had been so full of holes that her own lawyer, Johan Krohn, had stopped her, and the whole thing ended with Celia having to leave police college. After that, she paid a visit to Rakel at the house, not to harm or threaten her, but to apologize. All the same, Harry had run a quick check on Celia yesterday, perhaps because he remembered the hatred in her eyes when she'd realized he didn't want her. Perhaps because the lack of physical evidence suggested the killer knew a thing or two about detection methods. Perhaps because he wanted to rule out all other possibilities before reaching a final verdict and enacting a final sentence. It hadn't taken long to find out that Celia Grafsing was working as a security guard up in Tromsø, where she had been on duty on Saturday night, 1,700 kilometers from Oslo. "Going back to the knife," Larsen said when he got no response. "The knives in the block belong to a Japanese set, and the size and shape of the one that's missing matches the knife wounds. If we assume that was the murder weapon, that suggests that the murder was spontaneous rather than planned. Agreed?" "That's one possibility. Another is that the killer knew about the block of knives before he arrived. A third is that the killer used his own knife, but decided to remove a knife from the scene in an attempt to confuse you, as well as getting rid of the forensic evidence." Larsen made some more notes. Harry looked at the time and cleared his throat. "Finally, Hule, you say that you're not aware of any women who might have wanted to kill Rakel Fabke. What about men?" Harry shook his head slowly. "What about this Svein Finne?" He shrugged his shoulders. "You'd have to ask him. We don't know where he is." Harry stood up and took his peacoat from the hook on the wall. "If I run into him, I'll be sure to let him know you're looking for him, Larsen." He turned towards the window, gave a two-fingered salute to Winter. He got a sour smile and one finger in return. Larsen stood up and held his hand out to Harry. "Thanks for your help, Hule. Obviously, you can find your own way. The big question is whether or not you lot can." Harry gave Larsen a brief smile, an even briefer handshake, then left. At the lift, he pressed the button and leaned his forehead against the shiny metal beside the door. "She wanted you back. So did that make things better or worse?" All these pointless what-ifs, all the self-flagellating I-should-haves. But something else as well. The pathetic hope people cling to about there being a place where those who love each other, those who have old Chico's roots, will meet again, because the thought of that not being the case is unbearable. The lift door slid open. Empty. Just a claustrophobic, constricting coffin inviting him in to carry him down. Down to what? To all-encompassing darkness? Anyway, Harry rarely used lifts. He couldn't stand them. He hesitated, then stepped inside. Chapter 11. Harry woke with a start and stared out at the room. The echo of his own scream was still bouncing between the walls. He looked at the time. 10 o'clock, in the evening. He pieced together the previous 36 hours. He had been drunk for pretty much all of them. Absolutely nothing had happened, but despite that, he had still managed to come up with a workable timeline with no holes in it. He was usually able to do that, but Saturday evening at the Jealousy stood out as a long, complete blackout. Probably the long-term effects of alcohol abuse finally catching up with him. Harry swung his legs off the sofa as he tried to remember what had made him cry out this time, then immediately regretted doing so. He had been holding Rakel's face in his hands. Her shattered eyes had been staring not at him, but through him, like he wasn't there.
She had a thin layer of blood on her chin, as if she'd coughed and a bubble of blood had burst on her lips. Harry grabbed the bottle of Jim Beam from the coffee table and took a swig. It no longer seemed to work. He took another. The odd thing was that even though he hadn't seen her face and didn't want to see it before the funeral on Friday, it had been so real in the dream. He looked at his phone, which lay black and dead beside the bottle on the table. It had been switched off since before the interview the previous morning. He ought to turn it on. Oleg was bound to have called. Things needed to be arranged. He needed to pull himself together. He picked up the cork of the bottle of Jim Beam from the end of the table, sniffed it. It didn't smell of anything. He threw the cork at the bare wall and closed his fist round the neck of the bottle in a tight stranglehold. Chapter 12. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Harry stopped drinking. There was nothing special that happened, no particular resolution that stopped him from drinking until 4 o'clock or 5, or the rest of the evening. His body simply couldn't take any more. He switched his phone on, ignored the missed calls and text messages, and called Oleg. "Have you surfaced?" "More like finished drowning," Harry said. "You? Keeping afloat?" "Good. Beat me up first, then talk about practical stuff." "Okay. Ready? Go for it." Dagny Jensen looked at the time. It was only 9, and they had only just finished the main course. Gunnar had been responsible for most of the conversation, but Dagny still felt she couldn't handle any more. She explained that she had a headache, and Gunnar was very understanding, thank goodness. They skipped dessert, and he insisted on seeing her home, even though she assured him that wasn't necessary. "I know Oslo's safe," he said. "I just like walking." He had talked about entertaining, harmless things, and she had done her best to pay attention and laugh in the right places, even though she was in complete meltdown inside. But as they passed Ringen's cinema and started the climb up Torvald Meyer's Gata to the block where she lived, a silence arose. And then he said it, at last. "You've seemed a little out of sorts in the past few days. It's none of my business, but is anything wrong, Dagny?" She knew she'd been waiting for it, hoping for it. That someone would ask, that it might prompt her to dare, unlike all the rape victims who kept quiet about it, who covered their silence with shame, impotence, fear of not being believed. She had thought that she'd never react like that, and sure enough she felt none of those things. So why was she behaving like this? Was that why, after she got home from the cemetery, she had cried for 2 hours non-stop, before calling the police, then, while she was waiting to be transferred to the vice squad or wherever it was they wanted her to report her rape, she had suddenly cracked and hung up. Then fell asleep on the sofa and woke up in the middle of the night, when her first thought was that the rape was just something she'd dreamed, and she had felt an immense relief, until she remembered. But she had also caught a glimpse of the idea that it could have been a bad dream, and that if she decided that was the case, it could go on being a dream, as long as she didn't tell a single soul about it. "Dagny?" She took a trembling breath and managed to say, "No, there's nothing wrong. This is where I live. Thanks for walking me home, Gunnar. See you tomorrow." "Hope you're feeling better then." "Thanks." He must have noticed that she shrank away when he hugged her, because he let go of her quickly. She walked towards stairwell D as she took her key out of her bag, and when she looked up again, she saw that someone had stepped out of the darkness into the light shining from the lamp above the door. A broad-shouldered, slim man in a brown suede jacket and a red bandana around his long black hair. She stopped abruptly with a gasp. "Don't be scared, Dagny. I'm not going to hurt you." His eyes were glowing like embers in his furrowed face. "I'm just here to check up on you and our child. Because I keep my promises." His voice was low, barely more than a whisper, but he didn't have to speak loudly for her to hear him. "Because you do remember my promise, don't you? We're engaged, Dagny, until death do us part." Dagny tried to breathe, but it was as if her lungs were paralyzed. "To seal our union, let's repeat our promise with God as our witness, Dagny. Let's meet in the Catholic Church in Vika on Sunday evening, when we'll have it to ourselves. 9 o'clock. Don't leave me standing at the altar." He let out a short laugh. "Until then, sleep well, both of you." He stepped aside, out into the darkness again, and the light from the stairwell momentarily blinded her. By the time she had raised her hand to her eyes, he was gone. Dagny stood there in silence as warm tears trickled down her cheeks. She looked at the hand holding the key until it stopped shaking. Then she unlocked the door and went inside. Chapter 13. The alto cumulus clouds lay like a crocheted cloth across the sky above Vuxen Church. "My condolences," Mikhail Bellman said in a heartfelt voice, with a well-practiced facial expression. The former young chief of police, now an equally young minister of justice, shook Harry's hand with his right as he placed his left hand on top of the handshake, as if to seal it, as if to express that he really meant it, or to assure himself that Harry wasn't going to snatch his hand away before the assembled press photographers, who hadn't been given permission to take pictures inside the church, had done their thing. Once Bellman had ticked off Minister of Justice takes time to attend funeral of former police colleague's spouse, he disappeared towards the waiting black SUV. He had probably checked in advance that Harry wasn't a suspect. Harry and Oleg went on shaking hands and nodding at the faces in front of them, most of them Rakel's friends and colleagues. A few neighbors. Apart from Oleg, Rakel didn't have any close relatives still alive, but the large church had still been well over half full. The funeral director had said that if they'd delayed the funeral until the following week, even more people would have been able to rearrange their diaries. Harry was pleased Oleg hadn't announced any gathering after the funeral. Neither of them knew Rakel's colleagues particularly well, or felt like chatting to their neighbors. What needed saying about Rakel had been said by Oleg, Harry, and a couple of her childhood friends inside the church, and that would have to do. Even the priest had to confine himself to the hymns, prayers, and prescribed phrases. "Fuck!" It was Øystein Eikeland, one of Harry's own 2 childhood friends. With tears in his eyes, he placed his hands on Harry's shoulders and breathed fresh alcohol into his face. Maybe it was just his appearance that made Harry think of Øystein whenever anyone trotted out jokes about Keith Richards. For every cigarette you smoke, God takes an hour away from you and gives it to Keith Richards. Harry saw that his friend was thinking hard before he finally opened his mouth to reveal his brown stumps and repeated, with a little more intensity, "Fuck!" "Thanks," Harry said. "Driscoll couldn't make it," Øystein said, without letting go of Harry. "That's to say, he gets panic attacks in groups of more than 2 people. But he sends his best wishes and says..." Øystein screwed his eyes up against the morning sunlight. "Fuck!" "A few of us are meeting up at Schroeder's. Free bar? Max 3. Okay." "Raw bore. I was Rakel's chief." Harry looked into the slate-grey eyes of a man who was 15 centimeters shorter than him, but who still seemed just as tall. And there was something about his posture, and also the slightly archaic chief, that put Harry in mind of an officer in the military. His handshake was firm, and his gaze was steady and direct, but there was also a soreness, possibly even vulnerability there. But perhaps that was because of the circumstances. "Rakel was my best co-worker, and a wonderful person. It's a huge loss to the NHRI, and all of us who work there. And especially for me, because I worked so closely with her." "Thanks," Harry said, believing him. But perhaps that was just the warmth of his handshake, the warm hand of a man who worked in human rights. Harry watched Roar Boar as he walked over to two women standing a short distance away, and noticed that Boar looked down at where he was putting his feet, like someone who automatically looks for landmines. Then he noticed that there was something familiar about one of the women, although she had her back to him. Boar said something, evidently quietly, because the woman had to lean over, and Boar put one hand gently on the base of her spine. And then the condolences were finished. The hearse had driven away with the coffin, and a few people had already gone off to meetings and other everyday concerns. Harry saw Truls Persson walking off on his own to catch the bus back to the office, presumably to play more solitaire. Some of the others were standing in little groups outside the church talking. Police Chief Gunnar Hagen and Anders Willer, the young detective Harry was renting his flat from, were standing with Katrina and Björn, who had brought the baby with them. Some people probably found the sound of a baby crying something of a comfort at a funeral, a reminder that life did actually go on. To anyone who wanted life to go on, anyway. Harry announced to everyone who was still there that there was going to be a small gathering at Schröder's. Sis, his sister, who had travelled up from Kristiansand with her partner, came over, gave Harry and Oleg each a long, hard hug, then said they needed to be getting back. Harry nodded and said that was a shame, but that he understood, even though he was actually relieved. Apart from Oleg, Sis was the only person with the potential to make him cry in public. Helga drove to Schröder's with Harry and Oleg. Nina had laid a long table for them. A dozen people showed up, and Harry was sitting hunched over his coffee, listening to the sound of the others talking, when someone put a hand on his back. It was Björn. "I don't suppose people usually give presents at funerals." He handed Harry a flat, rectangular parcel. "But this has helped me through some rough times." "Thanks, Björn." Harry turned the present over. It wasn't hard to guess what it was. "By the way, there's something I meant to ask you." "Oh?" "Sungmin Larsen didn't ask me about the wildlife camera when he interviewed me, which means you didn't mention it when they spoke to you." "He didn't ask, and I thought it was up to you to mention it if you thought it was relevant." Really? If you didn't tell them about it either, then it strikes me that it can't be that relevant." "You didn't say anything because you figured out that I'm planning to go after Finne without Kripos or anyone else getting involved?" "I didn't hear that, and if I did, I wouldn't have a clue what you were talking about." "Thanks, Björn. One more thing. What do you know about Roar Boar?" "Boar? Only that he's the guy in charge where Rakel worked. Something to do with human rights, isn't it?" "The National Human Rights Institution." "That's it. It was Boar who called to say they were worried when Rakel didn't show up for work." Harry glanced over at the door when it swung open, and instantly forgot whatever follow-up question he had been thinking of asking Björn. It was her, the woman who had been talking to Boar with her back to Harry. She stopped and looked around tentatively. She hadn't changed much. That face with its high cheekbones, prominent jet-black eyebrows above almost childishly large green eyes, her honey-brown hair, full lips and slightly wide mouth. Her gaze finally found Harry, and she lit up. "Gaia!" he heard Gunnar Hagen exclaim. "Come and sit down." The police chief pulled out a chair. The woman by the door smiled at Hagen and indicated that she wanted to say hello to Harry first. The skin of her hand felt just as soft as he remembered. "My condolences. I really do feel for you, Harry." Her voice, too. "Thanks. This is Oleg and his girlfriend Helga. This is Kaja Solnis, an old colleague." They all shook hands. "So you're back," Harry said. "Not for long." He tried to think of something to say. Found nothing. She put a feather-light hand on his arm. "You carry on, and I'll go and talk to Gunnar and the others." Harry nodded and watched as her long legs wove their way between the chairs to the other end of the table. Oleg leaned closer to him. "Who's she, apart from an old colleague?" "Long story." "So I saw. What's the short version?" Harry took a sip of coffee. "That I once let her go in favor of your mother."
It was 3 o'clock when the first of the final 3 guests, Øystein, stood up, misquoted a Bob Dylan lyric in parting, and left. One of the 2 remaining guests moved to the chair next to Harry's.
"Haven't you got a job to go to?" Kaya asked.
"Not tomorrow either. Suspended until further notice. You?"
"I'm on standby for the Red Cross. I'm getting paid, but right now I'm just waiting at home for shit to kick off somewhere in the world."
"Which it will, of course."
"Which it will. When you look at it like that, it's a bit like working in crime squad. You go around almost hoping that something terrible is going to happen."
The Red Cross. That's a bit of a leap from crime squad."
"Yes and no. I'm in charge of security. My last deployment was 2 years in Afghanistan."
"And before that?"
"Another 2 years, in Afghanistan." She smiled, revealing her small, pointed teeth, the imperfect feature that made her face interesting.
"What's so good about Afghanistan?"
She shrugged her shoulders. "To start with, it was probably just the fact that you were confronted with problems so big that your own personal problems seemed small, and that you could be useful. And then you get to like the people you meet and work with."
"Like Roar Boar?"
"Yes. Did he tell you he was in Afghanistan?"
"No, but he looked like a soldier who doesn't want to step on any mines. Was he in Special Forces?"
Kaya looked at him thoughtfully. The pupils in the center of those green irises were large. They didn't waste energy on the lighting in Schroeder's.
"Confidential?" Harry asked.
She shrugged again. "Yes, Boar was a lieutenant colonel in the Special Operations Forces. He was one of the team sent to Kabul with a list of Taliban terrorists that the ISAF wanted taken out."
A desk jockey, or did he shoot the jihadists himself?"
"We both took part in security meetings at the Norwegian embassy, but I was never told any details. All I know is that Roar and his sister were both shooting champions in West Agder."
"And he dealt with the list?"
"I assume so. You're pretty similar, you and Boar. You don't give up until you've got the people you're after."
"If Boar was so good at the job, why did he leave and start working with human rights?"
She raised an eyebrow, as if to ask why he was so interested in Boar. But she seemed to conclude that he just needed to talk about something different. Anything, as long as it wasn't Rakel, himself, the current situation. ISAF was replaced by Resolute Support, which meant a transition from so-called peacekeeping to non-combat operations. So they were no longer allowed to shoot. Besides, his wife wanted him home. She couldn't handle being left on her own with 2 children any longer. A Norwegian officer with ambitions to become a general needs to have completed at least 1 tour in Afghanistan, so when Roar requested a transfer, he knew he was effectively ruling himself out of a senior position. And it probably just wasn't as enjoyable anymore. Besides, people with his leadership experience are highly sought after in other branches.
But to go from shooting people to human rights?
What do you think he was fighting for in Afghanistan?
An idealist and a family man, then.
Roar is a man who believes in things, and who is prepared to make sacrifices for the people he loves. Like you did. She pulled her face, a fleeting, painful smile. She buttoned her coat. That's worth respect, Harry.
Do you think I sacrificed something back then?
We like to think we're rational, but we always follow the diktat of our hearts, don't we? She pulled out a business card from her bag and laid it down on the table in front of him. I still live in the same place. If you need someone to talk to, I know a bit about loss and longing. The sun had slipped down behind the ridge, colouring the sky orange, when Harry let himself into the wooden house. Oleg was on his way back to Lakselv and had given him the keys so he could let an estate agent in once a week. Harry had asked Oleg to think about whether he really wanted to sell the house, if it wouldn't be useful to come back to when he'd completed his year on placement, somewhere for him and Helga possibly. Oleg promised to think it through carefully, but it sounded like he'd made his mind up. The crime scene investigators had finished their work and had cleaned up after themselves. That's to say, the pool of blood was gone, but not the classic chalk outline showing where the body had been lying.
Harry could imagine the estate agent anxiously trying to find a tactful way to suggest that the chalk should be removed before the first viewing. Harry went over to the kitchen window and watched the sky grow pale as the glow disappeared. Darkness took over. He had been sober for 28 hours, and Rakel had been dead for at least 141. He walked across the floor and stood above the outline. He knelt down, ran his fingertips over the rough wooden floor. He lay on the floor, crawled inside the lines, and curled up into the same fetal position, trying to stay within the white lines. And then, at last, he started to cry. But there were no tears at first, just hoarse wails that started in his chest, grew and forced their way out through his too narrow throat, before finally filling the room, sounding like a man who was struggling to stay alive. When he stopped screaming, he rolled onto his back to catch his breath. And then the tears came. And through the tears, swimming forward as if in a dream, he saw the crystal chandelier directly above him, and saw that the crystals formed the letter S. Chapter 14. The birds were singing with joy in Lida Sagensgate. Possibly because it was 9 o'clock in the morning and nothing had spoiled the day yet, possibly because the sun was shining and it looked like it was going to be the perfect start to what was forecast to be a warm weekend. Or possibly because the birds in Lida Sagensgate were happier than in the rest of the world, because even in a country that regularly topped the statistics of the happiest countries in the world, this not particularly striking street, named after a teacher from Bergen, was a particular high point. 470 meters of happiness, free not only from financial worries, but also from exaggerated materialism, with solid, unfussy villas and large but not excessively neat gardens, where children's toys lay scattered with a charm that left no doubt as to the family's priorities. Bohemian, but with a new Audi, though not one of the flashy ones, in a garage full of old, heavy, and delightfully impractical garden furniture made of well-seasoned wood. Lida Sagensgate may have been one of the most expensive streets in the country, but its ideal resident seemed to be an artist who had inherited the house from their grandmother. Either way, the residents largely appeared to be good social democrats who believed in sustainable development and had values as solid as the outsized wooden beams that jutted out here and there from their old-fashioned houses. Harry pushed the gate open, and the creak sounded like an echo from the past. Everything seemed the same as before. The creak of the steps that led up to the door, the bell with no nameplate, the man's shoes, size 46, that Kaya Solness left outside to deter burglars and other unwelcome visitors. Kaya opened the door, brushed a sun-bleached strand of hair from her face, and folded her arms. Even the woolly cardigan that was too big for her and the shabby felt slippers were the same. "Harry," she stated, "you live within walking distance of my flat, so I thought I'd try calling round instead of ringing." "What?" She tilted her head to one side. "That's what I said the first time I rang your doorbell." "How can you remember that?" "Because I spent a very long time thinking about what to say and practicing it," Harry thought, and smiled. "Memory like an elephant. Can I come in?" He saw a hint of hesitation in her eyes, and it struck him that it hadn't even occurred to him that she might have someone, a partner, a lover, or some other reason to keep him on the other side of the threshold. "If I'm not disturbing you, I mean." No, it's just a bit of a surprise." "I could come back another time." No, goodness. I said you could come any time." She stepped aside. Kaya put a cup of steaming tea on the coffee table in front of Harry and sat down on the sofa, tucking her long legs beneath her. Harry looked at the book that lay open, spine up. Charlotte Bronte's Jane Eyre. He remembered something about a young woman who fell in love with a gloomy loner who was separated, but who turned out to have his wife locked up in the attic. "They're not letting me investigate the murder," he said, "even though I've been ruled out as a suspect." "That's standard procedure in cases like this, isn't it?" I don't know if there's a set procedure for murder detectives whose wives have been murdered. And I know who did it. You know? I'm pretty certain. Evidence? Gut feeling. Like everyone else who has ever worked with you, I have the greatest respect for your gut feeling, Harry. But are you sure it's reliable when it comes to your own wife? It isn't just my gut. I've ruled out the other possibilities. All of them? Kaya was holding her cup without drinking it, as if she had made the tea mostly to warm her hands up. I seem to remember having a mentor called Harry, who told me that there are always other possibilities, that conclusions based on deduction have an undeserved good reputation. Rakel had no enemies apart from this one, who wasn't actually hers. He's my enemy. His name is Svein Finne, also known as the fiancé. Who's he? A rapist and murderer. He's called the fiancé because he impregnates his victims and kills them if they don't give birth to his child. I was a young murder detective, and I worked day and night to catch him. He was my first, and I laughed with joy when I put the cuffs on him. Harry looked down at his hands. That was probably the last time I felt so happy when I arrested someone. Oh? Why? Harry's eyes wandered across the beautiful old floral-patterned wallpaper. There are probably several reasons, and my self-awareness is pretty limited. But one reason is that as soon as Finne had finished his sentence, he raped a 19-year-old girl and threatened to kill her if she had an abortion. She had one anyway. A week later she was found lying on her stomach on a forest track in Linerud. Blood everywhere. They were sure she was dead, but when they turned her over they heard a sound, a babyish voice saying, "Mama." They got her to hospital, and she survived. It wasn't the girl talking. Finne had cut her open, inserted a battery-operated talking doll, and sewn her up again. Kaya gasped for breath. "Sorry," she said. "I'm a bit out of practice." Harry nodded, so I caught him again. I set a trap and caught him with his trousers down, literally. There's a photograph, bright flash, slightly overexposed. Apart from the humiliation, I have personally been responsible for the fact that Svein Finne, the fiancé, has spent 20 of his 70-plus years behind bars. Among other things, for a murder he says he didn't commit. So there's the motive. That's the reason for my gut feeling. Can we go out onto the terrace for a cigarette? They got their coats and sat down on the large, covered terrace that looked out onto a garden full of bare apple trees. Harry glanced up at the windows of the first floor in the neighbouring house on Lida Sagensgata. There were no lights on in any of them. "Your neighbour," Harry said as he took out his cigarette packet. "Has he stopped watching over you?" "Gregor turned 90 a couple of years ago. He died last year," Kaya sighed. "So now you have to take care of yourself." She shrugged. There was a rhythm in the movement, like a dance. "I have a feeling someone's always watching over me." "Have you got religious?" "No. Can I have a cigarette?" Harry looked at her. She was sitting on her hands, the way he remembered her doing, because she got cold so quickly. "You know, we sat right here doing this years ago. 7 years. 8? "Yes," she said. "I remember." She pulled one hand out from beneath her, held the cigarette between her index and middle fingers as she let Harry light it. She inhaled and breathed out grey smoke. She handled the cigarette just as clumsily as she had last time. Harry felt the sweet aftertaste of the memories. They had talked about all the smoking in the film Now Voyager, about material monism, free will, John Fante, and the pleasures of stealing little things. Then, as punishment for those pain-free moments, he started at the sound of her name, and the knife was twisted again. "You sound so certain when you say that Rakel had no enemies apart from this Finne guy, Harry. But what makes you think you know all the details of her life? People can live together, share a bed, share everything, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they share each other's secrets." Harry cleared his throat. "I knew her, Kaya. She knew me. We knew each other. We didn't have any secret." He heard the tremble in his voice and broke off. "That's great, Harry, but I don't know what you want me to be here, comforter or professional." Professional.
Okay. Gaia put her cigarette down on the edge of the wooden table. Then I'll give you another possibility, just as an example. Rakel had embarked on a relationship with another man. It might be impossible for you to imagine that she would have gone behind your back, but believe me, women are better at hiding things like that than men, especially if they think there's good reason to. Or, to be more accurate, men are worse at uncovering infidelity than women.
Harry closed his eyes. That sounds like a big generalization. Of course it is.
Here's another one. Women are unfaithful for different reasons than men. Maybe Rakel knew she needed to get away from you, but needed a catalyst, something to give her a push, like a short-term fling. Then, once the fling had served its purpose and she was free from you, she finished with the other man as well. And bingo, you've got an infatuated, humiliated man with a motive for murder.
Okay, Harry said. But do you believe that yourself?
No, but it just shows that there could be other possibilities. I certainly don't believe the motive you're trying to ascribe to Finne.
No?
The idea that he killed Rakel just because you were doing your job as a police officer, that he hates you and made threats against you, fine. But men like Finne are driven by sexual lust, not revenge. No more than other criminals, anyway. And I've never felt threatened by anyone I sent to jail, no matter how loud-mouthed they were. There's a long way between firing off a cheap threat and taking the risk of actually committing murder. I think Finne would have needed a far stronger motive to risk 12 years, possibly the rest of his life in prison. Harry sucked hard, angrily on his cigarette, angrily because he could feel every fibre of his being fighting against what she had said, angrily because he knew she was right.
So what sort of revenge motive would you consider strong enough?
Once again, the dancing, almost childish shrug of the shoulders. I don't know. Something personal, something that fits with what he's done to you.
But that's what I've done. I took his freedom from him, the life he loved, so he's taken what I loved most away from me.
Rakel. Gaia pushed her bottom lip out and nodded. To make you live with the pain.
Exactly.
Harry noticed that he had smoked the cigarette down to the filter.
You see things, Gaia. That's really why I came.
What do you mean?
You can tell I'm not really functioning.
Harry tried to smile.
I've become my own worst example of an emotion-led detective who starts with a conclusion and then looks for questions whose answers he hopes will confirm it. And that's why I need you, Gaia.
I don't follow.
I've been suspended and am no longer allowed to work with anyone in the department. As detectives, we all need someone to bounce ideas off, someone to offer a bit of resistance, new ideas. You used to be a murder detective, and you haven't got anything to fill your days.
No, Harry.
Hear me out, Gaia.
Harry leaned forward.
I know you don't owe me anything. I know I walked away from you that time. The fact that my heart was broken may have been the explanation, but that was still no excuse for me to break yours. I knew what I was doing, and I'd do the same thing again, because I had to, because I loved Rakel. I know it's a lot to ask, but I'm asking anyway. Because I'm going mad, Gaia. I've got to do something, and the only thing I can do is investigate murders. And drink. I can drink myself to death if I have to.
Harry saw Gaia flinch again.
I'm just saying it like it is, he said. You don't have to reply now. All I'm asking is that you think about it. You've got my number. And now I'm going to leave you in peace.
Harry stood up. He pulled his boots on, walked out of the door, down to Solmsgata, down past Norabakken and Fagerborg Church, successfully past 2 open pubs with their own congregations crowded round the bar, saw the entrance to Bislett Stadium, which had once had its own congregation, but now seemed more like a prison, and looked up at the pointlessly clear sky above him, where he caught a glimpse of an S twinkling in the sunlight as he crossed the street. There was a shriek as a tram braked hard, echoing his own scream when he got up from a floor and one of his boots slipped on blood. Truls Bernsen was sitting in front of his PC watching the 3rd episode of the 1st season of The Shield. He had watched the whole series twice already, and had started again.
Television series were like porn films. The old classic ones were the best. Besides, Truls was Vic Mackey. Okay, not entirely, but Vic was the man Truls Bernsen would like to be. Corrupt through and through, but with a moral code that made it all right. That was what was so cool, that you could be so bad, but only because of how you looked at it, from which angle. The Nazis and communists had made their own war films, after all, and got people to cheer on their own bastards. Nothing was entirely true, and nothing was absolutely false. Point of view, that was everything. Point of view. The phone rang. That was disconcerting. It was Hagen who had insisted that the crime squad unit should be staffed at weekends too. With just the one officer, but that suited Truls fine. He was happy to take other people's shifts too. To start with, he had nothing better to be doing, and he needed the money and time owing for his trip to Pattaya in the autumn. And there was absolutely nothing to do, seeing as the duty officer fielded all the calls. He wasn't entirely sure that they knew there was anyone sitting in Crime Squad at the weekend, but he had no intention of telling them. Which was why this call was disconcerting, seeing as the screen said it was the duty officer. After 5 rings, Truls swore quietly, turned the volume of the shield down but left it playing, and picked up the receiver. "Yes," he said, managing to make that single positive syllable sound like a rejection. "Duty officer here. We've got a lady who needs assistance. She wants to see pictures of rapists in connection with a rape." "That's the Vice Squad's job." "You've got the same pictures, and they don't have anyone there at the weekend." "Better if she comes back on Monday." "Better if she sees the pictures while she remembers the face. Are you open at weekends or not?" "Fine," Truls Benson grunted. "Bring her up then." "We're pretty busy down here, so how about you come down and get her?" "I'm busy too." Truls waited, but got no response. "Okay, I'll come down," he sighed. "Good, and listen, it's been a while since it was called the Vice Squad. It's called the Sexual Offences Unit these days." "Fuck you too," Truls muttered, almost too quietly to be heard, then hung up and pressed pause, making the shield freeze, just before one of Truls Bernsen's favourite scenes, the one where Vic liquidates his police colleague Terry with a bullet just below his left eye. "So we're not talking about a rape that you were subjected to, but one you're saying you witnessed," Truls Benson said, pulling an extra chair over to his desk. "You're sure it was rape?" "No," the woman said. She had introduced herself as Dagny Jensen. "But if I recognized any of the rapists in your archive, I'd be pretty sure." Truls scratched his protruding Frankenstein's monster's forehead. "So you don't want to file a report until you've recognized the perpetrator?" "That's right." "That's not the way we usually do things," Truls said. "But let's say I run a 10-minute slideshow here and now, and if we find the guy, you can go back to the duty officer to file the report and explain. I'm on my own up here, and I've got my hands full. Deal?" "Okay. Let's get going. Estimated age of the rapist." Just 3 minutes later, Dagny Jensen pointed at one of the pictures on the screen. "Who's that?" He noted that she was trying to suppress a tremble in her voice. "The one and only Svein Finne," Truls said. "Was it him you saw?" "What's he done?" "What hasn't he done? Let's see." Truls typed, pressed enter, and a detailed criminal record appeared. He saw Dagny Jensen's eyes move down the page, and the growing horror on her face as the monster materialized in dry police language. "He's murdered women. He got pregnant," she whispered. "Mutilation and murder," Truls corrected. "He served his time, but if there's one man we'd be happy to receive a new report about, it's Finne." Are you completely certain you'd be able to catch him, then?" "Oh, we'd get hold of him if we issued a warrant for his arrest," Truls said. "Obviously, whether or not we get a conviction in a rape trial is an entirely different matter. It's always one person's word against another's in cases like that, and we probably just have to let him go again. But obviously with a witness like you, it would be 2 against 1, with a bit of luck." Dagny Jensen swallowed several times. Truls yawned and looked at the time. "Now you've seen the picture, you can make your way back down to the duty officer and get the paperwork started, okay?"
"Yes," the woman said, staring at the screen. "Yes, of course."
Chapter 15. Harry was sitting on the sofa staring at the wall. He hadn't turned the lights on, and the falling darkness had slowly erased the contours and colours and settled like a cool cloth on his forehead. He wished it could erase him, too. When you actually thought about it, life didn't have to be that complicated. It could basically be reduced to the Clash's binary question, should I stay or should I go? Drink, not drink. He wanted to drown, disappear, but he couldn't. Not quite yet. Harry opened the present Björn had given him. As he had assumed, it was a vinyl album, Road to Ruin. Of the 3 albums Erstein resolutely claimed were the Ramones' only really good work, here he would usually refer to Lou Reed describing the Ramones' music as shit, Björn had managed to buy the only one Harry didn't have. On the shelves behind him, between the Rainmaker's first album and Rank and File's debut, he had both Ramones and his favourite, Rocket to Russia. Harry pulled the black vinyl disc out and put Road to Ruin on the turntable. He spotted one track he recognized and placed the needle at the start of I Wanna Be Sedated. Guitar riffs filled the room. It sounded more heavily produced and mainstream than their debut album. He liked the minimalist guitar solo, but wasn't so sure about the modulation afterwards. It sounded suspiciously like status quo-style boogie at its most imbecilic. But it was performed with swaggering confidence. Like his favorite track, Rockaway Beach, where they stood just as confidently on the shoulders of the Beach Boys, like car thieves cruising down the main street with the windows down. While Harry was trying to work out if he actually liked I Wanna Be Sedated or not, and whether or not he should go to the bar, the room was lit up by the phone on the coffee table. He peered down at the screen, sighed, wondered whether to answer. "Hi, Alexandra."
"Hi, Harry. I've been trying to get hold of you. You need to change the message on your voicemail."
"You think?"
"It doesn't even say your name. Leave a message if you must. Just 6 words that sound more like a warning followed by a bleep."
"Sounds like it works the way it should."
"I've called you a lot of times."
"I saw, but I haven't been in the mood."
"I heard." She let out a deep sigh, and her voice suddenly sounded pained, sympathetic. "It's just terrible."
"Yes." A pause followed, like a silent intermezzo, marking the transition between 2 acts, because when Alexandra went on, it wasn't in either her deep, playful voice or the pained, sympathetic one. It was in her professional voice. "I found something for you." Harry ran his hand over his face. "Okay, I'm all ears." It had been so long since he'd first contacted Alexandra Sturza that he had given up any hope of getting anything from her. More than 6 months had passed since he'd gone up to the Forensic Medical Institute at Rikshospitalet, where he'd been met by a young woman who had come straight from the lab with a hard, pock-marked face, bright eyes, and an almost imperceptible accent. She had taken him into her office and hung up her white lab coat as Harry asked if she could help him, kind of off the record, to compare Svein Finne's DNA against old cases of murder and rape.
"So, Harry Hula, you want me to jump the queue for you?"
After Parliament abolished the statute of limitations for murder and rape in 2014, naturally there had been a rush of requests to apply new DNA analysis technology to older cases, and waiting times had shot up. Harry had considered rephrasing his request, but he could see from the look in her eyes that there was no point.
"Yes." "Interesting. In exchange for what?"
"Exchange? What would you like?"
"A beer with Harry Hula would be a start."
Under her coat, Alexandra Sturza was wearing black, figure-hugging clothes that emphasized a muscular body that made Harry think of cats and sports cars. But he had never really been that interested in cars, and was more of a dog person. "If that's what it'll take, I'll get you a beer. But I don't drink, and I'm married." "We'll see," she said with a hoarse laugh. She looked like she laughed a lot, but it was strangely difficult to guess her age. She could have been anything from 10 to 20 years younger than him. She tilted her head and looked at him. "Meet me at Revolver at 8 o'clock tomorrow, and we'll see what I've got for you. Okay?" She hadn't had much, not then and not much since, just enough to invite herself for a beer every now and then, but he had maintained a professional distance and made sure their meetings were short and to the point, until Rakel threw him out and the dam had burst, carrying everything away with it, including any principles about professional distance. Harry saw that the wall had turned another shade greyer. "I haven't got an exact match from a case," Alexandra began. Harry yawned. It was the same old story. "But then I realized that I could compare Svein Finne's DNA profile against all the others in the database, and I found a partial match to a murderer." "What does that mean?" "It means that if Svein Finne isn't a convicted murderer, then he's the father of one, at least." Oh, shit. Something dawned on Harry, a foreboding. "What's the murderer's name?" "Valentin Jetson?" A cold shiver ran down Harry's spine. Valentin Jetson. Not that Harry had more faith in genes than environment, but there was a sort of logic to the fact that Svein Finne's seed, his genes, had helped create a son who had become one of the worst killers in Norwegian criminal history. "You sound less surprised than I thought you'd be," Alexandra said. "I'm less surprised than I thought I'd be," Harry replied, rubbing his neck. "Is that helpful?" "Yes," Harry said. "Yes, it's very helpful. Thanks, Alexandra." "What are you going to do now?" Good question. Do you want to come round to mine?" "Like I said, I'm not really in there. We don't have to do anything. Maybe we could both do with someone to lie next to for a while. You remember where I live?" Harry closed his eyes. There had been a number of beds, doorways, and courtyards since the dam burst, and alcohol had laid a veil over faces, names, addresses, and right now the image of Valentin Jetson was blocking out pretty much everything else from his memory. "What the hell, Harry? You were drunk? But couldn't you at least pretend you remember?" "Grunnerløkke," Harry said. "Seilduksgate."
"Clever boy. An hour from now?"
As Harry hung up and called Kaja Solness, a thought struck him. The fact that he had remembered Seilduksgate, regardless of how drunk he had been. He always remembered something. His memory was never completely blank. Maybe it wasn't the long-term effects of drinking that meant he couldn't remember that evening at the Jealousy Bar. Maybe there was something he didn't want to remember. "Hello, you've reached Kaja's voicemail." "I've got the motive you were asking about," Harry said after the bleep. "His name is Valentin Jetson, and it turns out that he was Svein Finne's son. Valentin Jetson is dead. He was killed. By me." Chapter 16. Alexandra Sturza let out a long sound as she stretched her arms over her head so that her fingers and bare feet touched the brass bedstead at either end of the mattress. Then she rolled onto her side, pushed the duvet between her thighs, and put one of the big white pillows under her head. She was grinning so much that her dark eyes almost disappeared into her hard face. "I'm glad you came," she said, putting one hand on Harry's chest. Harry was lying on his back, staring into the bright light from the ceiling lamp. She had been wearing a long silk dressing gown when she opened the door for him, then took him by the hand and led him straight into the bedroom. "Are you feeling guilty?" she asked. "Always," Harry said. "For being here, I mean." Not particularly. It just fits into the scale of indicators.
Indicators of what?
That I'm a bad man.
If you're already feeling guilty, you might as well get undressed.
So there's no doubt that Valentin Gjertsen was Svein Finne's son? Harry folded his hands behind his head.
No.
Christ, it really is an absurd chain of events. Think about it. Valentin Gjertsen was probably the product of a rape.
Who isn't? She rubbed her crotch against his thigh.
Did you know that Valentin Gjertsen raped the prison dentist during an appointment? Afterwards he pulled her nylon tights over her head and set light to them.
Shut up, Harry. I want you. There are condoms in the drawer of the bedside table.
No, thanks.
No? You don't want another kid, do you?
I didn't mean the condoms.
Harry put one hand on the two of hers that had started to undo his belt.
What the hell? She snapped. What's the point of you if you don't want to fuck? Good question.
Why don't you want to?
Low testosterone levels, I'd guess.
With an angry sniff, Alexandra rolled onto her back. She isn't just your ex-wife, Harry. She's dead. When are you going to accept that?
You think 5 days of celibacy is excessive?
She looked at him. Funny, but you're not dealing with it as well as you're pretending to, are you?
Pretending is half the job, Harry said, raising his hips and pulling his cigarettes from his pocket. Research shows that you end up in a better mood if you exercise your smile muscles. If you want to cry, laugh. I sleep. What's the smoking policy in your bedroom?
Everything's allowed. But when people smoke in front of me, my policy is to read what it says on the packet. Tobacco kills, my friend.
That bit about my friend is nice.
It's to make you recognize that it isn't just something you're doing to yourself, but to everyone who cares for you.
I got that. So at the risk of cancer and feeling even more guilty, I am hereby lighting a cigarette.
Harry inhaled and blew the smoke up at the ceiling lamp.
You like lights, he said.
I grew up in Timișoara.
Oh?
The first town in Europe to have electric street lamps. Only New York beat us to it.
And that's why you like lights?
No, but you like fun facts.
Do I?
Yes, such as the fact that Finne had a rapist for a son.
That's a bit more than a fun fact.
Why? Harry took a drag on the cigarette, but it tasted of nothing.
Because the son gives Finne a strong enough motive for revenge. I hunted down his son in connection with several murder investigations, and it ended with me shooting him.
You?
Valentin Gjertsen was unarmed, but provoked me to shoot by pretending he was reaching for a gun. Unfortunately, I was the only witness, and internal investigations found it problematic that I had fired 3 shots. But I was cleared. They couldn't, as they put it, prove that I hadn't acted in self-defense.
And Finne found out about this, and you think he killed your ex-wife as a result?
Harry nodded slowly. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth.
Logically, he ought to have killed Oleg. Harry raised an eyebrow.
So you know his name?
You talk a lot when you're drunk, Harry, and far too much about your ex-wife and the boy.
Oleg isn't mine. He's from Rakel's first marriage.
You told me that too, but isn't that just biology? Harry shook his head.
Not for Svein Finne. He didn't love Valentin Gjertsen as a person. He hardly even knew him. He loved Valentin simply because he was carrying his genes. Finne's driving force is to spread his seed and father children. Biology is everything to him. It's his way of gaining eternal life.
That's sick.
Is it?
Harry looked at his cigarette, wondered where lung cancer was in the list of things queuing up to kill him.
Maybe we're more tightly bound by biology than we like to think. Maybe we're all born bloodline chauvinists, racists, and nationalists with an instinctive desire for global domination for our own family. And then we learn to ignore it to a greater or lesser extent. Most of us, anyway.
We still want to know where we come from, in purely biological terms. Did you know that over the past 20 years at the Forensic Medical Institute, we've seen a 300% increase in the number of DNA tests from people who want to know who their father is, or if their child really is theirs?
Fun fact.
That tells us something about how our identity is bound up with our genetic inheritance.
You think?
Yes. She picked up the glass of wine she'd left on the bedside table. If I didn't, I wouldn't be here.
In bed with me?
In Norway. I came here to find my father. My mother never liked talking about him. All I knew was that he was from Norway. When she died, I bought a ticket and came to look for him. That first year, I had 3 different jobs. All I knew about my father was that he was probably intelligent, because my mother was pretty average, but I always got top grades in Romania. And it only took me 6 months to learn Norwegian fluently. But I couldn't find my father. So I got a grant to study chemistry at NTNU, then got a job at the Forensic Medical Institute working on DNA analysis.
Where you could carry on looking?
Yes.
And?
I found him.
Really? You must have had luck on your side, because as far as I know, you lot delete DNA profiles taken in paternity cases after 1 year.
In paternity cases, yes. Then the penny dropped for Harry.
You found your father in the police database. He had a criminal record?
Yes.
What did he?
Harry's trouser pocket vibrated. He looked at the number, pressed answer.
Hi, Kaya. Did you get my message?
Yes. Her voice was soft against his ear.
And?
And I agree. I think you found Finne's motive.
Does that mean you're going to help me?
I don't know. In the pause that followed, he could hear Kaya's breathing in one ear, Alexandra's in the other. It sounds like you're lying down, Harry. Are you at home? No, he's at Alexandra's. Alexandra's voice cut into Harry's ear. Who's that? Kaya asked.
That, Harry said, was Alexandra.
In that case, I won't disturb you. Good night.
You're not disturbing. Kaya had already hung up. Harry looked at his phone, put it back in his pocket. He stubbed the cigarette out on the cube light on the bedside table and swung his legs off the bed.
Where are you going?
Home, Harry said, then bent over and kissed her on the forehead. Harry was walking west quickly as his brain worked things through. He took out his phone and called Björn Holm.
Harry?
It was Finne.
We'll wake the baby, Harry, Björn said. Can we do this tomorrow?
Svein Finne is Valentin Geertsen's father.
Oh, shit.
The motive's blood vengeance. I'm certain of it. You need to put out an alert for Finne, and once you've got his address, you need to get a search warrant. If you find the knife, it's case closed.
I hear you, Harry, but Gert is finally asleep, and I need to get some rest as well. And I'm not so sure we get a search warrant on those grounds. They'll probably want something more concrete.
But this is blood vengeance, Björn. It's in our nature. Wouldn't you happily do the same if someone had killed Gert?
That's one hell of a question.
Think about it.
Oh, I don't know, Harry.
You don't know?
Tomorrow, okay?
Of course. Harry closed his eyes tightly and swore silently to himself. Sorry if I'm behaving like an idiot, Björn. I just can't bear to.
It's fine, Harry. Let's talk about it tomorrow. And while you're suspended, it would probably be best if you don't tell anyone we're talking about the case.
Of course. Get some sleep, mate. Harry opened his eyes and slipped his phone back into his pocket.
Saturday night.
Ahead of him on the pavement stood a drunk, sobbing girl with her head pressed against the wall. A guy was standing behind her with his head bowed. He had one hand consolingly on her back.
"He's fucking other women," the girl cried. "He doesn't care about me. No one cares about me." I do, the guy said quietly. You? Yeah. She sniffed derisively and went on sobbing. Harry caught the guy's eye as he passed them. Saturday night. There was a bar on this side of the street 100 meters ahead. Maybe he ought to cross the road to avoid it. There wasn't much traffic, just a few taxis. Actually, there were a lot of taxis, and they formed a wall of black vehicles that made it impossible to cross the road. Bloody hell. Truls Bernsen was watching the 7th and final season of The Shield. He wondered about taking a quick look at Pornhub, then decided against it. Someone in IT probably kept a log of what staff had gone surfing for on the internet. Did people still say surfing? Truls looked at the time again. The internet was slower at home, and it was time he got to bed anyway. He pulled on his jacket, zipped it up. But something was bothering him. He didn't know what it could be because he had spent the day at taxpayers' expense without having to do anything useful, a day when he could go to bed secure in the knowledge that the balance sheet was once again in his favor. Truls Bernsen looked at the phone. It was stupid, but if it stopped him thinking about it, great. Duty officer? This is Truls Bernsen. That woman you sent up here, did she file a report against Svein Finne when she got back down to you? She never came back. She just left? Must have done. Truls Bernsen hung up, thought for a moment. He tapped at the phone again. Waited. Harry? Truls could only just make out his colleague's voice over the music and shouting in the background. Are you at a party? Bar. They're playing Motorhead, Truls said. And that's the only positive thing worth saying about the place. What do you want? Svein Finne. You've been trying to keep an eye on him. And? Truls told him about his visitor earlier in the day. Have you got the woman's name and phone number? Dagny something, Jensen, maybe? You can ask the duty officer if they took any other details, but I doubt it. Why? I think she's frightened. Finne will find out she was here. Okay. I can't call the duty officer. I'm suspended. Can you do it for me? I was about to go home. Truls listened to the silence at the other end. Lemmy was singing Killed by Death. Okay, Truls grunted. One more thing. My ID card's been deactivated, so I can't get into the office anymore. Can you bring my service pistol from my bottom drawer and meet me outside Olympian in 20 minutes? Your pistol? What do you want that for? To protect myself against the evils of the world. Your drawers are locked, but you've got a copy of the key. What makes you think that? I've noticed you moving things about in there, and on one occasion you used it to store a lump of hash that narcotics had seized, according to the bag it was in. So it wouldn't be found in your drawers if they started looking for it. Truls didn't answer. Well? 15 minutes, Truls grunted. On the dot. I'm not going to stand there freezing. Kaya Solness was standing with her arms folded, staring out of the living room window. She was freezing. She was always cold. In Kabul, where the temperature veered from -5 to well over 30, her nocturnal shivers were just as likely to strike in July as they were in December, and there'd been little she could do but wait for morning, when the desert sun would warm her up again. Her brother had been the same, and once she had asked him if he thought they were born cold-blooded, that they were incapable of regulating their own body temperature and were reliant on external heat to stop them seizing up and freezing to death like reptiles. For a long time she had thought that was true, that she wasn't in control, that she was helplessly dependent on her surroundings, dependent on others. She stared out into the darkness, let her gaze slip along the garden fence. Was he standing out there somewhere? It was impossible to know. The blackness was impenetrable, and a man like him knew perfectly well how to keep himself hidden. She was shivering, but she wasn't afraid, because now she knew she didn't need other people. She could shape her own life.
She thought about the sound of the other woman's voice. No, he's at Alexandra's. Her own life. And other people's. Chapter 17. Dagny Jensen stopped abruptly. She had gone for her usual Sunday walk along the banks of the Akerselva, feeding the ducks, smiling at families with small children and dogs, looking for the first snowdrops. Anything to stop herself thinking, because she had been thinking all night, and all she wanted to do now was forget. But he wouldn't let her. She stared at the figure standing outside the door to her building. He was stamping his feet on the ground, as if he was trying to keep warm, as if he had been waiting a long time. She was about to turn and walk away when she realized it wasn't him. This man was taller than Finne. Dagny walked closer. He didn't have long hair either, but scruffy, fair hair. She walked a bit closer. "Dagny Jensen," the man said. "Yes?" "Harry Hula, Oslo Police." The words sounded like he was grinding them out. "What's this about?" "You wanted to report a rape yesterday." "I changed my mind." "So I understand. You're frightened." Dagny looked at him. He was unshaven, his eyes were bloodshot, and he had a liver-coloured scar running across one side of his face like a no-entry sign. But even if his face had something of the same brutality as Svein Finne, there was something that softened it, something that made it almost handsome. "Am I?" she asked. "Yes, and I'm here to ask for your help to catch the man who raped you." Dagny flinched. "Me? You've misunderstood, Hula. I'm not the person who was raped, if it was actually a rape at all." Hula didn't answer, just held her gaze. Now he was the one looking hard at her. "He was trying to get you pregnant," the police officer said. "And now that he's hoping you're carrying his child, he's keeping watch over you. Has he been?" Dagny blinked twice. "How do you know?" "That's his thing. Has he threatened you with what will happen if you have an abortion?" Dagny Jensen swallowed. She was about to ask him to leave, but found herself hesitating. She didn't know if she could trust what he said about catching Finne. There wasn't much to go on. But this policeman had something the others hadn't had. Resoluteness. There was determination in him. Maybe it's a bit like with priests, Dagny thought. We trust them because we're so desperate to believe what they say is true. Dagny poured coffee into the cups on her small folded-out kitchen table. The tall policeman had squeezed himself onto the chair between the worktop and the table. "So Finne wants you to meet him at the Catholic Church in Vika this evening, at 9 o'clock? He hadn't interrupted her while she was talking, hadn't taken any notes, but his bloodshot eyes had stayed on her, giving her the feeling that he was taking in every word, that he was seeing it in his mind's eye, the way she did, frame by frame of the short horror film that kept replaying inside her head. "Yes," she said. "Okay. Well, obviously, we could pick him up there, question him." "But you haven't got any evidence." "No. Without evidence, we'd have to let him go, and because he'd realize it was you who told us, I'd be in even more danger than I am now." The policeman nodded. "That was why I didn't report him," Dagny said. "It's like shooting a bear, isn't it? If you don't bring it down with your first shot, you won't have time to reload before it gets you. In which case, it's better not to have fired the first shot." On the other hand, even the largest bear can be brought down by a single, well-aimed shot. "How, though?" The policeman put one hand round his coffee cup. "There are several ways. One is to use you as bait. Fitted with a hidden microphone. Get him to talk about the rape." He looked down at the table. "Go on," she said. He raised his head. The blue of his irises looked washed out. "You'd have to ask him about the consequences if you don't do as he says. That way we'd have the threats. If we have those and a conversation in which he indirectly confirms the rape, we'd have enough on tape to get him convicted." "You still use tape?" The policeman raised his coffee to his lips.
"Sorry," Dagny said. "I'm just so—"
"Of course," the policeman said. "And I'd understand completely if you said no."
"You said there were several ways."
"Yes." He said no more, just sipped from the cup.
"But?"
The policeman shrugged. "In many ways a church is perfect. There's no noise, nothing to stop us getting a good quality recording. And you'd be in a public place where he couldn't attack you."
"We were in a public place last time."
"And we could be there to monitor the situation."
Dagny looked at him. There was something in his eyes she recognized, and now she realized what it was. It was the same thing she'd seen in her own eyes, and at first had thought was a flaw in the mirror. A defect. Something broken. And something about his voice put her in mind of pupils with unsteady voices, serving up fake explanations of why they hadn't done their homework. She went over to the stove, put the coffee pot down, and looked out of the window. Down below she could see people out for Sunday walks, but she couldn't see him. Life going on around her had become an unnatural, strained idyll. Dagny had never thought about it like that before. She had just thought that was the way it was supposed to be. She walked back and sat down on the kitchen chair. "If I do this, I need to be certain he won't turn up again. Do you understand that, Hula?"
"Yes, I understand. And you have my word that you'll never see Svein Finne again. Ever. Okay?"
Never. She knew that wasn't true, just as she had known that what the female priest said wasn't true when she spoke of salvation, that it was meant as a comfort. But it worked. Even if we saw through never and salvation, they were passwords which opened the door to the heart, and the heart believed what it wanted to believe. Dagny could feel herself breathing easier already. She half closed her eyes, and when she looked at him like that, with the daylight coming through the window, forming a halo around his head, she could no longer see the hurt in the policeman's eyes, could no longer hear the false note in his voice. "Okay," she said. "Tell me how we do this."
Harry stopped in the street outside Kaya Solness's house and called her number for the third time. Same result again.
"The person you are calling has their phone switched off, or is—"
He opened the creaking wrought-iron gate and walked towards the house. It was crazy. Of course it was crazy. But what else could he do? He rang the doorbell. Waited. Rang again. Put his eye to the large peephole in the door and saw her coat, the one she had been wearing at the funeral, hanging on a hook. And her tall black boots were standing on the shoe rack below. He walked around the house. There were still patches of snow on the withered, flattened grass in the shade of the north side. He looked up at the window of what had been her bedroom, although obviously she could have moved her bed into one of the other rooms. When he bent down to gather enough snow to make a snowball, he saw it. A footprint in the snow. From a boot. His brain began to search its databases. Found what it was looking for. A boot print in the snow outside the house in Holmenkollen. His hand reached inside his jacket. Obviously, it could be a completely different print. Obviously, she could have left the house. He clasped the butt of his pistol, a Heckler & Koch P30L, hunched up and walked with long, silent strides back to the front steps. He shifted his grip on the pistol, holding it by the barrel so he could break the glass in the peephole, but tried the door first. It was open. He stepped inside, listened. Silence. He sniffed. Could only detect a faint smell of perfume. Kaya's, probably from the scarf hanging from a hook next to her coat. He walked along the hallway with his pistol in front of him. The door to the kitchen was open, and the button on the coffee machine was glowing red. Harry tightened his grip on the butt, put his finger on the trigger. He moved further into the house. The living room door was ajar. A buzzing sound. Like flies. Harry nudged the door open cautiously with his foot, still holding the pistol in front of him. She was lying on the floor. Her eyes were closed, and her arms were folded across her chest, in that wool cardigan that was too big for her. Her body and pale face were bathed in the daylight streaming through the window. Harry let the air out of his lungs with a groan. He lowered the pistol and crouched down. He held his thumb and forefinger around her worn slipper and pinched her big toe. Kaya started, screamed, and pulled her headphones off.
"Bloody hell, Harry!"
"Sorry, I did try to get hold of you." He sat down on the rug beside her. "I need help." Kaya closed her eyes, put one hand to her chest, still breathless.
"So you said."
What had previously been just a buzzing sound from the headphones was now clearly audible as familiar hard rock played at loud volume. "And you called me because you wanted me to persuade you to say yes," he said, pulling out his cigarettes.
"I'm not the type who lets themselves be persuaded, Harry."
He nodded towards the headphones. "You let yourself be persuaded to listen to Deep Purple." Did he see a hint of a blush on her cheeks?
"Only because you said they were the best group in the unintentionally ridiculous but still good category."
Harry put an unlit cigarette to his lips. "Seeing as this plan belongs to the same category, I'm counting on it being of interest, and Harry, and bear in mind that by helping me put a notorious rapist behind bars, you'd be helping all the women of this city. You'd be helping Oleg by getting the man who murdered his mother punished. And you'd be helping me stop Harry to get out of a situation I've only got myself to blame for." She raised one of her dark eyebrows. "Oh?" "I've recruited one of Svein Finne's rape victims to act as bait in order to catch him red-handed. I've persuaded an innocent woman to wear a microphone and record him in the belief that it's part of a police operation, whereas it's actually a solo performance directed by a suspended police officer. Plus his accomplice, a former colleague. You." Kaya stared at him.
"You're kidding."
"No," Harry said. "It turns out that I have no moral boundaries when it comes to how far I'm willing to go to catch Svein Finne."
"Those are precisely the words I was going to use."
"I need you, Kaya. Are you with me?"
"Why on earth would I do that? This is utter madness."
How many times did we know who the culprit was but couldn't do anything about it because we had to follow the rules? Well, you're not in the police. You don't have to follow any rules.
But you do, even if you are suspended. You're not just risking your job, but your liberty. You're the one they'll end up putting away.
I won't be losing anything, Kaya. I've got nothing left to lose."
"What about your sleep? You know what you're exposing this woman to."
"Not my sleep, either. Dagny Jensen knows this isn't by the book. She's seen through me."
"Did she say that?"
"No, and we're keeping it that way. So afterwards she can claim she thought it was a legitimate police operation, so she won't be risking anything. She's just as keen as I am to see that Svein Finne is eliminated." Kaya rolled onto her stomach and pushed herself up onto her elbows. The sleeves of her cardigan slid down her long, thin lower arms.
"Eliminated? What exactly do you mean by that?"
Harry shrugged. "Taken out of the game. Removed."
"Removed from?"
"The streets. Public life."
"Put in prison, then?"
Harry looked at her as he sucked on the unlit cigarette. Nodded. "For instance?"
Kaya shook her head. "I don't know if I dare, Harry. You're different. You always push the boundaries, but this isn't you. This isn't us. This is—"
She shook her head. "Just say it," Harry said.
"This is hatred. This is a horrible mixture of hatred and grief."
"You're right," Harry said. He took the cigarette from his mouth and put it back in the packet. "And I was wrong. I haven't lost everything. I've still got the hatred." He stood up and walked out of the living room, hearing the buzzing sound as he and Gillen shrieked in a shrill vibrato that he was going to make it hard for you, that you'd— The sentence remained unfinished. Richie Blackmore's guitar took over before Gillen launched into the conclusion
into the fire. Harry walked out of the house, onto the steps, out into the blinding daylight. Pia Bohr knocked on the door of her daughter's bedroom. Waited. There was no answer. She pushed the door open. He was sitting on the bed with his back to her. He was still wearing his camouflage uniform. On the bedspread lay the pistol, the sheathed dagger, and his NVGs, night vision goggles. "You need to stop," she said. "Do you hear me, Roar? This can't go on." He turned towards her. His bloodshot eyes and streaked face showed he'd been crying, and that he probably hadn't slept. "Where were you last night, Roar? You can tell me." Her husband, or the man who had once been her husband, turned back to the window again. Pia Bohr sighed. He never said where he'd been, but the mud on the floor suggested he could have been out in the forest, or a field, or a rubbish dump. She sat down on the opposite side of the bed. She needed the distance you would want to maintain towards a stranger. "What have you done?" she asked. "What have you done, Roar?" She waited fearfully for what he was going to say in reply. And when he hadn't answered after 5 seconds, she got up and quickly walked out, almost relieved. Regardless of whatever he might have done, she was innocent. She had asked 3 times. What more could anyone demand? Chapter 18. Dagny looked at her watch under the light above the entrance to the Catholic church. 9. What if Finne didn't come? The traffic was rumbling on Drammensveien and Munkedamsveien. But when she stared along the narrow street leading to Slottsparken, she couldn't see any cars or people, nor in the direction of Akerbrugge and the fjord either. The eye of the storm, the city's blind spot. The church was squeezed between 2 office blocks, and there was little to show that it was a house of God. The building got thinner towards the top, and there was a spire, but there was no cross on the facade, no Jesus or Mary, no Latin quotes. The carvings on the solid wooden door, which was wide, tall, and unlocked, may perhaps have led your thoughts in a religious direction. But apart from that, for all Dagny knew, it could have been the entrance to a synagogue, mosque, or temple for some other small congregation. But if you went closer, you could read on a poster in a glass-fronted cabinet beside the door that there had been masses since early morning that Sunday, in Norwegian, English, Polish, and Vietnamese. The last one, in Polish, had ended just half an hour ago. The noise never stopped, but this street remained quiet. How alone was she? Dagny hadn't asked Harry Hula how many colleagues he had positioned to keep an eye on her. If any of them were out here, or if they were all inside the church. Possibly because she didn't want to know, because she might then give herself away. She looked along the windows and doorways on the other side of the street, hopefully, but also hopelessly, because deep down she had a feeling it was just Hula, him and her. That was what Hula had tried to tell her with that look. And after he had left, she had checked on the internet and found confirmation of what she thought she'd read in the papers, that Harry Hula was a famous police officer and the husband of the poor woman who had recently been murdered, with a knife. That explained the look in his eyes of something broken, the cracked mirror. But it was too late now. She had set this in motion herself, and she could have stopped it. But she hadn't been able to. No, she probably wasn't lying to herself any less than Hula had done. She had seen his pistol. She was freezing. She should have worn warmer clothes. Dagny looked at the time again. "Is it me you're waiting for?" Her heart stopped. How in all the world had he managed to sneak right up on her without her seeing him coming? She nodded. "Are we alone?" Dagny nodded again. "Really? No one else has come to celebrate our marital covenant?" Dagny opened her mouth to speak, but nothing came out. Svein Finne smiled. His thick, wet lips curled against his yellow teeth. You need to breathe, darling. We don't want our child to suffer brain damage from lack of oxygen, do we?
Dagny did as he said, breathed.
We need to talk, she said in a shaky voice. I think I'm pregnant. Of course you are.
Dagny only just managed to stop herself from pulling back when he raised his arm, and for a moment she saw the light from the lamp above the church door shine through the hole in his hand before he held it warm and dry against her cheek. She remembered to breathe and swallowed.
We need to talk about practical matters. Can we go in?
In?
Inside the church. It's cold out here.
Of course. We're getting married, after all. No time to lose. He ran his hand down the side of her neck. She had taped the tiny microphone onto her bra between the cups inside her thin sweater and coat. Ulla had said they couldn't be sure of getting a decent recording until she got him into the church, where they would be free of the background noise of the city, and where she would also have a reason to take off the sound-muffling coat. He wouldn't be able to escape in there, and they would grab Finne as soon as they had enough evidence to get him charged.
Shall we go in, then?
Dagny said, pulling away from his hand. She put her hands in her coat pockets and managed to summon up a visible shiver. Finne didn't move. He closed his eyes, leaned his head back, and sniffed.
I smell something, he said.
Smell? He opened his eyes and looked at her again.
I smell sorrow, Dagny. Desperation. Pain.
This time Dagny didn't have to pretend to shiver.
You didn't smell like that last time, he said. Have you had a visit?
A visit? She tried to laugh, but all that emerged was a coughing sound. Who from?
I don't know, but there's something familiar about that smell. Let me search my memory.
He put his finger under his chin, frowned, studied her.
Dagny, don't tell me you haven't. Have you, Dagny?
Have I what? She tried to fend off the panic that was creeping up on her. He shook his head sadly.
Do you read the Bible, Dagny? You know the parable of the sower? His seed is the word, the promise, and if the seed doesn't take root, Satan will come and devour it. Satan will take away faith, will take our child, Dagny, because I am the sower. The question is, have you met Satan?
Dagny swallowed, moved her head, wasn't sure if she was nodding or shaking it. Svein Finne sighed. You and I, we conceived a child together in a precious moment of love. But perhaps you regret that now. Perhaps you just don't want a child. But you can't go through with the cold-blooded murder of it as long as you know that it's a real love child, so you're trying to find something that would make it possible for you to get rid of it. He was talking loudly, and his soft lips were forming the words very clearly, like an actor on stage, she thought, using volume and diction so that every word was audible even in the back row. So you're lying to your own conscience, Dagny. You tell yourself that that wasn't what happened, that I didn't want it, he forced himself on me. And you tell yourself that you can get the police to believe that, because that man, that Satan, has told you that I have served time for other supposed rapes.
You're wrong,
Dagny said, giving up any attempt to control the tremor in her voice.
Aren't we going inside?
She could hear herself pleading. Finne tilted his head to one side, like a bird looking at its prey before it strikes, almost contemplatively, as if it hasn't quite decided whether or not to let its prey live.
A marital vow is a serious thing, Dagny. I don't want you to enter into it lightly or act too hastily, and you seem uncertain. Perhaps we should wait a little. Can't we talk about it inside? Whenever I'm not sure, Finne said, I let my father decide. Your father? Yes. Fate. He felt in his trouser pocket and pulled something out between his thumb and forefinger. Blue-grey metal. It was a dice. That's your father? Fate is the father of us all, Dagny. A 1 or a 2 means we get married today. 3 or 4, that we wait until another day. 5 or 6 means... He leaned forward and whispered in her ear, that you've betrayed me, and I'll have to slit your throat here and now. And you'll stand there dumb and obedient, like the sacrificial lamb you are, and just let it happen. Hold out your hand. Finne straightened up. Dagny stared at him. There was no emotion in his eyes, or at least none that she recognized. No anger, no sympathy, no excitement, no nervousness, no amusement, no hate, no love. All she saw was will, his will, a hypnotic, commanding force that required neither reason nor logic. She wanted to scream. She wanted to run. Instead, she held out her hand. Finne shook the dice in his cupped hands. Then he quickly turned the lower hand and put it over Dagny's palm. She felt his warm, dry, raw skin against hers, and shuddered. He took his hand away, looked down at hers. His mouth stretched into a broad smile. Dagny had stopped breathing again. She pulled her hand back. The dice were showing 3 black dots. See you soon, my darling, Finne said, looking up. My promise still holds. Dagny looked up automatically at the sky, where the lights of the city were coloring the clouds yellow. When she looked down again, Finne was gone. She heard a noise from one of the archways on the other side of the street. She nudged the door behind her open and went inside. It was as if the organ notes from the last Mass were still lingering in the large nave. She walked over to one of the 2 confessionals against one of the back walls and sat inside it, pulled the curtain. He left, she said. Where? The voice behind the grill said. Don't know. It's too late, anyway. Smell, Harry said, and heard the word echo around the church. And even if he was sure they were alone in there, sitting in the back row, he lowered his voice. He said he could smell it, and threw a dice. Dagny nodded and pointed at the recording device she had placed on the bench between them. It's all on there. And he didn't confess anything. No, he just called himself a sower. You can hear for yourself. Harry managed to stop himself swearing and leaned back so hard against the back of the bench that the whole thing wobbled momentarily. What do we do now? Dagny said. Harry rubbed his face. How could Finne have known? Apart from him and Dagny, Kaya and Truls were the only people who knew about the plan. Maybe he had just read it from Dagny's face and body language. That was obviously possible. Fear acts as an amplifier. Either way, what they were going to do now was a bloody good question. I need to see him die, Dagny said. Harry nodded. Finne's old, and a lot of things can happen. I'll let you know when he's dead. Dagny shook her head. You don't understand. I need to be watching when he dies. If I don't, my body won't accept that he's gone, and he'll haunt me in my dreams, like my mother. A single buzz announced the arrival of a text message, and Dagny pulled a shiny silver phone from her pocket. It struck Harry that Rakel hadn't haunted his dreams after he'd seen her dead.
Not yet. At least, not that he could remember when he woke up. Why not? He had dreamed that he'd seen her face, lifeless, dead, after all. And then it hit him that he really wanted her to haunt him. Sooner a death mask and maggots crawling from her mouth than this cold, empty nothingness.
"Dear God,"
Dagny whispered. Her face was lit up by the screen. Her mouth was open, her eyes wide. The phone fell to the floor with a clatter and lay there, screen upwards. Harry bent over. The video had stopped playing and was showing the final image, a watch with luminous red numbers. Harry pressed play and the clip started again. There was no sound. It was grainy and the camera was moving, but he could see that it was a close-up of a white stomach with blood pumping out of a wound. A hairy hand with a grey watch strap came into shot. It happened so fast. The hand vanished inside the wound, all the way to the screen of the watch, which activated and lit up as more blood pumped out. The camera zoomed in on the watch, then the picture froze. The clip was over. Harry tried to swallow his nausea.
What was that?"
Dagny stammered. "I don't know," Harry said, staring at the final image of the watch. "I don't know," he repeated.
"I can't," Dagny began. "He's going to kill me too, and you won't be able to stop him on your own. Because you are on your own, aren't you?"
"Yes," Harry said. "I'm on my own."
"Then I'm going to have to look for help somewhere else. I have to think of myself."
"Do that," Harry said. He couldn't tear his eyes from the frozen image. The picture quality was too poor for the stomach or hand to be used to identify anyone. But the watch was clear enough. And the time. And the date. 0300. The night Rakel was murdered. Chapter 19. The strip of sunlight from the window was making the white papers on Katrina Bratt's desk glow. Dagny Jensen says in her statement that you persuaded her to lure Svein Finne into a trap, she said. She looked up from the document, found the long legs that began in front of her desk and led to the man who was half lying in the chair before her. His bright blue eyes were shaded by a pair of Ray-Ban sunglasses with black gaffer tape on one arm. He had been drinking, because it wasn't just the acrid smell of stale alcohol coming from his clothes and body, reminding her of amalgam, old people's homes and rotten blackberries. It was the smell of fresh alcohol on his breath, refreshing, cleansing. In short, the man sitting in front of her was an alcoholic who was partly recovering and partly on his way towards renewed drunkenness. "Is that right, Harry?" "Yes," the man said and coughed without covering his mouth. She saw a fleck of saliva glint in the sunlight on the arm of his chair. "Have you found who sent the video?" "Yes," Katrina said. "A burner phone, which is now dead and impossible to trace." "Svein Finne. He sent it. He's the one filming, and it's him sticking his hand inside her stomach." "Shame he didn't use the hand with the hole in it. Then we'd have definite identification." "It is him. You saw the time and date on the watch?" "Yes, and obviously it's suspicious that the date is the same as the night of the murder. But the time is an hour later than the interval in which forensics think Rakel died." "The key word there is think," Harry said. "You know as well as I do that they can't get it spot on." "Can you identify the stomach as Rakel's?" "Come on. It's a grainy image taken with a moving camera. So it could be anyone. For all we know, it could be something Finne found online and sent to scare Dagny Jensen." "Let's say that, then," Harry said, putting his hands on the armrests and starting to get up. "Sit down," Katrina barked. Harry sank back into the chair. She sighed deeply. "Dagny has police protection." "Round the clock?" "Yes." "Good. Anything else?" "Yes. I've just been informed by the Forensic Medical Institute that Valentin Jensen was Svein Finne's biological son." and that you've known about that for a while. Katrina looked for some sort of reaction, but saw nothing except her own reflection in those blue-mirrored sunglasses. "So," she said, "you've decided that Svein Finne killed Rakel to avenge himself on you. You've ignored all protocols for police work, and put another person, a rape victim, in danger in order to achieve something you're after personally. That isn't just gross misconduct in service, Harry. That's a criminal offense." Katrina stopped. What was he looking at behind those damned sunglasses? Her? The picture hanging on the wall behind her? His own boots? "You're already suspended, Harry. I haven't got many other sanctions available apart from dismissing you altogether, or reporting you, which would also lead to dismissal if you were found guilty. Do you understand?" "Yes." "Yes?" "Yes, it isn't exactly complicated. Can I go now?" "No. Do you know what I said to Dagny Jensen when she asked for police protection? I told her she'd get it, but that the police officers who are going to protect her are only human, and they quickly lose their enthusiasm if they know that the person they're protecting has filed a complaint against a police colleague for being overzealous. I put pressure on her, Harry, an innocent victim, for your sake. What have you got to say about that?" Harry nodded slowly. "Well, what about... Can I go now?" "Go!" Katrina threw her hands up. "Really? That's all you have to say?" "No, but it would be better if I left before I say it." Katrina groaned. She put her elbows on her desk, clasped her hands together, and leaned her forehead against them. "Fine. Go!" Harry closed his eyes. He could feel the thick birch trunk against his back and the sharp spring sun warming his face. In front of him was a simple brown wooden cross. It had Rakel's name on it, but nothing else, no date. The woman at the funeral parlour had called it a temporary marker, something they usually erected while they were waiting for the headstone to be ready. But Harry couldn't help putting his own interpretation on it. It was only temporary because she was waiting for him. "I'm still asleep," Harry said. "I hope that's okay. Because if I wake up, I'll fall apart, and then I won't be able to catch him. And I'm going to get him, I swear. Do you remember how frightened you were of the flesh-eating zombies in Night of the Living Dead? Well," Harry raised his hip flask, "now I'm one of them." Harry took a large swig, possibly because he was already so tranquilized that the alcohol didn't seem to offer any further relief. He slid down the trunk until he was sitting against it, feeling the snow beneath his backside and thighs. "By the way, there's a rumor that you wanted me back. Was that old Chico?" "You don't have to answer." He put the flask to his lips again, removed it, opened his eyes. "It's lonely," he said. "Before I met you, I was alone a lot, but I was never lonely. Loneliness is new. Loneliness is interesting. You weren't filling any sort of vacuum when we got together, but you left a huge, gaping hole when you went. There's probably an argument that love is a process of loss. What do you think?" He closed his eyes again, listened. The light beyond his eyelids grew weaker and the temperature dropped. Harry knew it must be a cloud passing in front of the sun and waited for the warmth to come back as he drifted off to sleep. Until something made him stiffen, hold his breath, because he could hear someone else breathing. It wasn't a cloud. Someone or something was standing over him, and Harry hadn't heard anyone coming, even though there was snow all around him. He opened his eyes. The sunlight spread out like a halo from the silhouette in front of him. Harry's right hand felt inside his jacket. "I've been looking for you," the silhouette said quietly. Harry stopped. "You found me," Harry said. "What now?" The silhouette moved aside, and for a moment Harry was blinded by the sun. "Now we go back to mine. Kaya Sones said. Thanks, but do I really need it? Harry asked, grimacing as he smelled the tea in the bowl Kaya had handed him. I don't know, Kaya smiled. How was the shower? Lukewarm, because you were in there for 3/4 of an hour. Was I? Harry sat back on the sofa with his hands around the bowl. Sorry. It's fine. Do the clothes fit? Harry looked down at the trousers and sweater. My brother was a bit smaller than you. She smiled again. So you've changed your mind and want to help me after all? Harry tasted the tea. It was bitter and reminded him of the rosehip tea he used to be given as a child when he had a cold. He could never stand it, but his mum said it strengthened the immune system and that 1 cup contained more vitamin C than 40 oranges. Maybe those overdoses were the reason why he had hardly ever caught a cold since, and why he never ate oranges. Yes, I want to help you, she said, sitting down on the chair opposite him. But not with your investigation. Oh? Do you know you're showing all the classic signs of PTSD? Harry stared at her. Post-traumatic stress disorder, Kaya said. I know what it is. Great. But do you know what the symptoms are? Harry shrugged his shoulders. Repeated experience of the trauma. Dreams, flashbacks, limited emotional response. You become a zombie. You feel like a zombie, an outsider on happy pills, flat and with no desire to live any longer than necessary. The world feels unreal. Your sensation of time changes. As a defense mechanism, you fragment the trauma, only remember specific details, but keep them apart so the whole experience and context remain in the dark. Kaya nodded. Don't forget hyperactivity, anxiety, depression, irritability, and aggressiveness. Problem sleeping. How come you know so much about it? Our resident psychologist has talked me through it. Ståle Aune? And he thought you didn't have PTSD? Well, he didn't rule it out. But on the other hand, I've had those symptoms since I was a teenager. And because I can't remember it ever being different, he said it might just be my personality. Or that it started when I was a boy when my mum died. Apparently grief can easily be confused with PTSD. Kaya shook her head firmly. I've had my share, Harry, and I know what grief is. And you remind me far too much of the soldiers I've seen leave Afghanistan with full-blown PTSD. Some of them were invalided out, some of them took their own lives. But you know what? The worst were the ones who came back, who managed to slip beneath the psychologist's radar, and were left as unexploded bombs, a danger to both themselves and their fellow soldiers. I haven't been to war. I've just lost someone. You have been to war, Harry, and you've been there for far too long. You're one of the few police officers who've had to kill several people in the course of their duty. And if there's one thing we learned in Afghanistan, it's what killing someone can do to a person. And I've seen what it doesn't do to a person. People who shake it off as if it was nothing, or who just wait for the next opportunity. Obviously, you're right, in that we react very differently to the experience of killing someone. But for vaguely normal people, the reason why they had to kill matters too. One study by Rand shows that at least 20, probably more like 30% of American soldiers who served in Afghanistan or Iraq had PTSD. The same goes for American soldiers in Vietnam. The equivalent figure for Allied soldiers in the Second World War seems to have been only half that. Psychologists believe that's because the soldiers didn't understand the wars in Vietnam, Iraq, and Afghanistan, whereas everyone understood why Hitler had to be fought. The soldiers who'd been in Vietnam, Iraq, and Afghanistan came home to a society that didn't organize parades and looked at them with suspicion. And the soldiers weren't able to fit their actions into a comprehensive narrative that justified them. That's why it's easier to kill for Israel. The PTSD rate there is down at 8%. Not because the violence is any less grotesque, but because soldiers can tell themselves that they're defending a small country surrounded by enemies, and because they have broad support among their own population. That gives them a simple, ethically justifiable reason for killing.
What they do is necessary, meaningful.
You're saying I'm traumatized, but the people I've killed out of necessity. Yes, they come to me at night, but I still pull the trigger without hesitation. Time after time.
You belong to the 8% who get PTSD even though they have every possibility of justifying their actions, Kaya said. The ones who don't do that, who are unconsciously but actively looking for a way to blame themselves. The way you're now trying to take the blame for—
Okay, let's say that then,
Harry interrupted. Rakel's death. Silence fell in the living room. Harry stared out into space, blinked over and over again. Kaya swallowed. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it like that. At least, I didn't mean to say it like that.
You're right, Harry said. Apart from the business of looking for blame. It is my fault, that's a fact. If I hadn't killed Svein Finne's son—
You were doing your job.
Rakel would still be alive.
I know people who specialize in PTSD. You need help, Harry.
Yes, help to catch Finne.
That's not your biggest problem.
Yes, it is.
Kaya sighed. How long did you have to look for his son before you found him?
Who's counting? I found him.
No one catches Finne. He's like a ghost. Harry looked up. I worked in Vice within the crime squad unit, Kaya said. I've read the reports about Svein Finne. They were on the syllabus.
A ghost, Harry said.
What?
That's what we're all looking for.
He got to his feet.
Thanks for the hot water. And the tip-off.
Tip-off?
The old man was staring at the blue dress that was swaying and drifting in the current of the river.
Life is a dance performed by mayflies. You stand in a room full of testosterone and perfume, moving your feet in time to the music and smiling at the prettiest one because you think she's meant for you. Until you ask her to dance and she says no and looks over your shoulder at the other guy, the guy who isn't you. Then once you've patched up your broken heart, you adjust your expectations and ask the next prettiest to dance. Then the third, until you get to the one who says yes. And if you're lucky and you dance well together, you ask her for the next dance as well, and the next, until the evening is over and you ask if she wants to spend eternity with you. Yes, darling, but we are mayflies, she says, and dies. And then comes night, real night, and the only thing you've got is a memory, a blue dress waving enticingly, and the promise that it won't be more than a day until you can follow her. The blue dress is the only thing that makes it possible to dream that you will one day dance again.
I'd like a wildlife camera.
The deep hoarse voice came from the other side of the counter. The old man turned round. It was a tall man, broad-shouldered but thin.
We've got several different types, Alf said. I know, I bought one here a while back. I'd like the fancy sort this time, the one that sends messages to your phone when someone's there, the sort that can be hidden.
I get you. Let me just get one. I think would do the job. The old man's son-in-law went off to the shelves of wildlife cameras, and the tall man turned and met the old man's gaze. The old man remembered the face, not only because he had seen it in the shop before, but because he hadn't been able to figure out if it belonged to a herbivore or a carnivore. Odd, because there was no doubt now. The man was a carnivore, but there was something else familiar about that look. The old man strained his eyes. Alf came back, and the tall man turned back towards the counter. When this camera detects movement in front of the lens, it takes an image and sends it directly to the phone number you install.
Thanks, I'll take it.
When the tall man had left the shop, the old man looked back at the television screen. One day, all the blue dresses would be torn to pieces and drift away. The memories would let go and disappear. He saw the scars of loss and resignation in his own eyes in the mirror every day. That was what he had recognized in the tall man's expression. Loss, but not resignation. Not yet.
Harry heard the gravel crunch beneath his boots and thought that this was what happened when you got old. You spent more and more time in cemeteries. Got to know your future neighbors in the place you'd be spending eternity. He stopped in front of the small black stone, crouched down, dug a hole in the snow and put the vase of white lilies in it. He packed the snow around it and arranged the stems. He stepped back to make sure it looked right. He looked up and surveyed the ranks of headstones. If the rule was that you were buried in the cemetery closest to your home, Harry would end up here somewhere, not next to Rakel, who lay in Voksen Cemetery.
It had taken him 7 minutes to get here from his flat.
3.5 if he hurried, but he had taken his time. Burial plots were only left alone for 20 years. After that, new coffins could be buried in the same plot, alongside the ones that were already there. So if fate was so inclined, they could be reunited in death. Harry shivered in his coat as a cold shudder ran through his body. He looked at the time, then hurried towards the exit.
"How are you doing?"
"Fine," Oleg said.
"Fine?"
"Up and down." Harry pressed the phone closer to his ear as if to reduce the distance between them, between a flat on Sophie's Gata, where Bruce Springsteen was singing Stray Bullet in the evening darkness, and the house 2,000 kilometers further north, where Oleg had a view of the Air Force Base and Porsanger Fjord.
"I'm calling to tell you to be careful."
"Careful?" Harry told him about Svein Finne.
"If Finne is out for revenge for me killing his son, that means you could be in danger too."
"I'm coming to Oslo," Oleg said firmly.
"No."
"No? If he killed Mum, am I supposed to just sit here and—"
"Firstly, Crime Squad wouldn't let you anywhere near the investigation. Just think what a defense lawyer could do to a case in which you, the victim's son, had taken part. And secondly, it's likely that he picked your mother rather than you, because you're well outside his normal territory.
I'm coming.
Listen, if he comes after you, I want you up there for 2 reasons. He won't drive 2,000 kilometers by car, so he'd have to fly to a small airport where you'll be able to give them pictures of him. Svein Finne isn't the sort of person it's easy to ignore in a small place. With you where you are, we're increasing the chances of catching him. Okay? But reason number 2, imagine that you're not there when he arrives and finds Helga at home on her own."
Silence. Just Springsteen and a piano. Oleg cleared his throat. "You'll keep me orientated as things progress?"
"Orientated."
"Okay." After they hung up, Harry sat and stared at the phone where he'd put it down on the coffee table. The boss was in the middle of another track that hadn't made it onto the River album. The man who got away.
Like hell.
Not this time. The phone lay cold and dead on the table. When it was 11:30, he couldn't sit still any longer. He put his boots on, grabbed his phone, and went out into the hallway. His car keys went on the dresser where he usually kept them, so he hunted through all his trouser and jacket pockets until he found them in the bloody jeans he'd tossed in the laundry basket. He went down to his Ford Escort, got in, adjusted the seat, turned the key in the ignition, and reached automatically for the radio, but changed his mind. He had it turned to stone-hard FM, because they didn't talk and played nothing but brain-dead, pain-numbing hard rock 24 hours a day. But he didn't need anything pain-numbing right now. He needed pain. So he drove in silence through the drowsy streets of Oslo city centre and up into the hills that wound past Sjömanskollen to Nordstrand. He pulled over to the side of the road, took his torch from the glove compartment, got out, and looked down at Oslo Fjord as it lay bathed in moonlight, black and copper-smooth towards the south, towards Denmark and the open sea. He opened the boot and took out the crowbar. He stood and looked at it for a moment. There was something that wasn't right, something he hadn't thought of, but it was so small, like a fragment floating across his retina, and now he'd forgotten it. He tried biting his false finger and shivered when his teeth came into contact with the titanium, but it didn't help. It was gone, like a dream slipping helplessly out of mind. Harry waded through the snow to the edge of the hill, to the old bunkers where he, Øystein, and Tresco used to come and drink themselves stupid, while their contemporaries were celebrating graduation, National Day, Midsummer, and whatever the fuck else they used to celebrate. The council had padlocked the doors after a series of articles in one of the city's papers. It wasn't that they hadn't known that the bunkers were used by drug addicts and prostitutes, and there had been pictures published before. Pictures of young people injecting heroin into arms covered in scars, and foreign women in slutty outfits lying on filthy mattresses. What made them react this time was one single picture. It wasn't even particularly brutal. A young man sitting on a mattress with the user's accessories beside him. He was staring into the camera with puppy dog eyes. The shock factor was that he looked like an ordinary Norwegian youth, blue-eyed, with a traditional sweater and short, neat hair. You could have imagined it was taken one Easter holiday at his family's cabin. The next day the council had put locks on all the doors and set up signs warning about trespassing and saying the bunkers were regularly patrolled. Harry knew that was an empty threat. The chief of police didn't even have enough money and people to investigate break-ins where things were actually stolen. He inserted the crowbar into the crack in the door. He had to use the whole of his weight before the lock gave way. Harry stepped inside. The only sound breaking the silence was the echo of dripping from deep inside the darkness, which made Harry think of the sonar pulse from a submarine. Tresco had said he'd downloaded a soundtrack of sonar pulses from the net, put it on a loop, and used it to get to sleep. Said the feeling of being underwater made him calm. Harry could only identify 3 ingredients in the stench: piss, petrol, and wet concrete. He switched the torch on and walked further in. The beam found a wooden bench which looked like it had been stolen from the surrounding parkland, and a mattress that was black with damp and mould. Planks had been nailed over the horizontal firing slits facing the fjord. It was, as he had thought, the perfect place, and he couldn't help himself. He turned the torch off, closed his eyes. He wanted to try out the feeling now, in advance. He tried to see it in front of him, but the images wouldn't come. Why not? Maybe he needed to feed the hate. He thought about Rakel. Rakel on the stone floor. Svein Finne over her. Feed the hate. And then it came. Harry screamed out loud into the darkness and opened his eyes. What the hell was going on? Why was his brain storing these images of himself, covered in blood? Svein Finne woke up at the sound of a branch snapping. He was wide awake in an instant, staring up into the darkness and the roof of his 2-man tent. Had they found him? Here, so far from the nearest buildings, in dense pine forest, in such rough terrain that even dogs would have trouble getting through it. He listened, tried to identify what it could be from the sounds. A snort. Not human. Heavy steps on the forest floor, so heavy that he could feel a slight vibration through the ground. A large animal. An elk, perhaps. When he was young, Svein Finne had often gone off into the forest, taking his tent with him, and would spend the night in Maridalen or Sørkedalen. The Oslo forests were vast, and provided freedom and refuge for the young lad who often got in trouble, didn't fit in, who people tended either to avoid or wanted to bully. People often reacted like that when there was something they were afraid of. Svein Finne hadn't been able to understand how they knew. He kept it hidden from them, after all. He only revealed who he was to a very few people, and he could understand that they got scared. He felt more at home out here in the forest with the animals than in the city that lay just a couple of hours' walk away. And there were more animals here, right on their doorstep, than most of the people in Oslo knew. Deer, hares, pine martens, foxes, of course. They thrived on human waste. The occasional red deer. One moonlit night, he'd watched a lynx sneak past on the other side of a lake. And birds, ospreys, tawny owls and boreal owls.
He hadn't seen any of the goshawks and sparrowhawks that had been common here when he was growing up, but a buzzard had drifted past between the trees above him. The elk had come closer. It had stopped breaking branches now. Elk break branches. A snout pressed against the tent, sniffed up and down, a snout that was sniffing for food, in the middle of the night. It wasn't an elk. Finne rolled over in his sleeping bag, grabbed his torch and hit the snout with it. It disappeared, and he heard a deep sniff outside. Then the snout was back, and this time it pressed so hard against the tent that when Finne switched his torch quickly on and off again, he was able to see what it was. He had seen the outline of the big head and jaw. There was a scratching sound of claws tearing at the fabric of the tent. Finne was as quick as lightning, grabbing the handle of the knife he always kept by the side of the underlay, pulled the zip down and rolled out of the tent, making sure he didn't have his back to the animal. He had set up camp on a few square meters of snow-free ground on a slope, in front of a large rock that divided the meltwater, so that it ran down either side of the tent, and now he tumbled naked down the slope. He felt no pain as twigs and stones cut into his skin, just heard the cracking of the undergrowth as the bear came after him. It had noticed his flight, and its hunting instincts had kicked in, and Svein Finne knew that no one could outrun a bear, not on this terrain. But he had no intention of trying to do that, nor of lying down and pretending to be dead, the way some people say is a good strategy if you run into a bear. A bear that had just emerged from hibernation is desperate from starvation, and would be more than happy to eat even a corpse. Fucking idiots. Finne reached the bottom of the slope, found his feet, pressed his back against a thick tree trunk and straightened up. He switched the torch on and aimed it at the noises coming towards him. The animal stopped abruptly when the light shone in its eyes. Blinded, it stood up on its hind legs and flailed at the air with its paws. It was a brown bear, about 2 meters tall. Could have been bigger, Finne thought, as he gripped the sheath between his teeth and drew the puukko knife. Grandfather Finne had said the last bear to be caught in the forests around Oslo, in 1882 by forest ranger Kjelsås, next to a fallen tree in Gronvulje, below Oppkuven, had been almost 2.5 meters tall. The bear fell onto all fours. Its skin was hanging loose around it. It was panting hard, swinging its head from side to side, looking alternately into the forest and towards the light, as if it couldn't decide. Finne held the knife up in front of him. "Don't want to work for your food, Bruin? Feeling a bit weak tonight?" The bear roared as if in frustration, and Finne laughed so loud it echoed off the rock face above them. "My grandfather was one of the men who ate your grandfather back in 1882, Finne called. "He said it tasted terrible, even with plenty of seasoning. But I could imagine taking a bite of you all the same, Bruin, so come on! Come on, you stupid bastard!" Finne took a step towards the bear, which backed away slightly, shifting its weight from side to side. It looked confused, almost cowed. "I know how it feels," Finne said. "You've been shut up for ages, then suddenly you get out, and there's too much light, too little food, and you're all alone. Not because you've been cast out, because you're not like them. You're not a herding animal. You're the one who's cast them out." Finne took another step closer. "But that doesn't mean you don't feel lonely, does it? Spread your seed, Bruin. Make others who are like you, who understand you, who understand how to honor their father. Ha, ha! Get lost, because there are no females in Sukkerdalen. Get lost, this is my territory, you poor starving bastard. All you'll find here is loneliness." The bear pressed down on its front paws, as if it was about to stand up again, but couldn't manage it. Finne saw it now. The bear was old, maybe sick, and Finne detected an unmistakable smell. The smell of fear. It wasn't the far smaller, two-legged creature in front of it that was making it frightened, but the fact that this creature wasn't emitting the same smell. It was fearless, crazy, capable of anything. "Well, old Bruin," the bear snarled, revealing a set of yellow teeth. Then it turned and padded away until it was swallowed up by the darkness. Svein Finne stood and listened to the sound of twigs snapping further and further away. The bear would be back, either when it was even hungrier, or when it had eaten and felt strong enough to conquer the territory. Tomorrow he would have to start looking for somewhere that was even less accessible, possibly somewhere with walls that could keep a bear out. But first, he had to go into the city and buy a trap. And visit the grave. The herd. Katrine couldn't sleep. But her son was asleep in his crib over by the window. That was the important thing. She rolled over in bed and looked directly into Björn's pale face. His eyes were closed, but he wasn't snoring, and that meant he wasn't asleep either. She studied him, his thin, reddish eyelids with their visible veins, his pale eyebrows, white skin. It was as if he'd swallowed a lit light bulb, inflated and illuminated from within. Plenty of people had been surprised when they got together. No one had asked straight out, obviously, but she had seen the question on their faces. What makes a beautiful, self-sufficient woman choose a less-than-averagely attractive man with no money? A female MP on the Justice Committee had taken her aside at a networking cocktail party for women in important positions and told her she thought it was great that Katrine had married a male colleague whose status was lower than hers. Katrine replied that Björn was bloody good in bed and asked the politician if she felt ashamed of having a high-status husband who earned more than her, and what did she think the chances were that her next husband would be lower status. Katrine had no idea who the woman's husband was, but from the look on her face she could tell that she had got pretty close to the mark. She hated those influential women gatherings anyway, not because she didn't support the cause, not because she didn't think that true equality was something worth fighting for, but because she couldn't summon up the forced sisterly solidarity and emotional rhetoric. Occasionally she felt like telling them to shut up and stick to asking for equal opportunities and equal pay for equal work. Sure, a change was long overdue, and not only when it came to direct sexual harassment, but also the indirect and often intangible sexual control tactics men used. But that mustn't be allowed to rise to the top of the agenda and draw attention away from what equality was really about. Women would only harm themselves yet again if they prioritized hurt feelings over the size of their pay packets, because only better wages, more economic power would make them invulnerable. Perhaps she would have felt differently if she'd been the most vulnerable person in the bedroom. She had sought out Björn when she was at her weakest, her most fragile, when she needed someone who would love her unconditionally. And the slightly plump but kind and charming forensic specialist had hardly been able to believe his luck, and responded by proclaiming her his queen, almost to the point of self-negation. She had told herself that she wouldn't exploit that she had seen too many people, women and men alike, turn into monsters simply because their partner invited it. And she had tried. She really had. She had been tested before, but when the real test came along, the third person, the baby, the survival instinct that got you through the day took over, and consideration for your partner had to give way. The third person, the one you loved more than your partner. But in Katrine's case, the third person had been there all along. Once, just once, she had lain like this in this very bed with him, the third person, listened to him breathing while an autumn storm made the windows rattle, the walls creak, and her world collapse. He belonged to someone else. She was only borrowing him. But if that was all she could get, she'd take it. Did she regret that attack of madness? Yes, of course she did. Was it the happiest moment of her life? No, it was despair and a peculiar numbness. Could the whole thing have been avoided? Definitely not. "What are you thinking about?" Björn whispered. What if she said it? What if she told him everything? "The case," she said. "Oh? How can you lot have absolutely nothing? Like we've said, the perpetrator cleaned up after him. Are you really thinking about the case, or
something else. Katrina couldn't see the expression in his eyes in the darkness, but she could hear it in his voice. He had always known about the third person. Björn Holm was the person she had confided in back when he was just a friend, and she had only just moved to police headquarters when she had a hopeless, silly infatuation with Harry. It was so long ago, but she had never told him about that night. A married couple who live in Holmenkollen were driving home on the night of the murder, Katrina said. They saw an adult male walking down Holmenkollen Lane at midnight, which fits the presumed time of the murder, between 2200 and 0200, Björn said. Sober adults in Holmenkollen drive cars. The last bus had gone, and we've checked the security cameras at Holmenkollen metro station. A tram arrived at 25 minutes to midnight, but the only person who got off was a woman. What's a pedestrian doing out that late at night? If he was walking all the way home from a bar in the city, he'd have been walking uphill, and if he was heading back into the city, he'd have gone to the metro station, don't you think? Unless he wanted to avoid any security cameras. A man out walking. It's a bit thin, isn't it? Did they give a description? Just the usual, average height, between 25 and 60, unknown ethnicity, but rather dark-skinned. So the reason you've got hung up on this is that it's the only lead of any value at all. So you didn't get anything useful from the neighbour? Mrs. Sivertsen? Her bedroom was at the back of the house, and the window was open, but she says she slept like a baby all night. Like an ironic response, a tentative whimpering sound came from the crib. They looked at each other and almost started to laugh. Katrina turned away from them and pressed her ear down into the pillow, but couldn't shut out 2 further whines, then the usual pause before the siren started. She felt the mattress move as Björn rolled out of bed. She wasn't thinking about the baby. She wasn't thinking about Harry. And she wasn't thinking about the case. She was thinking about sleep. A mammal's deep sleep. The sort with both sides of the brain switched off. Kaya ran her hand over the rough, hard grip of the pistol. She had switched off all sources of noise in the living room and was listening to the silence. He was out there. She had heard him. She had got hold of the pistol after what happened to Hala in Kabul. Hala and Kaya had been 2 of the 9 women in the group of 23 people who shared the same living quarters, most of them employed by the Red Crescent or Red Cross, but a few held civilian positions in the peacekeeping forces. Hala was an unusual person with an unusual background, but what really set her apart from the others in the building was that she wasn't foreign but Afghan. The building wasn't far from the Kabul Serena Hotel and Afghan Presidential Palace. The Taliban attack on the Serena had demonstrated that nowhere in Kabul was completely safe, but everything was relative, and they had felt protected by the security guard behind the tall railings. In the afternoons, Hala and Kaya would go up onto the flat roof and fly the kite they had bought at the Strand Bazaar for $1 or 2. Kaya had assumed it was just a romantic cliché from a best-selling book, the idea that the kites in the skies above Kabul would a symbol that the city was free from the Taliban regime, which had banned kite flying in the 90s because it took people's time and attention away from prayer. But at the weekends now, there were hundreds, thousands of kites in the air. And according to Hala, the colors of the kites were even brighter than they were before the Taliban, because of the new ink that had come onto the market. Hala had known just how they had to work together when they flew the kite, one steering it, the other watching the line. Otherwise they wouldn't stay clear of other kites that were looking for a fight, trying to cut their line or kite with their own lines, which had slivers of glass attached to them. It wasn't hard to see the parallels with the West's self-imposed mission in Afghanistan, but it was still a game. If they lost a kite, they just sent up another one. And even more beautiful than the kites in the sky was the glow in Hala's beautiful eyes when she looked up at them. It was past midnight, and Kaya had heard sirens and seen blue police lights from the living room window. She was already worried because Hala hadn't come home, so she got dressed and went outside. The police cars were parked by an alley. There was no cordon, and a crowd of onlookers had already gathered. Young Afghan men in leather jackets, copies of Gucci and Armani, were pretty much the only people on the streets at that time of night. How many crime scenes had Kaya attended as a detective in the crime squad unit? Even so, she still woke up from nightmares about that night. The knife had cut large flaps in Hala's shalwar kameez, bearing the skin beneath, and her head was bent back at an impossible angle as if her neck was broken, making the wound in her neck gape open, and Kaya could see right into the pink, already dry innards. When she crouched over the body, a swarm of sandflies had emerged from the wound, like an evil spirit emerging from a lamp, and Kaya had flailed her arms about her. The post-mortem revealed that Hala had had intercourse right before the murder, and even if the physical evidence couldn't rule out the possibility that it had been voluntary, they all assumed, given the circumstances and the fact that she was a single young woman who followed the strict rules of the Hazaras, that it was rape. The police never found the perpetrator or perpetrators. People said that the risk of being raped in the street in Kabul was a fraction of the risk of being blown up by an IED. And even if the number of rapes had risen since the fall of the Taliban, the police had a theory that the Taliban were behind the attack to show what would happen to Afghan women who worked for ISAF, Resolute Force, and other Western organizations. Despite that, the rape and murder in Kabul had frightened the other women in the group. Kaya had taught them how to handle a gun, and in a strange way this pistol, which was passed around like a baton whenever one of them had to go out after dark, brought them together as a team. A kite team. Kaya felt the weight of the pistol. When she was in the police, holding a loaded pistol had always filled her with a mixture of fear and security. In Afghanistan, she had started to think of it as a necessary tool, something you valued having, like the knife. It was Anton who had taught her to use it, who had taught her that even in the Red Cross, at least in his Red Cross, you defended your own life if necessary by killing. She remembered that the first time she met Anton, she had thought that the refined, almost jovial, tall, blonde Swiss man, who was far too handsome, wasn't for her. She had been wrong, and right, but when it came to Hala's murder, she wasn't wrong, only right. It wasn't the Taliban who had been behind it. She knew who it was, but had no evidence. Kaya squeezed her hand tightly round the handle, listened, breathed, waited, numb. That was what was so strange. Her heart was pounding as if she were on the brink of panic, but at the same time she felt completely indifferent, scared of dying, but not particularly interested in living. Even so, she had got through the debriefing with the psychologist when they stopped in Tallinn on the way home, and sailed under the radar. Chapter 20. Harry woke up, and everything was the same. A few seconds passed before he remembered, realized it wasn't a nightmare, and the clenched fist hit him in the guts. He rolled onto his side and stared at the picture on the table. Rakel, Oleg, and himself, smiling, sitting on a boulder surrounded by autumn leaves, on one of those hikes Rakel was so keen on, and which Harry suspected that he had rather started to enjoy. And for the first time he thought the thought. If this was the start of a day that was only going to get worse, how many more days could he handle? He was in the process of giving himself an answer when he realized he hadn't been woken by the alarm clock. His phone, lying next to the picture, was vibrating almost silently, like the buzz of a hummingbird. He grabbed it. It was a text message containing a picture. Harry's heart began to beat faster. He tapped the screen twice with his finger, and it felt as if his heart had stopped. Svein Finne, the fiancé, was standing with his head bowed, facing the camera, his eyes focused a little way above it. The sky above his head had a reddish glow. Harry leapt out of bed, picked up his trousers from the floor and pulled them on. yanked on a T-shirt on his way to the door, pulled on his coat and boots, and rushed out into the stairwell. He stuck his hands in his pockets to check that everything he had put in them the previous evening was still there: car keys, handcuffs, and the Heckler & Koch pistol. He burst out of the door, breathed in the cold morning air, and jumped in the Escort that was parked on the edge of the pavement. 3.5 minutes if he ran, but he needed the car for part 2. Harry quietly cursed the starter motor when it failed to work first time. It would be game over at the next MOT. He turned the key again and pressed the accelerator. There! Harry skidded up the wet cobbles of Stensberggata. Almost deserted so early in the morning. How long did people stand at graves? He cut across the beginnings of the morning rush on Ullevålsveien and parked on the pavement on Akersbakken, right in front of the north gate to Vår Frelsers Cemetery. He left the car unlocked with its police badge clearly visible on the dashboard. He ran, but stopped when he reached the gate. From where he was standing at the top of the sloping cemetery, he immediately caught sight of the lonely figure standing in front of the grave. His head was bowed, and a long, thick Native American plait was hanging down his back. Harry clasped the butt of the pistol in his coat pocket and started walking, not fast, not slow. He stopped when he was 3 meters from the man's back. "What do you want?" The sound of the man's voice made Harry shiver. The last time he had heard Svein Finne's gravelly, resounding priest's voice, they had been sitting in a cell in Ila prison, when Harry was trying to get help to catch the man who was now lying in the grave in front of them. Back then, Harry had had no idea that Valentin Jensen was Svein Finne's son. In hindsight, he couldn't help thinking he should have suspected something. Should have realized that such sick, violent fantasies must have come from the same source, one way or another. "Svein Finne," Harry said, and heard his voice shake. "You're under arrest." He didn't hear Finne laugh, just saw his shoulders move. "That seems to be your standard line, whenever you see me, Ulla. Put your hands behind your back." Finne let out a deep sigh. He put his hands on his back with a nonchalant gesture, as if it made his posture more comfortable. "I'm going to put handcuffs on you, and before you think of doing anything stupid, you should know that I've got a pistol aimed at the base of your spine." "You'd shoot me in the base of the spine, Ulla." Finne turned his head and grinned. Those brown eyes, the thick, wet lips. Harry breathed through his nose. Cold. He needed to stay cold now, not think about her. Think about what he was going to do, nothing else. Simple, practical things. "Because you think I'm more frightened of being paralyzed than of dying?" Harry took a deep breath in an attempt to stop himself trembling. "Because I want a confession before you die. Like you got from my boy. And then you shot him. I had to shoot him because he was resisting arrest. Yes, I dare say that's how you choose to remember it. That's probably how you remember shooting me, too." Harry saw the hole in Svein Finne's palm, like Torghatten, the mountain with a hole you can see daylight through. From a bullet fired during an arrest early in Harry's police career. But it was the other hand that caught his attention, the grey watch strap round his wrist. Without lowering the pistol, he grabbed Finne's wrist with his free hand and turned it over. Pressed the face of the watch. Red numbers indicating the time and date lit up. The click of the handcuffs sounded like a damp kiss in the empty cemetery. Harry turned the ignition key anti-clockwise, and the engine died. "A beautiful morning," Finne said, looking through the Escort's windscreen down at the fjord below them. "But why aren't we at police headquarters?" "I was thinking of giving you a choice," Harry said. "You can give me a confession here and now, and we can drive back down for breakfast in a warm cell in police headquarters. Or you can deny it, and you and I can take a little walk into that wartime bunker." "Ah, I like you, Ulla. I really do. I hate you as a person, but I like your personality." Finne moistened his lips.
And I confess, obviously. Wait until I start recording, Harry said, fishing his phone out of his coat pocket. Was a willing participant. Finne shrugged his shoulders. I think she might even have enjoyed it more than me. Harry swallowed, closed his eyes for a moment. Enjoyed having a knife stuck in her stomach. A knife? Finne turned in his seat and looked at Harry. I took her by the railings right behind where you arrested me. Of course I know it's against the law to fuck in a cemetery, but given the way she insisted on getting more, I think it's only reasonable for her to pay most of the fine. Has she really filed a complaint? I suppose she regretted her ungodly behavior. Yes, that wouldn't surprise me. Unless perhaps she actually believes what she's saying. Shame could make us distort anything. Do you know, there was a psychologist in prison who tried to tell me about Nathason's compass of shame. That I was so ashamed at having killed the girl like you claimed I had, that I had to flee the shame altogether by denying it had ever happened. That's what's going on here. Dagny feels so ashamed of how much she enjoyed what happened in the cemetery that her memory has turned it into rape. Does that sound familiar, Ulla? Harry was about to answer when a wave of nausea rose up inside him. Shame. Repression. The handcuffs rattled as Finne leaned forward in his seat. Either way, you know what it's like with rape cases, where it's one person's word against another's, with no witnesses or forensic evidence. I'll get off, Ulla. Is that what this is about? You know the only way you could get me locked up for rape is by forcing a confession out of me. Sorry, Ulla, but like I said, I confessed to fucking in a public place, so at least you've got something you can pin on me. Are you still offering breakfast? Did I say something wrong? Finne laughed as he stumbled through the muddy snow. He fell to his knees, and Harry pulled him up and shoved him towards the bunkers. Harry was crouched down in front of the wooden bench. On the floor in front of him was everything he had found when he searched Svein Finne. A dice made of blue-grey metal, a couple of 100-krone notes and some coins, but no bus or tram tickets. A knife in a sheath. The knife had a brown wooden shaft, a short blade, sharp. Could that be the murder weapon? There were no traces of blood on it. Harry looked up. He had removed one of the planks covering the gun slits to let some light into the bunker. Joggers occasionally ran past along the path just outside, but there wouldn't be any until the snow had gone completely. No one would hear Svein Finne's screams. Nice knife, Harry said. I collect knives, Finne said. I had 26 that you seized from me, do you remember? I never got them back. The light of the low morning sun was striking Svein Finne's face and muscular upper body. Not the pumped-up version jailbirds get from repetitive weightlifting in a cramped gym, but the wiry, fit sort. A ballet dancer's body, Harry thought. Or Iggy Pop's. Clean. Finne was sitting on the bench with his hands cuffed round the backrest. Harry had removed his shoes as well, but it let him keep his trousers. I remember the knives, Harry said. What's the dice for? To make the difficult decisions in life. Luke Reinhardt, Harry said, so you've read The Dice Man. I don't read, Ulla, but you can keep the dice, a gift from me to you. Let fate decide when you don't know what to do. You'll find it very liberating, believe me. So fate is more liberating than deciding for yourself? Of course. Imagine that you feel like killing someone, but can't make yourself do it. So you need help. From fate. And if the dice tells you to kill, fate bears the responsibility. It liberates you and your free will. Do you see? All it takes is a throw of the dice.
Harry checked the recording was working before he put the phone down on the bench. He took a deep breath. "Did you throw the dice before you murdered Rakel Farker?"
"Who's Rakel Farker?"
"My wife," Harry said. "The murder took place in the kitchen of our home in Holmenkollen 10 days ago." He saw something begin to dance in Finne's eyes. "My condolences. Shut up and talk. Or else." Finne sighed as if he were bored. "Are you going to get the car battery and use it on my testicles?" "Using car batteries to torture someone is a myth," Harry said. "They don't have enough power." "How do you know that?" "I read up about torture methods online last night," Harry said, running the sharp edge of the knife against the skin of his thumb. "Apparently it isn't the pain itself that makes people confess, but the fear of pain. But obviously the fear needs to be well-founded. The torturer has to convince the victim that the pain he is willing to inflict is only limited by the torturer's imagination. And if there's one thing I've got right now, Finne, it's imagination." Svein Finne moistened his thick lips. "I see. You want the details?" "All of them." "The only detail I have for you is that I didn't do it." Harry clenched his fist around the handle of the knife and punched. He felt the cartilage in the other man's nose break, felt the blow in his own knuckles and the warm blood on the back of his hand. Finne's eyes filled with tears of pain and his lips parted, revealed his big yellow teeth in a broad grin. "Everybody kills Ulla." His priest voice had a different, more nasal tone now. "You, your colleagues, your neighbor. Just not me. I create new life. I repair what you destroy. I populate the world with myself, with people who want good." He tilted his head. "I don't understand why people make the effort to raise something that isn't theirs. Like you and your bastard son, Oleg. That's his name, isn't it? Is that because your sperm's too weak, Ulla? Or didn't you fuck Rakel well enough for her to want to give birth to your children?" Harry punched again, hit the same place. He wondered if the crisp crunching sound came from Finne's nose, or was just in his own head. Finne leaned his head back and grinned up at the roof. "More." Harry was sitting on the floor with his back against the concrete wall, listening to the sound of his own deep breathing and the wheezing sound from the bench. He had wound Finne's shirt around his hand, but the pain told him that the skin on at least one of his knuckles was broken. How long had they been at it? How long was it going to take? On the website about torture, it had said that no one, absolutely no one, could hold out against torture in the long run, that they would tell you what you want, or possibly what they think you want. Svein Finne had merely repeated the same word, more, and had got what he asked for. "Knives." The voice was no longer recognizable as Finne's. And when Harry looked up, he didn't recognize the man either. The swelling on his face had made his eyes close, and the blood was hanging off him like a dripping red beard. "People use knives." "Knives," Harry repeated in a whisper. "People have been sticking knives in each other since the Stone Age, Ulla. Fear of them is embedded in our genes. The thought that something can penetrate your skin, get inside, destroy what's inside you, that which is you. Show them a knife, and they'll do whatever you want." "Who does what you want?" Finne cleared his throat and spat red saliva on the floor between them. "Everyone. Women, men, you, me. In Rwanda, the Tutsis were offered the chance to buy bullets so they could be shot rather than hacked to death with machetes. And you know what? They paid up." "Okay, I've got a knife," Harry said, nodding towards the knife on the floor between them.
"And where are you going to stick it?"
"I was thinking the same place you stabbed my wife, in the stomach."
"A bad bluff, Ole. If you stab me in the stomach, I won't be able to talk, and I'll bleed to death before you got your confession."
Harry didn't answer.
"Actually, hang on,"
Finne said, straightening his bloody head.
"Could it be that you, who have done your research into torture, are conducting this ineffective boxing match because deep down you don't really want a confession?"
He sniffed the air.
"Yes, that's it. You don't want me to confess, so you have an excuse to kill me. In fact, you'd have to kill me in order to get justice. You just needed a precursor to the killing, so you could tell yourself you tried, that this wasn't what you wanted, that you're not like the murderers who do it just because they like it."
Finne's laughter turned into a gurgling cough.
"Yes, I lied. I am a murderer. Me too. Because killing someone is fantastic, isn't it, Hula? Seeing a child come into the world knowing that it's your creation can only be outshone by one thing: removing someone from the world, terminating a life, assuming the role of fate, being someone's dice. Then you're God, Hula, and you can deny it as much as you like. But that's precisely the feeling you've got right now. It's good, isn't it?"
Harry stood up.
"So, I'm sorry to have to spoil this execution, Hula, but I hereby declare mea culpa, Hula. I murdered your wife, Rakel Falker."
Harry froze. Finne looked up at the roof.
"With a knife," he whispered, "but not the one you're holding in your hand. She was screaming when she died. She was screaming your name. Harry, Harry."
Harry felt a different type of rage hit him. The cold sort, the sort that made him calm and crazy, which he had feared might come, and which mustn't be allowed to take over. "Why?" Harry asked. His voice was suddenly relaxed, his breathing normal.
"Why?"
"The motive."
"That's obvious, surely. The same as yours now, Hula. Revenge. We're engaged in a classic blood feud. You killed my son. I kill your wife. That's what we do. That's what separates us from the animals. We take revenge. It's rational, but we don't even have to think about whether it makes sense. We just know that it feels good. Isn't that what it feels like for you right now, Hula? You're making your own pain into someone else's. Someone you can convince yourself is responsible for the fact that you're in pain.
"Prove it."
"Prove what?"
"That you killed her. Tell me something you couldn't have known about the murder or crime scene."
"To Harry, with an eye."
Harry blinked.
"From Oleg,"
Finne went on.
"Branded into a breadboard, hanging on the wall between the top cupboards and the coffee machine."
The only sound in the silence that followed was the metronome-like tripping.
"Yes, Your confession, Finne said, coughing and spitting again. That gives you two options. You can take me into custody and get me convicted under Norwegian law. That's what a policeman would do. Or you can do what us murderers do. Harry nodded, crouched down again, picked up the dice. He cupped his hands and shook it before letting it roll across the concrete floor. He looked at it thoughtfully, put the dice in his pocket, grasped the knife and stood up. The sunlight shining in between the planks glinted off the blade. He stopped behind Finne, put his left arm around his forehead, and locked his head to his chest. Ole. The voice was slightly higher now. Ole, don't. Finne jerked at the cuffs, and Harry could feel his body trembling. Finally, a sign of angst in the face of death. Harry breathed out and dropped the knife into his coat pocket. Still holding Finne's head tight, he pulled a handkerchief from his trouser pocket and wiped Finne's face with it. He wiped the blood from around his nose, mouth and chin. Finne sniffed and cursed, but didn't try to struggle. Harry tore 2 strips off the handkerchief and stuck them in his nostrils. Then he put the handkerchief back in his pocket, walked around the bench and looked at the result. Finne was panting as if he'd just run the 400 meters. Because Harry had mostly had Finne's T-shirt wrapped around his fist when he hit him, there were no cuts, just swelling and the nosebleed. Harry went outside and put some snow in the T-shirt, then went back inside and held it to Finne's face. Trying to make me presentable so you can claim this never happened, Finne said. He had already calmed down. It's probably too late for that, Harry said. But whatever punishment they give me will be based on the amount of damage, so let's call it damage limitation. And you provoked me because you wanted me to hit you. I did I? Of course. You wanted to get some physical evidence to prove to your lawyer that you were assaulted when the police were questioning you, because any judge would refuse to allow the police to present evidence acquired using unlawful means. That's why you confessed, because you assumed the confession would get you out of here, but still wouldn't cost you anything later. Maybe. At least you're not thinking of killing me. No? You'd already have done it by now. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you haven't got it in you, after all. You're suggesting I should? Like you said yourself, it's too late now. An ice pack isn't going to fix this. I'll end up walking free. Harry picked his phone up from the bench, switched the recording off, and called Björn home. Hello? It's Harry. I've got Svein Finne. He's just confessed to me that he murdered Rakel, and I've got it recorded. Harry heard a baby crying in the pause that followed. Really? Björn said slowly. Really. I want you to come and arrest him. What? Didn't you say you've already arrested him? Not arrested, no, Harry said, and looked at Finne. I'm suspended, aren't I? So right now I'm just a private citizen holding another private citizen here against his will. Finne can always file a complaint. But I'm pretty sure I'll be treated fairly leniently, given the fact he murdered my wife. The important thing now is that he's arrested and questioned properly by the police. I get it. Where are you? The German bunkers above Schumannskollen. Finn is sitting cuffed to a bench in here. I see. What about you? No, Harry. No what? I don't want to have to carry you out of some bar later tonight. I'll send the audio file to your email address. Mona Dawes stopped in the doorway of her editor's office. He was talking on the phone. They've arrested someone for Rakel Fauker's murder, she said loudly. I've got to go, the editor said, then hung up without waiting for a response and looked up. Are you on it, though? It's already written, Mona said. Get it out there. Has anyone else published it yet? We got notification 5 minutes ago. There's a press conference at 4 o'clock. What I wanted to talk to you about is whether or not we should name the suspect. Did they give his name in the announcement? Of course not. So how have you got it? Because I'm one of your best reporters? In 5 minutes? Okay, the best. So who is it? Svein Finne. Previous convictions for assault and rape, and a criminal record as long as a plague year. Do we publish his name? The editor ran his hand over his thinning hair. Tricky. Mona was well aware of the dilemma. Under paragraph 4.7 of the Ethical Code of Practice for the Norwegian press, the press agreed to deal sensitively with the publication of names in criminal cases, especially during the early stages of an investigation. Any identification had to be justifiable on grounds of public interest. On the other hand, her paper, VG, had published the name of a professor whose offence was that he had sent inappropriate text messages to women. Everyone had agreed that the man was a pig, but as far as they were aware, no laws had been broken, and it was hard to claim that the public needed to know the professor's name. In Finne's case, they could obviously justify publication of his name by saying the public needed to know who they should be looking out for. On the other hand, was there any possibility of what the code called imminent danger of offences against innocent people with serious and repeated criminal acts, as long as Finne was in custody? "We'll hold back his name," the editor said, "but include his criminal record and say that VG knows who he is. Then at least we'll get a gold star from the Press Association." "That's how I've already written it, so it's ready to go. We've also managed to get hold of a new, previously unpublished picture of Rakel as well." "Fantastic." Her editor wasn't wrong. After a week and a half of intense press coverage of the murder, their choice of pictures was getting pretty repetitive. "But maybe run a picture of the husband, the policeman, under the headline." Mona blinked. "You mean Harry Huller, right under suspect arrested for Rakel's murder? Isn't that a bit misleading?" The editor shrugged. "They'll find out soon enough when they read the article." Mona nodded slowly. The shock effect of Harry Huller's familiar, ruggedly attractive face below that sort of headline would obviously get more clicks than another picture of Rakel. And their readers would forgive them the ostensibly unintentional misunderstanding they always did. Nobody wanted to be properly deceived, but people had nothing against being misled in an entertaining way. So why did Mona dislike this part of the job so much when she loved the rest of it? "Mona?" "Will do," she said, pushing herself off the door frame. "This is going to be big." Chapter 21. Katrina Bratt stifled a yawn and hoped that none of the 3 other people around the table in the Chief of Police's office had noticed. Yesterday had been a very long day after the press conference about the arrest in Rakel's case, and when she finally got home and went to bed, her son had kept her up most of the night. But there was a chance that today wasn't going to turn into a marathon. Because Svein Finne's name hadn't been made public in the media, a vacuum had arisen, the eye of the storm in which, for the moment at least, things really were calm. But it was still too early in the morning to say what the day would bring. "Thanks for agreeing to see us at such short notice," Johan Krohn said. "No problem," Police Chief Gunnar Hagen said with a nod. "Great. Then I'll get straight to the point." The standard phrase of a man who feels at home, getting to the point, Katrina thought. Because even if Krohn evidently enjoyed the limelight, he was first and foremost a nerd, a now renowned defense lawyer, almost 50 years old, who still looked like a boy, someone who used to be bullied, and now wore his professional reputation and freshly won confidence like a suit of armor. Katrina had read about the bullying in a magazine interview. It hadn't been the same getting beaten up in every break that Katrina had experienced growing up, but low-level teasing and withheld invitations to birthday parties and games, the sort of bullying that every celebrity now claimed to have suffered, to be applauded for their openness. Krohn had said he had come forward to make it easier for other smart kids suffering the same thing. Katrina found it odd that the sought-after lawyer's desire for justice was balanced by his lack of empathy. Okay, Katrina knew she was being unfair. They were, as they were now, on opposite sides of the table, and it wasn't Krohn's job to feel empathy for the victims. Perhaps it was a prerequisite for the judicial system that defense lawyers had the capacity to switch off their sympathy for the victim
and only focus on what was best for their clients. The way it had been a prerequisite for Crone's personal success. That was probably why it bothered her. That and the fact that she had lost too many cases against him. Crone glanced at the Patek Philippe watch on his left wrist as he held his right hand out to the young woman sitting beside him, wearing a discreet but ridiculously expensive Hermes outfit and presumably equipped with top grades from law school. Katrina realized that the dry Danish pastries she'd salvaged from a meeting yesterday weren't going to be eaten today either. As if it was a carefully practiced move, like a nurse passing a surgeon a scalpel, the young woman placed a yellow folder in Crone's hand. "This case has obviously attracted a lot of media attention," Crone said, "something which does no favors either to you or my client." "But it does favor you," Katrina thought, wondering if she was expected to pour coffee for the visitors and the chief of police. "So I assume it's in everyone's interests for us to come to an agreement as quickly as possible." Crone opened the folder, but didn't look down at it. Katrina didn't know if it was true or just a myth, that Crone had a perfect photographic memory, and that his party piece at law school had been to ask fellow students to give him a page number between 1 and 3,760, and then he would proceed to recite the entire contents of that page of Norwegian law. Nerd parties, the only type of party Katrina had been invited to when she was a student, because she was pretty but still an outsider with her leather clothes and punk hair. She didn't hang out with punks, and she didn't hang out with straight, well-dressed students. So the staring at their shoes gang had invited her into the warm. But she had turned them down. She didn't want to fulfill the classic pretty girl teams up with attractive but socially inadequate nerds role. Katrina Bratt had had enough to deal with. More than enough. She had been bombarded with psychiatric diagnoses, but somehow she had coped. "In the wake of my client being arrested on suspicion of the murder of Rakel 3 accusations of rape have come to light," Crone said. "One of these is from a heroin addict who has already received rape victims' compensation twice before on, frankly, very thin grounds, and without any conviction on either of those occasions. The second has, as I understand it, today asked to withdraw her accusation. The third, Dagny Jensen, has no case as long as there is no forensic evidence, and my client's explanation is that intercourse was entirely consensual. Even a man with a previous conviction must have the right to a sex life, without being an open target for the police and any woman who feels guilty afterwards." Katrina looked for signs of a reaction from the young woman next to Crone, but saw nothing. "We know how much of the police's resources get swallowed up by such ambiguous rape cases, and here we have 3 of them," Crone went on, with his eyes focused on a point in front of him, as if an invisible script was hanging in the air. "Now, it isn't my job to defend the interests of society, but in this specific instance I believe that our interests might coincide. My client has declared himself willing to confess to murder if no rape charges are brought. And this is a murder investigation, in which I understand that all you have is—" Crone looked down at his papers as if he needed to check that what he was about to say really was true. "A breadboard, a confession acquired under torture, and a video clip that could be of anyone, possibly taken from a film." Crone looked up again with a questioning expression. Gunnar Hagen looked at Katrina. Katrina cleared her throat. "Coffee?" "No, thanks." Crone scratched, or perhaps smoothed one eyebrow carefully with his forefinger. "My client would also, assuming we can reach an agreement, consider withdrawing his charge against Inspector Harry Huller for unlawful imprisonment and physical assault." "The title of inspector is irrelevant under current circumstances," Hagen muttered. "Harry Huller was acting as a private citizen. If any of our officers broke Norwegian law whilst on duty, I would report them myself." "Of course," Crone replied. "I certainly don't mean to call the integrity of the police into question. I merely wish to suggest that it looks unseemly." "Then you're no doubt also aware that it isn't normal practice for the Norwegian police to engage in the sort of horse trading you're suggesting. Negotiations for a reduced sentence, of course, but writing off the accusation of rape— I appreciate that you might have objections, but can I remind you that my client is well over 70 years old,
and that in the event of a guilty verdict, the likelihood is that he would die in prison. I can't honestly see that it makes a great deal of difference if at that point he is in there for murder or rape. So instead of clinging to principles that don't benefit anyone, how about asking the people who have accused my client of rape what they would prefer? That Svein Finne dies in a cell sometime within the next 12 years, or that they see him on the street again in 4 years? As far as compensation for the rape victims is concerned, I'm sure my client and the supposed victims could reach a suitable settlement outside of the legal process. Crone passed the folder back to the female solicitor, and Katrina saw her glance up at him with a mixture of fear and infatuation. She was fairly certain the pair of them had made use of the law firm's dark leather furniture after office hours. "Thank you," Haugen said, standing up and holding his hand across the table. "You'll be hearing from us soon." Katrina stood up and shook Crone's surprisingly clammy and soft hand. "And how is your client taking it?" Crone looked at her seriously. "Naturally, he is taking it very hard." Katrina knew she shouldn't, but couldn't help herself. "Perhaps you could take him one of these pastries to cheer him up. They'll only be thrown away otherwise." Crone looked at her for a moment before turning back towards the chief of police. "Well, I hope to hear from you later today." Katrina noted that Crone's female appendage was wearing such a tight skirt that she had to take at least 3 steps for each of his as they walked out of the police chief's office. She briefly considered the possible consequences of throwing the Danish pastries at them out of the 6th-floor window as they left police headquarters. "Well," Gunnar Haugen said when the door had closed behind the visitors, "why are defense lawyers always presented as the lone defenders of justice?" Haugen murmured, "They're the necessary counterweight to the police, Katrina, and objectivity has never been your strong suit. Or self-control." "Self-control? Cheer him up." Katrina shrugged. "What do you think about his proposal?" Haugen rubbed his chin. "It's problematic, but of course the pressure in the Rakel case is growing by the day. And if we failed to get Finne convicted, it would be the defeat of the decade. But on the other hand, there's all the reports of rapists going free over the past few years, and we'd be dropping 3 cases. What do you think, Katrina?" "I hate the guy, but his proposal makes sense. I think we should be pragmatic and look at the bigger picture. Let me talk to the women who have reported him." "Okay." Haugen cleared his throat tentatively. "Talking about objectivity." "Yes?" "Your attitude isn't in any way affected by the fact that it would mean Harry going free as well." "What?" "You've worked closely together, and I'm not blind, Katrina." Katrina walked over to the window and looked down at the path that led away from police headquarters through Botsbakken, where the snow was finally in full retreat, and down towards the sluggish traffic at Grönlandsleiret. "Have you ever done anything you regretted, Gunnar? I mean, really regretted?" "Are we still talking professionally?" "Not necessarily." "Is there something you want to tell me?" Katrina thought about how liberating it would be to tell someone, that someone knew. She had thought that the burden, the secret, would become easier to bear with time, but it was the other way round. It felt heavier with each passing day. "I understand him," she said quietly. "Krone?" "No. Svein Finne. I understand that he wants to confess." Chapter 22. Dagny Jensen put her palms down on the cold desk and looked at the dark-haired police officer sitting at the school desk in front of her. It was break time, and in the playground outside the windows she could hear the pupils shouting and laughing. "I appreciate that this isn't an easy decision," the woman said. She had introduced herself as Katrina Bratt, head of the crime squad unit of the Oslo Police district. "It sounds like the decision has already been made for me," Dagny said. "Naturally, we can't force you to retract an accusation," Bratt said. "But that's exactly what you're doing in practice," Dagny said. You're handing the responsibility for him being convicted of murder over to me." The police officer looked down at the desk. "Do you know what the main purpose of the Norwegian education system is?" Dagny said. "To teach the pupils to become responsible citizens, that it's a responsibility as much as a privilege. Of course I'll retract the accusation if it means Svein Finne can be locked up for the rest of his life. When it comes to rape victims' compensation, I don't want any money. I just want to forget it." Dagny looked at her watch. 4 minutes until the next lesson started. She was happy. Yes, she was. Even after 10 years teaching, she was still happy. Happy to be able to give young people something she genuinely thought would help them to have a better future. It felt meaningful in a relatively straightforward way. And that was basically all she wanted. That, and to forget. "Can you promise me that you'll get him convicted?" "I promise," the police officer said, and stood up. "Harry Hule," Dagny said, "what's going to happen to him?" "I don't know, but hopefully Finne's lawyer will drop the charge of kidnapping." "Hopefully. What he did was obviously unlawful, and not how a police officer is supposed to act," Katrina said. "But he sacrificed himself to make sure Finne was caught. Like he sacrificed me, so he could get his own personal vengeance. As I said, I can't defend Harry Hule's behavior in this matter, but the fact remains that without him, Svein Finne would probably have been able to go on terrorizing you and other women." Dagny nodded slowly. "I need to get back and prepare for an interview. Thank you for agreeing to help us. I promise you won't regret it." Chapter 23. "No, you're not disturbing me at all, Mrs. Bratt," Johan Krohn said, holding the phone between his ear and shoulder as he buttoned his shirt. "So all 3 accusations have been dropped? How soon can you and Finne be ready for questioning?" Johan Krohn enjoyed hearing her rolling Bergen R's. Bratt's accent wasn't strong, but there was still a trace of it there, like a skirt that was long but not too long. He liked Katrina Bratt. She was pretty, smart, and she offered some resistance. The fact that she had a wedding ring on her finger didn't have to mean that much. He himself was living proof of that. And he found it rather exciting that she sounded so nervous. The same nervousness a buyer feels after he hands over the money and is waiting for the dealer to give him the bag of dope. Krohn went over to the window, put his thumb and forefinger between the slats of the blind, opened up a gap, and looked down at Rosenkrantz Gate, 6 floors below the law firm's offices. It was only just after 3 o'clock, but in Oslo that meant rush hour, unless you worked in law. Krohn sometimes wondered what would happen when the oil ran out, and the Norwegian people had to face up to the demands of the real world again. The optimist in him said things would be fine, that people adapt to new situations quicker than you think. You just had to look at countries that had been at war. The realist in him said that in a country without any tradition of innovation and advanced thinking, there would be a slippery slope straight back to where Norway had come from, the bottom division of European economies. "We can be there in 2 hours, Krohn said. "Great," Bratt said. "See you then, Mrs. Bratt." Krohn ended the call and stood for a moment, uncertain where to put his mobile. "Here," a voice said from the darkness over by the Chesterfield sofa. He walked over to her and took his trousers. "Well?" "They've taken the bait," Krohn said, checking there were no stains on his trousers before putting them on. "Is it bait? As in, they're on the hook?" "Don't ask me, I'm just following my client's instructions for the time being." "But you think there's a hook there?" Krohn shrugged his shoulders and looked around for his shoes. "From yourself, shall you know others, I suppose?" He sat down at the sturdy desk made of Quercus velutina, black oak, that he'd inherited from his father, called one of the numbers he had on speed dial. "Monado," the energetic voice of VG's crime reporter crackled across the room from the speaker. "Good afternoon, Miss Dorr. This is Johan Krohn. Ordinarily you call me, but I thought I'd be a bit proactive this time. I've got something I think might warrant an article in your paper." "Is it about Svein Finne?" "Yes, I've just received confirmation from the Oslo Police. that they're dropping their investigation into the baseless accusations of rape that have been tossed about in the chaos surrounding the accusation of murder. And I can quote you on that. You can quote me as confirming the rumors that have spread about it, which I presume are the reason you've called me. A pause. I understand, but I can't write that, Crone. Then say that I've made it public to preempt the rumors. Whether or not you've heard the rumors is irrelevant. Another pause. Fine, Dor said. Can you give me any details about— No, Crone interrupted. You can have more this evening, and hold off publishing anything until after 5 o'clock today. Cards on the table, Crone. If I can have an exclusive on this is all yours, my dear. Speak later. Just one last thing. How did you get my number? It's not available anywhere. Like I said, you've called my mobile before, so your number appeared on the screen. So you stored it? Yes, I suppose I must have. He ended the call and turned towards the leather sofa. Alice, my little friend, if you could put your blouse back on, we've got some work to do. Björn Holm was standing on the pavement outside the Jealousy Bar in Grünerløkka. He opened the door and could tell by the music streaming out that he was probably going to find him here. He pulled the pram behind him into the almost empty bar. It was a medium-sized English-style pub with simple wooden tables in front of a long bar with booths along the walls. It was only 5 o'clock. It would get busier later in the evening. During the brief period that Øystein Eikeland and Harry had run the bar, they had managed to achieve something rare. A pub where people came to listen to the music being played on the sound system. There was no fancy DJ, just track after track, chosen according to the themed evenings announced on the weekly list on the door. Björn had been allowed to act as a consultant on the country evenings and Elvis evenings, and, most memorably, when they were putting together the playlist of songs that were at least 40 years old by artists and bands from American states beginning with M. Harry was sitting at the bar with his head bowed, his back to Björn. Behind the bar, Øystein Eikeland raised a half-liter glass towards the new arrival. That didn't bode well, but Harry was at least sitting upright. "Minimum age is 20, mate," Øystein called above the music. Good Time Charlie's Got the Blues, early 70s, Danny O'Keefe's only real hit. Not typical Harry music, but a typical track for Harry to brush the dust off and play at the Jealousy Bar. "Even when accompanied by an adult?" Björn asked, parking the pram in front of one of the booths. "Since when have you been an adult, Holm?" Øystein put his glass down. Björn smiled. "You become an adult the moment you see your kid for the first time and realize he's utterly helpless, and he's going to need a fuckload of adult help. Same as this guy." Björn put his hand on Harry's shoulder. He noticed that Harry was sitting with his head bowed, reading on his mobile. "Have you seen Fiji's headline about the arrest?" Harry asked, picking up a cup in front of him. "Coffee," Björn noted. "Yes, they've used a picture of you." "I don't give a damn about that. Look at what they've just published." Harry held his phone up for Björn to read. "They're saying we've done a deal," Björn said. "Murder in exchange for rape? Okay, it's not common, but it does happen. But it doesn't usually appear in the press," Harry said, "and if it does, not until after the bear has been shot. You don't think it's been shot? If you do a deal with the devil, you need to ask yourself why the devil thinks it's a good deal. Aren't you being a bit paranoid now? I'm just hoping we get a confession in a proper police interview. The things I recorded in the bunker would be torn apart by a defense lawyer like Crone. Well, now that the press have published this, he'll have to confess. If not, we'll charge him for the rape. Katrina's interviewing him right now." Harry tapped at his phone and raised it to his ear. "I need to update Oleg. What are you doing here, anyway?" I promised Katrina that I'd check to make sure everything was okay with you. You weren't at home and you weren't at Schroeder's. To be honest, I thought you were barred from here for life after last time." "Yes, but that idiot's not working until this evening." Harry nodded towards the pram. "Can I take a look?" "He tends to notice people and wake up." "Okay." Harry lowered his phone. "Engaged."
Any suggestions for next Thursday's playlist? Theme? Cover versions that are better than the original. Joe Cocker and a little already on it. What about Francis and the Lights version of Can't Tell Me Nothing? Kanye West? Are you ill, Harry? Okay. A Hank Williams song, then? Are you mad? No one does Hank better than Hank. What about Beck's version of Your Cheating Heart? Do you want me to punch you? Harry and Erstein laughed, and Björn realized they were teasing him. Harry put his arm round Björn's shoulders. I miss you. Can't the two of us solve a really gruesome murder together soon? Björn nodded as he looked at Harry's smiling face in astonishment. The unnaturally intense glow in his eyes. Maybe he really had snapped. Maybe grief had finally tipped him over the edge. Then it was as if Harry's smile suddenly shattered, like the morning ice in October, and Björn found himself looking into the black depths of desperate pain again. As if Harry had merely wanted to taste happiness, and had spat it out again. Yes, Björn said quietly. I'm sure we can manage that. Katrina stared at the red light above the microphone that indicated the recording was underway. She knew that if she raised her eyes she would see those of Svein Finne, the fiancé, and she didn't want to do that, not because it might influence her, but because it might influence him. They had discussed whether to use a male interviewer, given Finne's warped attitude to women, but when they read through the transcripts of previous interviews with Finne, he seemed to open up more for female interviewers. She didn't know if that had been with or without eye contact. She'd put on a blouse that shouldn't seem provocative, nor give the impression that she was afraid of him looking at her. She glanced over at the control room, where an officer was taking care of the recording equipment. In there with him were Magnus Skara from the investigative team, and Johan Krohn, who somewhat reluctantly had left the interview room after Finne himself had asked to talk to Katrina alone. Katrina gave a brief nod to the officer, who nodded back. She read out the case number, her own and Finne's names, the location, date, and time. It was a hangover from the time when audio tapes could go astray, but it also served as a reminder that the formal part of the interview had begun. Yes, Finne replied with a slight smile and exaggeratedly clear diction when Katrina asked if he had been made aware of his rights and the fact that the interview was being recorded. Let's begin with the evening of the 10th of March and early morning, the 11th of March, Katrina said, hereafter referred to as the night of the murder. What happened? I'd taken some pills, Finne said. Katrina looked down as she took notes. Valium, Stesolid, or Rohypnol, maybe a bit of everything. His voice made her think of the sound of the wheels of her grandfather's tractor driving along a gravel track out in Sotra. So things might be a little unclear for me, Finne said. Katrina stopped writing. Unclear? She detected something metallic at the back of her throat, the taste of panic. Was he planning to withdraw his confession? Unless perhaps it's just because I always get a bit confused when I get horny. Katrina looked up. Svein Finne caught her gaze. It felt like something was drilling into her head. He moistened his lips, smiled, lowered his voice. But I always remember the most important things. That's why we do it, isn't it? For the memories we can take away and use in lonely moments. Katrina caught sight of his right hand painting the picture for her as it moved up and down before she looked back down at her notes again. Skara had argued that they should cuff Finne, but Katrina had objected. She said it would give him a mental advantage if he thought they were that frightened of him, that it might tempt him to toy with them. And now, 1 minute into the interview, that was precisely what he was doing. Katrina leafed through the files in front of her. If your memory isn't great, perhaps we could talk about the 3 rape files I've got here instead, with witness statements that might help prompt your memory. Touché, Finne said, and without looking up she knew he was still smiling. Like I said, I remember the most important details. Let's hear them. I arrived at about 9 o'clock in the evening. She had a stomachache and was rather pale. Hang on. How did you get in? The door was open, so I went straight in. She screamed and screamed. She was so frightened, so I held her. A stranglehold, or by locking her arms to her sides? I don't remember. She knew they were proceeding too quickly, that she needed more details, but this was first and foremost about getting a confession out of him before he changed his mind. Then what? She was in so much pain. Blood was pouring out of her. I used a knife. Your own? No, a sharper one, from a knife block. Where on her body did you use it? Here. The interviewee is pointing at his stomach, Katrina said. Her belly button? Finne said in an affected, childlike voice. Her belly button. Her belly button, Katrina repeated, swallowing a surge of nausea, swallowing the feeling of triumph. They had the confession. The rest was all icing on the cake. Can you describe Rakel and the kitchen? Rakel? Beautiful. Like you, Katrina. You're very similar. What was she wearing? I don't remember. Has anyone ever told you how similar you are, like sisters? Describe the kitchen. A prison. Bars over the windows. You'd almost think they were frightened of something. Finne laughed. Shall we call it a day, Katrina? What? I've got things to do. Katrina felt a slight sense of panic. But we've only just begun. Headache. It's tough going through such traumatic things as this. I'm sure you can understand that. Just tell me, that wasn't actually a question, my dear. I'm done here. If you want more, you'll have to come down to my cell and visit me this evening. I'm free then. The video recording that Dagny Jensen received. Did you send it, and is it of the victim? Yes. Finne stood up. From the corner of her eye, Katrina saw that Skara was already on his way. She held one hand up towards the window. She looked down at her folder of questions, tried to think. She could press on, and risk the possibility that Crone could invalidate the confession by citing unnecessarily harsh interview methods as the reason. Or she could make do with what she'd got, which was more than enough to get the prosecutor to press charges. They could get the details later, before the trial. She looked at the watch Björn had given her on their first anniversary. Interview concluded at 17:31, she said. When she looked up, she discovered that a red-faced Gunnar Hagen had walked into the control room and was talking to Johan Crone. Skara came into the interview room and put cuffs on Finne to lead him back to the detention cells in the custody unit. Katrina saw Crone shrug his shoulders as he said something, and Hagen turned even redder. See you, Mrs. Bratt. The words were spoken so close to her ear that she could feel the thin spray of saliva that accompanied them. Then Finne and Skara were gone. She saw Crone set off after them. Katrina wiped her face with a tissue before going into Hagen. Crone has told VG about our horse trading. It's already up on their website. And what did he have to say in his defense? That neither party have given any sort of promise to keep it secret. Then he asked if I thought we'd entered into an agreement that didn't hold up in daylight, because he prefers to avoid that sort of agreement, apparently. Hypocritical bastard. He just wants to show what he can do. Let's hope so. What do you mean? Crone is a smart, devious defense lawyer, but there's someone even more devious than him. Katrina looked at Hagen, bit her bottom lip. His client, you mean? Hagen nodded, and they both turned and looked through the open door into the corridor. They saw Finne, Skara, and Crone waiting for the lift. You never call it a bad time, Crone, Mona Dore said, adjusting her earphone as she studied herself in the mirrored wall of the gym. You'll have seen that I've been trying to get hold of you too, along with every other journalist in Norway, I dare say. It's a bit like that, yes. I'll get straight to the point. We're about to issue a press statement about the confession in which we're considering attaching a picture of Finne that was taken just a couple of weeks ago. Good. The pictures we've got of him must be 10 years old. 20, in fact. Finne's condition for sending this private picture is that you make it your lead story. Sorry? Don't ask me why. That's just how he wants it. I'm not in a position to be able to make that sort of promise, as you're no doubt aware. Of course, I'm aware of journalistic integrity, just as I'm sure you're aware of the value of such a picture. Mona tilted her head and studied her body. The wide belt she used when she was lifting weights made her penguin-shaped body. The association was possibly more the fault of her rolling gait, itself the result of a hip injury from birth. Look briefly as if it was shaped like an hourglass. Occasionally, Mona suspected that the belt, which would never be used for anything except pointless weight training, was the real reason she spent so many hours on pointless weight training. Just like personal acknowledgement was a more important driving force in her work than being the watchdog of society, defending free speech, journalistic curiosity, and all the other crap they trotted out each year when the press awards were handed out. Not that she didn't believe in those things, but they came in second place, after standing in the spotlight, seeing your byline, and measuring up against yourself. When you looked at it like that, Finne was being no more or less perverse in wanting a large picture of himself in the paper, even if it was as a serial rapist and murderer. That was what Finne had spent his life doing, after all, so perhaps it was understandable that he wanted to be a famous killer, at the very least. If people can't be loved, it's well known that a popular alternative is to be feared. That's a hypothetical dilemma, anyway, Mona said. If the picture is good quality, then obviously we'd want to blow it up to a decent size, especially if you let us have it an hour before you send it to the other papers. Okay? Roar held his rifle, a Blaser R8 Professional, up to the window frame and peered through the Swarovski X5i sight. Their house lay on a hillside on the west side of Ring 3, just below the Smithstad junction, and from the open cellar window he had a view of the residential area on the other side of the motorway, as well as Smithstaddammen, a small artificial lake of shallow water that was built in the 1800s to provide the more bourgeois inhabitants of the city with ice. The red dot in the viewfinder found and stopped on a large white swan that was gliding effortlessly across the surface of the water, as if being blown by the wind. It was between 400 and 500 meters away, almost half a kilometer, well above what their American allies in the coalition forces called maximum point-blank range. He had the red dot on the swan's head now. Bohr lowered the sight until the red dot lay on the water just above the swan. He focused on his breathing, increased the pressure on the trigger. Even the greenest recruits at Rena understood that bullets flew in an arc, because even the fastest bullet is affected by gravity, so obviously you have to aim higher the further away the target is. They also knew that if the target is higher in the terrain, you have to aim even higher, because the bullet has to travel uphill. But they usually protested when they were told that even when the target is lower than you still have to aim higher, not lower, than on flat terrain. Bohr could see from the trees outside that there was no wind. The temperature was about 10 degrees. The swan was moving at about 1 meter per second. He imagined the bullet blasting through its little head, the neck losing its tension and crumpling like a snake on top of that chalk-white swan body. It would be a demanding shot, even for a sniper in the Special Forces, but no more than he and his colleagues would expect of Bohr. He let the air out of his lungs and moved the sight to the small island by the bridge. That was where the female swan and her cygnets were. He scanned the island, then the rest of the lake, but saw nothing. He sighed, leaned the rifle against the wall, and walked over to the chattering, hard-working printer where the end of a sheet of A4 was emerging. He had taken a screen grab of the picture that had just been published on VG's website, and now he studied the almost complete face that lay before him. a wide, flat nose, thick lips with the trace of a sneer. Hair pulled back tightly, presumably gathered in a plait at the back of his neck. That was probably what gave Svein Finne those narrow eyes, and an impression of hostility. The printer squeezed out the last of the sheet with a final drawn-out groan, as if it wanted to push this terrible man away from it. A man who had just, with what seemed to be arrogant pride, confessed to the murder of Rakel. Just like the Taliban when they accepted responsibility for every bomb that went off in Afghanistan, or at least if the attack had been successful. Claimed responsibility, the way some of the troops in Afghanistan could do if the opportunity arose to steal a kill. Sometimes it was little short of grave robbing. After chaotic engagements, Roar had witnessed soldiers claiming kills that their superior officer, after checking the footage on the helmet cams of their own dead, then revealed to have been made by fallen soldiers. Roar Bohr snatched the sheet of paper and went over to the other end of the large open cellar room. He fastened it to one of the targets hanging in front of the metal box that caught the bullets. Walked back. The distance was 10.5 meters. He closed the window, which it had fitted with 3 layers of soundproof glass, and put his ear defenders on. Then he picked up the pistol, a high-standard HD-22, from next to the computer, didn't give himself more time to aim than he could expect in a pressured situation, pointed the gun at the target and fired. Once, twice, 3 times. Bohr removed the ear defenders, picked up the silencer, and began to screw it onto the barrel of the high standard. A silencer changed the balance. It was like training with 2 different weapons. He heard the clatter of steps on the cellar stairs. "Damn," he muttered, closing his eyes. He opened them again and saw Pierre's pale, tense, furious face. "You frightened the life out of me. I thought I was alone in the house." "I'm sorry, Pierre. I thought the same." "That doesn't help, Roar. You promised there wouldn't be any more shooting inside the house. I get back from the shops and I'm quietly going about my business and then... Anyway, why aren't you at work? And why are you naked? And what's that you've got on your face?" Roar Bohr looked down. Oh yes, he was naked. He ran one finger over his face, looked at his fingertip, Special Forces black camouflage paint. He put his pistol down on the desk and tapped the keyboard randomly with his finger. "Working from home." It was 8 o'clock in the evening, and the investigative team had gathered at the Justice, the crime squad unit's regular watering hole in good times and bad. It had been Scala's idea to celebrate the conclusion of the case, and Katrina hadn't managed to come up with a good argument against it, or any explanation as to why she had gone with them. It was a tradition to celebrate victories. It bound them together as a team, and she, as head of the crime squad unit, ought to have been the first to announce a trip to the Justice after they'd got Finne's confession. The fact that they had snatched the solution to the case from under Kripos's nose didn't exactly make the victory less sweet. That had led to a half-hour phone conversation with Winter, who said that Kripos should have been responsible for questioning Finne as the principal unit investigating the case. He had reluctantly accepted her explanation that the case was bound up with 3 rape accusations that fell under the remit of Oslo Police District, and that only Oslo Police District could have done the deal. It's hard to argue against success. So why was there something nagging at her? Everything made sense, but there was still something, what Harry used to call the single false note in a symphony orchestra. You can hear it, but you can't figure out where it's coming from. "Fallen asleep, boss?" Katrina started and raised her beer glass towards the row of glasses held aloft by her colleagues along the table. Everyone was there, apart from Harry, who hadn't answered her call. As if in response to the thought, she felt her mobile start to vibrate and eagerly pulled it out. She saw from the screen that it was Björn, and for a fleeting moment the heretical thought was there, that she could pretend not to have seen it, explain later, and truthfully, that she had been inundated with calls after they issued the press release about the confession,
and that she hadn't spotted his name in the list of missed calls until later. But then, of course, her wretched mother's instinct kicked in. She stood up, walked away from the noisy group towards the toilets, and pressed answer. "Anything wrong?" "No, nothing," Björn said. "He's asleep. He just wanted... to check how late you thought you'd be." "No later than necessary. I can't just leave, though." "No, of course not. I get that. Who else is there?" "Who? The team who worked on the case, of course. Just them. No outsiders." Katrina straightened up. Björn was a kind and cautious man, a man who was liked by everyone because he also had charm and a quiet, solid air of confidence. But even if it wasn't something she and Björn Holm ever talked about, she was in no doubt that he asked himself at regular intervals how on earth he had ended up with the girl half the men and a few of the women in Crime Squad had their eye on, at least until she became their boss. One of the reasons why he had never raised the subject was probably that he knew there were few things as unsexy as an insecure and chronically jealous partner. And he had managed to hide it, even when she had dumped him 18 months ago, and they spent a short time apart before getting back together again. But it was hard to maintain the pretense in the long run, and she had begun to notice that something had changed between them over the past few months. Maybe it was because he was at home with the baby, maybe it was simply lack of sleep, or maybe she was just a bit oversensitive after everything she'd had to deal with in the previous 6 months. "Just us," she said. "I'll be home before 10. "Stay longer. I just wanted to check." "Before 10, she repeated, and looked over towards the door, at the tall man who was standing among the other clientele looking around him. She ended the call. He was trying to appear relaxed, but she could see the tension in his body, the hunted look in his eyes. Then he caught sight of her, and she saw the way his shoulders relaxed. "Harry," she said, "you came." She gave him a hug, used the short embrace to breathe in the smell that was simultaneously so familiar and so strange. And she was struck once again that the best thing about Harry Hula was that he smelled so good. Not good like perfume or meadows and woodland. Sometimes he smelled a stale drink, and occasionally she detected an acrid note of sweat. But, taken as a whole, he smelled good in some indefinable way. It was the smell of him. Surely that wasn't something she needed to feel guilty for thinking, was it? Magnus Skara came over to them, slightly glassy-eyed and with a blissful grin on his face. "They reckon it's my round." He put one hand on each of their shoulders. "Beer, Harry? I heard you were the one who managed to get Finne." "Yeah, ha-ha!" "Just Coke," Harry said, discreetly shrugging off Skara's hand. Skara went off to the bar. "So you're back on the wagon again," Katrina said. Harry nodded. "For a while." "Why do you think he confessed?" "Finne? Obviously I know it's because he gets a reduced sentence by confessing, and he realized we had a solid case against him with that video clip he sent. And of course he avoided being charged with rape. But is that all?" "How do you mean?" "Don't you think it could also be what we all want, what we feel a need for, to confess our sins?" Harry looked at her, moistened his lips. "No," he said. Katrina noticed a man in a smart jacket and blue shirt leaning over their table, and someone pointed towards her and Harry. The man nodded and set off towards them. "Journalist alert," Katrina sighed. "Jon Morten Melhus," the man said. "I've been trying to contact you all evening, Brad." Katrina looked at him more closely. Journalists weren't usually this polite. "In the end I got hold of someone else at police headquarters, explained why I was calling, and was told that I would probably find you here." No one at police headquarters would tell a random caller where she was. "I'm a surgeon at Ullevål Hospital. I called because we had a rather dramatic occurrence a while back. Complications arose during a birth, and we had to perform an emergency cesarean. The mother had a man with her who said he was the child's father, something the woman confirmed. And at first it looked as though he was going to be useful. When the mother found out that we needed to perform the cesarean, she was extremely worried, and the man sat with her, stroking her forehead.
comforting her and promising that it would all be very quick. And it's true, it doesn't usually take more than 5 minutes to get the baby out. But I remember it because I overheard him saying, "A knife in your stomach, then it's all over." Not an inaccurate description, but a somewhat unusual choice of words. I didn't think any more about it at the time, seeing as he kissed her immediately afterwards. What was more unusual was that he wiped her lips after kissing her, and that he filmed as we performed the cesarean. But what was most unusual was that he suddenly pushed his way to the woman and wanted to remove the baby himself. When we tried to stop him, he inserted his hand right into the incision we had made. Katrina grimaced. "Damn," Harry said quietly. "Damn, damn." Katrina looked at him. Something was slowly dawning on her, but first and foremost she was confused. "We managed to drag him away and perform the remainder of the operation," Melhus said. "Fortunately, there were no signs of infection in the mother." "Svein Finne. It was Svein Finne." Melhus looked at Harry and slowly nodded. "But he gave us a different name." "Of course," Harry said. "But you saw the picture of him that VG published this afternoon." "Yes, and I've no doubt at all that it was the same man, especially not after I noticed the painting on the wall in the background. The photograph was taken in the waiting room of our maternity unit." "So why so late reporting the incident, and why to me personally?" Katrina asked. Melhus looked momentarily confused. "I'm not reporting it." "No?" "No, it isn't unusual for people to behave in unpredictable ways under the mental and physical stress of a complicated birth. And he definitely didn't give the impression that he wanted to harm the mother. He was just entirely focused on the child. It all calmed down and everything was fine, like I said. He even cut the umbilical cord." "With a knife," Harry said. "That's right." Katrina frowned. "What is it, Harry? What have you realized that I haven't quite got my head round yet?" "The date and time," Harry said, still looking at Melhus. "You've read about the murder, and you've come to tell us that Svein Finne has an alibi. He was in the maternity unit that night." "We're in something of a grey area here when it comes to the Hippocratic Oath, which is why I wanted to talk to you in person, Brat." Melhus looked at Katrina with the professionally sympathetic expression of someone who has been trained to pass on bad news. "I've spoken to the midwife, and she says this man was present from the time the mother was admitted, around 21:30, until the birth was over at 5 the following morning." Katrina put one hand over her face. From the table came the sound of happy laughter, followed by the clink of beer glasses. Someone must have told a well-received joke. Part 2. Chapter 24. It was just before midnight when VG published the news that the police had released Svein Finne, the fiancé. Johan Krohn declared to the same paper that his client's confession still stood, but that the police had, of their own volition, concluded that in all likelihood it did not relate to Rakel, but to another offence in which his client may have harmed a mother in childbirth and her baby. There were witnesses and even video evidence, but no report had been filed about the incident. But the confession had been provided, his client had kept his side of the deal, and Krohn warned the police of the consequences if they didn't keep their side and drop the charges in relation to the vague and groundless accusations of rape. Harry's heart wouldn't stop hammering. He was standing with water halfway up his ankles, panting for breath. He'd been running through the streets of the city until there were no streets left, and then he had run out here. That wasn't why his heart was so out of control. That had started when he left the justice. The paralyzing cold crept up his legs, over his knees, towards his crotch. Harry was standing in the plaza in front of the opera house. Below him, the white marble slid into the fjord like a melting ice cap, a warning of impending disaster. Björn Holm woke up. He lay still in bed, listening. It wasn't the baby. It wasn't Katrina, who had come to bed and lain down behind him without wanting to talk. He opened his eyes, saw faint light on the white bedroom ceiling. He reached out to the bedside table and saw who was calling on the screen of his mobile. hesitated. Then he crept quietly out of bed and into the hallway. Pressed answer.
"It's the middle of the night,"
he whispered. "Thanks, I wasn't sure," Harry said dryly.
"Don't mention it. Good night."
"Don't hang up. I can't access the files in Rakel's case. Looks like my access code's been blocked."
"You'd have to talk to Katrina about that."
"Katrina's the boss. She has to go by the book, we both know that. But I've got your code, and I suppose I might be able to guess your password. Obviously you couldn't give it to me because that would be against regulations." Pause.
"But,"
Bjorn sighed, "but you could always give me a clue."
"Harry."
"I need this, Bjorn. I need it so fucking bad. The fact that it isn't Finne just means that it's someone else. Come on, Katrina needs this too, because I know that neither you nor Kripos have got a damn thing."
"So why you then?"
"You know why."
"Do I?"
"Because in a world full of blind people, I've got the only eye." Another pause.
2 letters, 4 numbers, Bjorn said. "If I had to choose, I'd like to die like him, in a car, right at the start of the new year." He hung up.
Chapter 25. According to Professor Paul Mattiuzzi, most murderers fit into one of 8 categories, Harry said. 1. Chronically aggressive individuals, people with poor impulse control, who get easily frustrated, who resent authority, who convince themselves that violence is a legitimate response and who deep down enjoy finding a way to express their anger. This is the type where you can see it coming. Harry put a cigarette between his lips. 2. Controlled hostility. People who rarely give in to anger, who are emotionally rigid and appear polite and serious. They abide by rules and see themselves as upholders of justice. They can be kind in a way that people take advantage of. They're simmering pressure cookers where you can't see anything coming until they explode. The sort where the neighbors say, "He always seems such a nice guy." Harry sparked his lighter, held it to his cigarette, and inhaled. 3. The resentful. People who feel that others walk all over them, that they never get what they deserve, that it's other people's fault that they haven't succeeded in life. They bear grudges, especially against people who have criticized or reprimanded them. They assume the role of victim. They're psychologically impotent, and when they resort to violence because they can't find other ways to control their violence, it's usually directed towards people they hold grudges against. 4. The traumatized. Harry blew smoke from his mouth and nose. The murder is a response to a single assault on the killer's identity that is so offensive and unbearable that it strips them of all sense of personal power. The murder is necessary if they are to protect the essence of the trauma victim's existence or masculinity. If you are aware of the circumstances, this type of murder can usually be both foreseen and prevented. Harry held the cigarette between the second knuckles of his index and middle fingers as he stood reflected in the small, half-dried-up puddle framed by brown earth and grey gravel. Then there are the rest. 5. Obsessive and immature narcissists. 6. Paranoid and jealous individuals on the verge of insanity. 7. People well past the verge of insanity. Harry put the cigarette back between his lips and looked up. Let his eyes slide across the timber building. The crime scene. The morning sun was glinting off the windows. Nothing about the house looked different, just the degree of abandonment. It had been the same inside. A sort of paleness, as if the stillness had sucked the colour from the walls and curtains, the faces out of the photographs, the memories out of the books. He hadn't seen anything he hadn't seen last time, hadn't thought anything he hadn't thought then. They were back where they had ended up last night, back at the start, with the smoking ruins of buildings and hotels behind them.
"And the 8th category?"
Kaya asked, wrapping her coat more tightly around her and stamping on the gravel. Professor Mattiuzzi calls them the just plain bad and angry, which is a combination of the 7 others. And you think the killer you're looking for is in one of 8 categories invented by some American psychologist? And that Svein Finne is innocent? No, but of Rakel's murder, yes. Harry took a deep drag on his camel, so deep that he felt the heat of the smoke in his throat. Oddly, it hadn't come as a shock that Finne's confession was fake. He had had a feeling that something wasn't right ever since they were sitting in the bunker, that Finne had been a bit too happy with the situation. He had deliberately provoked physical violence so that, regardless of what he confessed about the murder or rapes, it could never be used in court. Had he known all along that Rakel's murder had taken place the same night he was in the maternity unit? Had he been aware that the video clip could be misinterpreted? Or was it only later, before his interview in police headquarters, that he realized this irony of fate, that the circumstances were set for a tragic comedy? Harry looked over towards the kitchen window where in April last year he and Rakel had gathered leaves and branches when they were clearing the garden. That was just after Finne had been released from prison with a half-spoken threat to pay Harry's family a visit. If Finne had stood on that trailer one night, he could have seen right in between the bars over the kitchen window, where he would have seen the breadboard on the wall, and could have read the writing on it if his eyesight was good enough. Finne had found out that the house was a fortress, and had hatched his plan. Harry doubted Crone was behind the decision to use the false confession to get rid of the rape charges. Crone was more aware than anyone that anything he won in the short term by a maneuver of that sort was small change in comparison to the damage to the credibility which, even for a defense lawyer with a license to be manipulative, was his real stock in trade. "You're aware that those categories of yours don't exactly narrow it down much," Kaya said. She had turned and was looking down at the city. "At some point in our lives we all fit into one or other of those descriptions." But actually going through with a premeditated, cold-blooded murder? Why are you asking if you already know the answer? Maybe I just want to hear someone else say it. Kaya shrugged. Killing is just a question of context. There's no problem taking a life if you see yourself as the city's respected butcher, the fatherland's heroic soldier, or the long arm of the law. Or, potentially, the righteous avenger of justice. Thanks. Don't mention it. That came from your own lecture at police college. So who killed Rakel? Someone with personality traits from one of those categories, killing without any context, or a normal person killing for a reason they've come up with themselves? Well, I think that even a crazy person needs some sort of context. Even in outbursts of rage, there's a moment when we manage to convince ourselves that we're acting in a justifiable way. Madness is a lonely dialogue where we give ourselves the answers we want. And we've all had that conversation. Have we? I know I have, Harry said, looking down the drive where the dark, heavy fir trees stood on watch on either side. But to answer your question, I think the process of narrowing down potential suspects starts here. That's why I wanted you to see the scene. It's been cleaned up, but murder is messy, emotional. It's as if we're facing a murderer who is both trained and untrained at the same time, or perhaps trained but emotionally unbalanced, typical for a murder motivated by sexual frustration or personal hatred. And because there are no signs of sexual assault, you've concluded that we're dealing with hatred? Yes. That's why Svein Finne looked like the perfect suspect, a man accustomed to using violence who wants to avenge the death of his son. In which case, surely he should have killed you. I reasoned that Svein Finne knows that living after losing the person you love is worse than dying. But it looks like I was wrong. The fact that you got the wrong person doesn't necessarily mean that you got the wrong motive. You mean it's hard to find anyone who hated Rakel, but easy to find people who hate me? Just a thought, Kaya said. Good. That could be a starting point. Perhaps the investigative team have got something that we don't know about. Harry shook his head. I went through their files last night, and all they've got are separate details. No definite line of inquiry or actual evidence. I didn't think you had access to the investigation. I know the access code of someone who has, because he was pissed off that IT had given him his bust measurement, BH100. I guessed the password. His date of birth? Almost. HW 1953. Which is? The year Hank Williams was found dead in a car on New Year's Day. So, nothing but random thoughts then. Shall we go and think them somewhere warmer than this? Yes, Harry said, about to take a last drag on the cigarette. Hold on, Kaya said, holding out her hand. Can I? Harry looked at her before passing her the cigarette. It wasn't true that he was able to see. He was more blind than any of them, blinded by tears, but now it was as if he had managed to blink them away for a moment and, for the first time since they had met again, actually saw Kaya Solness. It was the cigarette, and the memories flooded back, suddenly and unexpectedly. The young police officer who had travelled to Hong Kong to fetch Harry home so he could hunt a serial killer the Oslo Police hadn't managed to catch. She had found him on a mattress in Chungking Mansions, in a kind of limbo between intoxication and indifference. And it wasn't exactly clear who had needed rescuing most, the Oslo Police or Harry. But here she was again, Kaya Solness, who denied her own beauty by showing her sharp, irregular teeth as often as she could, thereby spoiling her otherwise perfect face. He remembered the morning hours they had spent in a large empty house, the cigarettes they had shared. Rakel used to want the first drag of a cigarette. Kaya always wanted the last. He had abandoned them both and fled to Hong Kong again, but he had come back for one of them. Rakel. Harry saw Kaya's raspberry lips close around the yellow-brown filter and tense ever so slightly as she inhaled. Then she dropped the butt onto the damp brown earth between the puddle and the gravel, trod on it, and set off towards the car. Harry was about to follow her, but stopped. His eyes had been caught by the squashed cigarette butt. He thought about pattern recognition. They say that the human brain's ability to recognize patterns is what distinguishes us from animals, that our automatic, never-ending search for patterns repeating is what allowed our intelligence to develop and made civilization possible. And he recognized the pattern in the shoe print. From the pictures in the file titled Crime Scene Photographs in the investigative team's material. A short comment attached to the photograph said they hadn't found a match in Interpol's database of shoe sole patterns. Harry cleared his throat. Kaya? He saw her thin back stiffen as she made her way to the car. God knows why. Perhaps she detected something in his voice that he himself hadn't heard. She turned towards him. Her lips were drawn back, and he could see those sharp teeth. Chapter 26. All infantry soldiers have dark hair, the stocky, fit-looking man sitting in the low armchair at the end of the coffee table said. Erland Madsen's chair was positioned at a 90-degree angle to Roar Bohr's, instead of directly opposite him. That was so Madsen's patients could decide for themselves if they wanted to look at him or not. Not having to see the person you were talking to had the same effect as talking in a confessional. It gave the patient a feeling of talking to themselves. When you don't see a listener's reactions in the form of body language and facial expressions, the threshold for what you tell them is lowered. He had toyed with the idea of getting hold of a couch, even if that would have been a cliché, something of a showpiece. Madsen glanced down at his notepad. At least they had been allowed to keep those. Can you elaborate? Elaborate on dark hair. Roar Bohr smiled, and when the smile reached those slate-grey eyes, it was as if the tears in them, the silent, dry tears that just lay there, emphasized the smile, the way the sun shines extra strongly when it's at the edge of a cloud. They have dark hair, and they're good at putting a bullet in your skull from a couple of 100 meters. But the way to recognize them when you approach a checkpoint is that they have dark hair and are friendly. Terrified and friendly. That's their job, not to shoot the enemy, as they've been trained, but the last thing they ever thought they'd have to do when they applied to join the Corps and went through hell to be accepted into Special Forces. Smiling and being friendly to civilians passing through a checkpoint which has been blown to pieces by suicide bombers twice in the previous year. It's called winning hearts and minds. Did it ever win any? No, Bohr said. As a specialist in post-traumatic stress disorder, Madsen had become a sort of Dr. Afghanistan, the psychologist whom people who were struggling after their experiences in war-torn areas heard about and sought out. But even if Madsen had learned a lot about the life and feelings they talked about, he also knew from experience that it was better to be a blank page, to let the patients talk as long as they liked about concrete, simple things. Nothing could be taken for granted. He needed to get them to realize that they had to paint the whole picture for him. His patients weren't always aware of where their pressure points were. Occasionally they lay in things the patients themselves regarded as trivial and unimportant, in things they may otherwise have skipped over, in things their unconscious was working through in secret, out of sight. But right now it was a sort of limbering up. So no hearts, Madsen said. No one in Afghanistan really understood why ISAF were there. Not even everyone in ISAF. But no one believes that ISAF were there solely to bring democracy and happiness to a country that has no concept of democracy, nor any interest in the values it represents. The Afghans say what they think we want to hear, as long as we help them with drinking water, supplies, and mine clearance. But apart from that, we can go to hell. And I'm not just talking about people sympathetic to the Taliban. So why did you go? If you want to get on in the army, you need to have been part of ISAF. And you wanted to get on? There's no other way. If you stop, you die. The army has a slow, painful, and humiliating death in store for anyone who thinks they can stop striving to get ahead. Tell me about Kabul. Kabul? Bohr shifted position in his chair. Strays. Strays? They're everywhere. Stray dogs. You mean literally, not... Bohr shook his head with a smile. No sunlight in his eyes this time. The Afghans have far too many masters. The dogs live off rubbish. There's a lot of rubbish. The city smells of exhaust fumes. And burning. They burn everything to keep warm. Rubbish, oil, wood. It snows in Kabul. It always seemed to make the city look greyer. There are a few decent buildings, of course. The Presidential Palace, the Serene Hotel, is 5-star, apparently. The Babur Gardens are nice. But what you see most of when you drive around the city are simple, shabby buildings, 1 or 2 stories, and shops where they sell all manner of things. Or Russian architecture at its most depressing. Bohr shook his head. I've seen pictures of Kabul before the Soviet invasion, and what they say is true. Kabul really was beautiful once. But not when you were living there. We didn't really live in Kabul, but in tents just outside. Very nice tents, almost like houses. But our offices were in ordinary buildings. We didn't have aircon in the tents, just fans. They weren't off and on anyway, because it gets cold at night. But the days could get so hot that it was impossible to move outside. Not as bad as 50 humid degrees in Basra in Iraq, but all the same. Kabul in summer could be hell. But you still went back. Madsen looked down at his notes. 3 times? On 12-month tours? 1/12/26. You and your family were obviously aware of the risks of going into a war zone, with regard to both mental health and close relationships. I was told about that, yes. That the only things you get from Afghanistan are shredded nerves, divorce, and a promotion to colonel just before you retire, if you manage to avoid alcoholism. But my course was staked out. I had been invested in. Officer training at the military academy. There are no limits to what people are willing to do if you give them a feeling that they've been chosen. Getting sent to the moon in a tin can in the 60s was pretty much a suicide mission, and everyone knew it. NASA asked only the best pilots to volunteer for their astronaut program, the ones who had brilliant prospects in an age when pilots, civilian as well as military, had the same sort of status as film stars and footballers. They didn't ask the fearless, thrill-seeking younger pilots, but the more experienced, steady ones. The ones who knew what risk was and had no desire to seek it out. Married pilots who had maybe just had a child or 2. In short, the ones with everything to lose. How many of them do you think turned down their country's offer to commit suicide in public? Was that why you went? Bohr shrugged. It was probably a mixture of personal ambition and idealism, but I don't really remember the proportions anymore. What do you remember most about coming home again? Bohr gave a wry smile. That my wife always had to retrain me. Remind me that I didn't have to say understood when she asked me to buy milk, that I should dress properly. When you haven't worn anything but a field uniform for years because of the heat, a suit feels constricting. And that in social situations, you're expected to shake hands with women, even if they're wearing hijabs. Shall we talk about killing? Bohr tugged at his tie and looked at the time. He took a slow, deep breath. Shall we? We've still got time. Bohr closed his eyes for a moment, opened them again. Killing is complicated and extremely simple. When we select soldiers for an elite unit like Special Forces, they don't just have to fulfill a set of physical and mental criteria. They also have to be able to kill. So we're looking for people who are capable of maintaining enough distance to kill. You've probably seen films and television programs about recruitment to specialist units, like the Rangers, where it's mostly about stress management, solving tasks without food or sleep, behaving like a soldier under emotional and physical stress. When I was a rank-and-file soldier, there wasn't much focus on killing, on the individual's ability to take a life and deal with that. We know more about that now. We know that people who are going to kill have to know themselves. They mustn't be surprised by their own feelings. It isn't true that it's unnatural to kill a member of the same species. It's actually perfectly natural. It happens in nature all the time. Most people obviously feel a certain reluctance, which is also logical from an evolutionary perspective. But that reluctance can be overcome when the circumstances demand it. In fact, being able to kill is actually a sign of good health, because it demonstrates the capacity for self-control. If there's one thing my soldiers in Special Forces had in common, it was the fact that they were extremely relaxed about killing. But I'd happily slap anyone who accused a single one of them of being a psychopath. Just slap them? Madsen asked with a wry smile. Bohr didn't answer. I'd like you to talk a little more directly about your own problem, Madsen said. Your own killing. I see from my notes that you called yourself a freak last time, but you didn't want to go into that in any more depth. Bohr nodded. I can see that you're concerned, and I can only repeat what I've said before about being under an oath of complete confidentiality. Bohr rubbed his forehead with the palm of his hand. I know, but I'm starting to run short of time if I'm going to make it to a meeting at work. Madsen nodded. Apart from purely professional curiosity, the business of working out where the problem was, it was rare that he ever felt curious about his patients' stories per se. But this was different, and he hoped his face wasn't showing the disappointment he felt. Well, let's call it a day then. And if you'd rather not talk about it at all, I want to talk about it. Bohr stopped, buttoned his jacket. I need to talk about it to someone. If I don't... Madsen waited, but he didn't go on. See you on Monday, same time? Madsen asked. Yes, he was definitely going to get hold of a couch. Maybe even a confessional. I hope you like your coffee strong, Harry called towards the living room as he poured water from the kettle into their cups. How many records have you actually got? Kaya called back. About 1,500. The heat scorched Harry's knuckles as he stuck his fingers through the handles of the cups. With 3 quick, long strides, he was in the living room. Kaya was kneeling on the sofa, looking through the records. About? Harry pulled one corner of his mouth up into a sort of smile. 1,536. And like most neurotic guys, obviously you've got them arranged alphabetically by artist, but I see that at least you haven't got each artist's albums arranged by release date. No, Harry said, putting the cups down beside the computer on the table and blowing on his fingers. Just in order of when I bought them. The most recent acquisition by that artist on the far left. Kaya laughed. "You're all mad." "Probably. Björn says I'm the only mad one because everyone else arranges theirs by release date." He sat down on the sofa, and she slid down beside him and took a sip of the coffee. Freeze-dried coffee from a freshly opened jar," Harry said. "I'd forgotten how good it is," she laughed. "What, hasn't anyone else served you coffee like this since I last did?" "Clearly you're the only one who knows how to treat a woman, Harry." "And don't you forget it," Harry said, then pointed at the screen. "Here's the picture of the shoe print in the snow outside Rakel's house. Do you see it's the same?" "Yes," Kaya said, holding up her own boot. "But the print in the picture is from a bigger size, isn't it?" "Probably size 43 or 44, Harry said. "Mine are 38. I bought them in a second-hand market in Kabul. They were the smallest they had." "And they're Soviet military boots from the occupation?" "Yes." "That must mean they're over 30 years old. Impressive, isn't it? We had one Norwegian lieutenant colonel in Kabul who used to say that if these bootmakers had been in charge of the Soviet Union, it would never have collapsed." "Do you mean Lieutenant Colonel Bohr?" "Yes." "Does that mean he had a pair of these boots as well?" "I don't remember, but they were popular and cheap." "Why do you ask?" "Bohr's number appeared so frequently in Rakel's phone log that they checked his alibi for the night of the murder. And his wife says he was at home all evening and all night. What strikes me about those phone calls from Bohr is that he seems to have called her about 3 times for each call she made to him. That may not count as stalking, but wouldn't a subordinate return their boss's calls more often?" "I don't know. You're suggesting that Bohr's interest in Rakel could have been more than professional?" "What do you think?" Kaya rubbed her chin. Harry didn't know why, but it struck him as a masculine gesture, possibly something to do with stubble. "Bohr's a conscientious boss," Kaya said, "which means that he can sometimes come across as a bit too engaged and impatient. I can well imagine him calling 3 times before you get round to returning the first call." "At 1 o'clock in the morning?" Kaya grimaced. "Do you want me to argue, or—" "Ideally." "Rakel was assistant director of the NHRI, if I've understood correctly." "Technical director, but yes." "And what did she do?" "Reports for UN treaty organizations, lectures, advice to politicians." "So in the NHRI you have to fit in with other people's working hours and deadlines. UN headquarters is 6 hours behind us. So it isn't that remarkable for your boss to call you a bit late every now and then?" "Where does... what's Bohr's address?" "Somewhere in Smithstad. I think it's the house he grew up in." "What are you thinking?" "Random thoughts." "Come on." Harry rubbed the back of his neck. "Seeing as I'm suspended, I can't call anyone to interview, request a search warrant, or operate in any way that might attract attention from Creepos or Crime Squad. But we can do a bit of digging in the blind spot where they can't see us." "Such as?" "Here's the hypothesis. Bohr killed Rakel. Then he went straight home and got rid of the murder weapon on the way, in which case he probably drove the same way we did to get back here from Holmenkollen. If you wanted to get rid of a knife between Holmenkollen and Smithstad, where would you choose?" "Holmendammen is literally a stone's throw from the road." "Good," Harry said, "but the files say they've already looked there, and the average depth is only 3 meters, so they would have found it." "So where else?" He closed his eyes, leaned his head back against the wall of albums behind him, and reconstructed the road he had driven so many times. Holmenkollen to Smithstad. It couldn't be more than 3 or 4 kilometers, but still offered endless opportunities to get rid of a small object. It was mostly gardens. A thicket just before Stationsveien was a possibility. He heard the metallic whine of a tram in the distance, and a plaintive shriek from one right outside. Caught a sudden glimpse of it. Green this time, with the stench of death. "Rubbish," he said. The container.
The container? At the petrol station just below Stationsveien. Kaya laughed. That's one of 1,000 possibilities, and you sound so certain.
Sure. It's the first thing that came to mind when I thought what I'd have done.
Are you okay?
What do you mean?
You look very pale.
Not enough iron, Harry said, getting to his feet.
The company that has out the container comes and collects it when it's full, the bespectacled, dark-skinned woman said.
And when was the last time that happened? Harry said, looking at the big grey container standing next to the petrol station building.
The woman, who had introduced herself as the manager, had explained that the skip was for the petrol station's use and was mostly used to get rid of packaging, and that she couldn't recall seeing anyone dumping their own rubbish in it. The container had an open metal mouth at one end, and the woman had pressed a red button to demonstrate how the jaws compacted the rubbish and pressed it into the bowels of the container. Kaya was standing a few meters away, making a note of the name and phone number of the container company, which was printed on the grey steel. The last time they replaced it was probably a month or so ago, the manager said.
Have the police opened it up and looked inside? Harry asked.
I thought you were the police.
The right hand doesn't always know what the left hand is doing in such a large investigation. Could you open the container for us so we can take a look at what's inside?
I don't know. I'd have to call my boss.
I thought you were the boss, Harry said.
I said I was the manager of this petrol station. That doesn't mean we understand. Kaya smiled. If you could call him or her, we'd be very grateful.
The woman left them and disappeared inside the red and yellow building. Harry and Kaya stood there looking down at the artificial grass pitch where a couple of boys were practicing the latest Neymar tricks they'd no doubt seen on YouTube. After a while, Kaya looked at her watch.
Shall we go in and ask how it's going?
No, Harry said.
Why not?
The knife isn't in the container.
But you said
I was wrong.
And what makes you so sure about that?
Look, Harry said, pointing. Security cameras. That's why no one dumps anything in here. And the murderer who's had the presence of mind to remove a well-camouflaged wildlife camera from the crime scene isn't going to drive straight into a petrol station with cameras to get rid of the murder weapon. Harry started to walk towards the football pitch.
Where are you going?
Kaya called after him. Harry didn't answer, largely because he didn't have an answer. Not until he reached the back of the petrol station and saw a building with the logo of the Reddy Sports Club above the entrance. There were 6 green plastic bins beside the building, outside the reach of the cameras. Harry opened the lid of the largest one and was hit by the rancid smell of rotting food. He tilted the bin onto the 2 wheels at the back and moved it out into the open. There he tipped it over, spilling its contents.
What a terrible smell,
Kaya said as she caught up with him. That's good.
Good.
It means it hasn't been emptied in a while, Harry said, crouching down and starting to hunt through the waste. Can you start with one of the others?
There was nothing about poking through rubbish in the job description.
Given the terrible salary you're on, you should probably have realized that rubbish was going to crop up at some point.
You're not paying me a salary at all, Kaya said, as she tipped over the smallest bin.
That's what I meant, and yours doesn't smell as bad as mine.
No one can say you don't know how to motivate your staff.
Kaya crouched down, and Harry noted that she started with the top left, the way they were taught to search at police college. A man had come out onto the steps and was standing under the Reddy sign, in jeans with the Reddy logo on.
What the hell do you think you're doing?
Harry stood up, walked over to the man and showed him his police ID. Do you know if anyone might have seen anyone here on the evening of the 10th of March? The man stared at the ID, then back at Harry with his mouth half open. You're Harry Hula. That's right.
The super detective himself?
Don't believe everything.
And you're looking through our rubbish?
Sorry if you're disappointed.
Harry,
Kaya called. Harry turned round. She was holding something between her thumb and forefinger. It looked like a tiny piece of black plastic. What is it? He asked, screwing his eyes up as he felt his heart start to beat faster.
I'm not sure, but I think it's one of those
memory guards, Harry thought.
the sort you use in wildlife cameras.
The sun was shining into the kitchen on Lida Sagensgata, to where Kaya was standing, removing the memory card from the slot of what looked to Harry like a cheap camera, but which Kaya had said was a Canon G9, bought in 2009 for a small fortune, and which had actually stood the test of time. She inserted the memory card from the rubbish bin into the empty slot, connected the camera to her MacBook with a cable, and clicked on the pictures folder. A series of thumbnails appeared. Some of them showed Rakel's house in various stages of daylight. Some were taken in darkness, and all Harry could see was the light from the kitchen window. "There you go," Kaya said, and went over to the hissing espresso machine, which was working on cup number 2, but Harry realized that was mostly to leave him alone. The thumbnails were marked with dates. The second to last was marked 10th of March, the last 11th of March, the night of the murder. He took a deep breath. What did he want to see? What was he worried about seeing? And what was he hoping to see? His brain felt like a wasp's nest under attack, so it was just as well to get it done. He clicked the play symbol on the thumbnail for the 10th of March. 4 smaller thumbnails appeared with the times marked. The camera had been activated 4 times before midnight on the night of the murder. Harry clicked on the first recording, which was labelled 20:02:10. Darkness. Light behind the curtain in the kitchen window. But someone or something was moving in the darkness and had triggered the recording. Damn! He should have followed the advice of the guy in the shop and bought a more expensive camera with zero blur technology. Or was it no glow? Either way, something that meant you could see what was in front of the camera even in the middle of the night. Suddenly there was light on the steps as the front door opened, and in the doorway stood a shape that could only be Rakel. She stood there for a couple of seconds before she let a different shape in. Then the door closed behind them. Harry was breathing hard through his nose. Several long seconds passed, then the image froze. The next recording started at 20:29:25. Harry clicked on it. The front door was open, but the lights in the living room and the kitchen were switched off or dimmed, so he could hardly see the shape that came out, closed the door behind it, and went down the steps before disappearing into the darkness. But this was 8:30 in the evening, an hour and a half before the window suggested by forensics. The next clips were the important ones. Harry could feel his palms sweating as he clicked on the third thumbnail, labelled 23:21:09. A car swept across the drive. The headlights lit up the wall of the house before it came to a stop right in front of the steps, and the lights went out. Harry stared at the screen, trying in vain to make his eyes bore into the darkness. The seconds ticked past on the clock, but nothing happened. Was the driver sitting inside the dark car, waiting for someone? No, because the recording hadn't stopped, so the camera's sensor was still detecting movement. Then at last Harry saw something. Faint light fell across the steps as the front door opened, and what looked like a hunched figure went inside. The door closed, and the image went dark again, and froze a few seconds later. He clicked on the last recording before midnight. 23:38:21. Darkness. Nothing. What had the camera's PIR sensor detected? Something that was moving and had a pulse at least, a different temperature to everything else. After 30 seconds, the recording stopped. It could have been someone moving across the drive in front of the house, but also a bird, a cat, a dog. Harry rubbed his face hard. What the hell was the point of a wildlife camera with sensors that were far more sensitive than the lens? He vaguely remembered the sales assistant in the shop saying something along those lines when he was trying to persuade Harry to spend a bit more money on the camera. But that was back when Harry was first starting to have trouble financing his drinking and still keeping a roof over his head. "Have we got anything?" Kaya asked, putting one of the cups down in front of him. "Something, but not enough." Harry clicked the thumbnail for the 11th of March. One recording. 02-23-12. "Cross your fingers," he said, and pressed play. The front door opened and a shape could just be made out in the weak grey light from the hall. It stood there for a few seconds, looked like it was swaying. Then the door closed and everything was completely dark again. "He's leaving," Harry said. Light. The car's headlights came on. The rear lights glowed red as well. The reversing light came on. Then they all went out again, and everything was dark. "He switched the engine off again," Kaya said. "What's happening?" "I don't know." Harry leaned closer to the screen. "There's someone approaching, can you see?" "No." The picture jolted and the outline of the house became crooked. Another jolt and it was even more crooked. Then the recording stopped. "What was that?" "He pulled the camera down," Harry said. "Surely we should have seen him if he walked from the car to the camera." "He approached it from the side," Harry said. "You could just see him approach from off to the left." "Why walk round? If he was going to get rid of the recordings, I mean." "He was avoiding the area with most snow. Less work to get rid of his footprints afterwards." Kaya nodded slowly. "He must have reconnoitred carefully in advance if he knew about the camera." "Yes, and he carried out the murder with almost military precision." "Almost?" "He got in the car first and came close to forgetting the camera." "He hadn't planned it?" "Yes," Harry said, lifting the cup to his lips. "Everything was planned, down to the last detail, such as the fact that the light inside the car didn't come on when he got in and out of the car. He'd switched it off beforehand, in case any of the neighbours heard the car and looked over to see who it was." "But they'd still have seen his car." "I doubt it was his car. If it had been, he'd have parked further away. It looked almost as if he wanted to have the car at the scene." "So that any eventual witnesses could mislead the police?" Harry swallowed the coffee and pulled a face. "Sorry, I haven't got any freeze-dried," Kaya said. "So what's the conclusion? Was it perfectly executed or not?" "I don't know." Harry leaned back to pull his cigarettes from his trouser pocket. "Almost forgetting about the camera doesn't fit with the rest of it. And it looked like he was swaying in the doorway, did you see? Almost as if the person coming out isn't the same person who went in. And what was he doing in there for 2.5 hours? "What do you think?" "I think he was high. Drugs or drink. Does Roar take any pills?" Kaya shook her head and fixed her gaze on the wall behind Harry. "Is that a no?" he asked. "It's an I don't know." "But you're not ruling it out?" "Ruling out the possibility that a Special Forces officer who's been on 3 tours to Afghanistan is on pills? Absolutely not." Can you remove the memory card? I'll take it to Björn. Maybe forensics can get something out of the images." "Sure." Kaya took hold of the camera. "What are your thoughts about the knife? Why doesn't he get rid of it in the same place as the memory card?" Harry inspected the remains of his coffee. "The crime scene indicates that he had some idea of how the police work, so he probably also knows the way we search the area around the scene for a possible murder weapon, and that the chances that we find a knife in a rubbish bin less than a kilometre from the scene is relatively large. But the memory card was okay to get rid of. He wasn't counting on us even looking for that. Who would know that Rakel had a camouflaged wildlife camera in her garden?" "So where's the knife?" "I don't know, but I guess it's in the perpetrator's home." "Why?" Kaya asked as she looked at the camera screen. "If it gets found there, he's as good as convicted." "Because he doesn't think he's a suspect. The knife doesn't rot, it doesn't melt, it needs to be hidden somewhere it will never be found. And the first place we can think of good hiding places is where we live. Having it nearby also gives us a sense of being in control of our own fate." "But if he used a knife he took from the scene and wiped his prints off it, the only way it could be traced back to him is if it's found in his home. Home is the last place I'd have chosen." Harry nodded. "You're right. Like I said, I don't know. I'm just guessing. It's just..." Harry tried to find the right word.
Gut feeling?
Yes. No. He pressed his fingers to his temples. I don't know. Do you remember the warnings we were given when we were young before we took LSD, that we could have flashbacks and start tripping again without any warning later in life? Kaya looked up from the camera. I never took or was offered LSD. Smart girl. I was a rather less clever boy. Some people say those flashbacks can be triggered. Stress, heavy drinking, trauma. And that sometimes those flashbacks are actually a new trip, that the remnants of old drugs get activated because LSD is synthetic and doesn't get broken down in the same way as cocaine, for instance. So now you're wondering if you're having an LSD trip? Harry shrugged his shoulders. LSD is consciousness-raising. It makes the brain work in top gear, interpret information on such a detailed level that it gives you a feeling of cosmic insight. That's the only way I can describe why I felt we had to check those green rubbish bins. I mean, you don't just find such a tiny piece of plastic in the first rather odd place you look in, 1 kilometre from the crime scene, by chance, do you?
Maybe not,
Kaya said, still staring at the camera screen. Okay. Well, the same cosmic insight is telling me that Rohrbor isn't the man we're looking for, Kaya.
And what if I tell you that my cosmic insight is saying you're wrong?
Harry shrugged. I'm the one who took LSD, not you.
But I'm the one who's looked at the recordings from before the 10th of March, not you.
Kaya turned the camera around and held the screen up in front of Harry.
This is a week before the murder, she said. The person obviously approaches from behind the camera, so when the recording starts, we only see his back. He stops right in front of the camera, but unfortunately he doesn't turn round and show his face. Nor when he leaves 2 hours later.
Harry saw a large moon hanging directly above the roof of the house, and silhouetted against the moon, Harry saw all the details of the barrel of a rifle and parts of the butt sticking up over the shoulder of someone standing between the camera and the house.
Unless I'm mistaken, Kaya said, and Harry already knew that she wasn't mistaken. That's a Colt Canada C8. Not exactly your standard rifle, to put it mildly.
Bore?
It's the sort of rifle special forces used in Afghanistan, anyway. Are you aware of the situation you've put me in? Dagny Jensen asked. She'd kept her coat on and was sitting bolt upright on the chair in front of Katrina Bratt's desk as she hugged her handbag in her arms. Svein Finne has walked free of all charges. He doesn't even have to hide. And now he knows that I reported him for rape.
Outside the door, Katrina saw the muscular frame of Kari Biel. She was one of 3 officers who were working shifts to protect Dagny Jensen.
Dagny, Katrina began. Jensen? The woman interrupted. Miss Jensen?
Then she covered her face with her hands and started to cry.
He's free forever, and you can't protect me for that long. But he'll watch me like a farmer watching a pregnant cow.
Her crying turned to hiccuping sobs, and Katrina wondered what she ought to do. Should she go round her desk and try to comfort the woman, or leave her be? Do nothing, see if it blew over, if it went away?
Katrina cleared her throat. We're looking at the possibility of charging Finne for the rapes anyway, to get him behind bars. You'll never manage that. He's got that lawyer, and he's smarter than all of you. Anyone can see that. He may be smarter, but he's on the wrong side. And you're on the right side? Harry Huller's side? Katrina didn't answer. You persuaded me not to press charges, Dagny said. Katrina opened her desk drawer and handed Dagny a tissue. Obviously it's up to you if you want to change your mind, Miss Jensen. If you want to file a formal complaint against Huller for claiming to be a police officer on active duty, and for the way he put you in danger, I'm sure he will be dismissed and charged to your full satisfaction. Katrina saw from Dagny Jensen's expression that had come out rather sharper than she intended. You don't know, Brad. Dagny wiped the makeup running from her eyes. You don't know what it's like, bearing a child that you don't want. We can help arrange an appointment to see a doctor who— Let me finish. Katrina closed her mouth. Sorry, Dagny whispered. I'm just so exhausted. I was going to say that you don't know how it feels." She took a deep, trembling breath. "To still want the baby anyway."
In the silence that followed, Katrina could hear footsteps hurrying up and down the corridor outside her office. But they'd been moving faster yesterday. Tired feet. "Don't I?" Katrina said.
"What?"
"Nothing. Of course, I can't know how you feel. Look, I want to get Finne as much as you, and we will. The fact that he tricked us with that deal won't stop us. That's a promise. The last time I got a promise like that from a police officer, it came from Harry Huller. This is a promise from me, from this office, this building, this city." Dagny Jensen put the tissue down on the desk and stood up.
"Thanks."
When she had gone, it struck Katrina that she had never heard a single syllable express so much and yet so little. So much resignation, so little hope. Harry stared at the memory card he had put down on the bar counter in front of him. "What can you see?" Øystein Eikeland asked. He was playing Kendrick Lamar's To Pimp a Butterfly. According to Øystein, that was where the bar was at its lowest for old men who wanted to overcome their prejudices against hip-hop. "Night recordings," Harry said. "Now you sound like St. Thomas when he puts a cassette to his ear and says he can hear it. You've seen the documentary?" "No. Good. Good music. And a few interesting clips and interviews. Way too long, though. Looks like they had too much footage and couldn't manage to focus." "Same here," Harry said, turning the memory card over. "Direction is everything." Harry nodded slowly. "I've got a dishwasher to empty," Øystein said, and disappeared into the back room. Harry closed his eyes. The music, the references, the memories. Prince, Marvin Gaye, Chick Corea, vinyl records, the scratch of a needle. Rakel lying on the sofa at Holman Colvane, sleepy, smiling as he whispers, "Listen now, this bed." Perhaps she had been lying on the sofa when he arrived. Who was he? Maybe it wasn't a he. Not even that much was possible to determine from the recordings. But the first person who had arrived on foot at 8 o'clock and left again half an hour later, that had been a man. Harry was fairly certain of that. And he hadn't been expected. She had opened the door and stood there for 2 or 3 seconds instead of letting him in at once. Perhaps he had asked if he could come in, and she had let him in without hesitation. So she had known him well. How well? So well that he had let himself out just under half an hour later. Perhaps that visit had nothing to do with the murder, but Harry couldn't help the questions from popping up. What can a man and a woman do in just under half an hour? Why had the lights in the kitchen and living room been dimmed when he left? Bloody hell, he didn't have time to let his thoughts wander off in that direction now. So he hurried on instead. The car that had arrived 3 hours later, it had parked right in front of the steps. Why? A shorter walk to the house, less chance of being seen. Yes, that fitted with the fact that the automatic light inside the car was switched off. But there was slightly too much of a gap between the car arriving and the front door of the house opening. Perhaps the driver had been looking for something inside the car. Gloves? A cloth to wipe fingerprints off with? Perhaps he checked that the catch was on the pistol he was going to threaten her with. Because obviously he wasn't going to kill her with that. Ballistics analysis can identify the pistol which identifies the owner. He would use a knife he found at the scene. The perfect knife. The one the murderer already knew he would find in the knife block on the kitchen counter. Or had he improvised in there, had the knife at the scene been a matter of chance? The thought had struck Harry because it seemed careless to spend so long in the car in front of the steps. Rakel could have woken up and become alarmed. The neighbors could have chanced to look out of their windows. And when the man finally opened the front door, and enough light filtered out for them to see the silhouette of an oddly hunched figure disappear inside, what was that? Someone who was intoxicated? That might fit with the clumsy parking,
and the fact that he had taken so long getting to the door, but not the light inside the car and the clean crime scene. A mixture of planning, intoxication, and chance. The person in question had been in there for almost 3 hours, from just before midnight until around 2:30 in the morning. Given the forensic department's estimate of the time of death, he had been in there for a long time after committing the murder, and had taken plenty of time to clean up. Could it be the same person who was there earlier that evening, and he had come back later in his car? No. The images had been too poor to see anything clearly, but there was something about the shape. The person who had been hunched over when he went in had looked broader. But on the other hand, that could be thanks to a change of clothes, or even a shadow. The person who had come out at 02:23 had stood for a couple of seconds in the doorway, and had looked as if he were swaying. Injured? Intoxicated? Momentary dizziness? He had got into the car. The lights had come on, then gone off again. He had walked around behind the wildlife camera. End of recording. Harry rubbed the memory card, hoping that a genie might appear. He was thinking about this wrong. All wrong. Damn. And he needed a break. He needed a coffee. Strong, Turkish coffee. Harry reached behind the bar for the jizvi, the Turkish coffee pot Mehmet had left, and realized that Öztürk had changed the music. Still hip-hop, but the jazz and intricate bass line were gone. "What's this, Öztürk?" "Kanye West, So Pulled," Öztürk called from the back room. "And just when you almost had me, please turn it off." "This is good stuff, Harry. Give it time. We mustn't let our ears get stale." "Why not? There are thousands of albums from the last millennium I haven't heard, and that's enough to last the rest of my life." Harry swallowed. What a relief it was to take a break from the heavy stuff, with these feather-light, meaningless exchanges with someone you knew inside out, like table tennis with a 3-gram ball. "You need to make more of an effort." Öztürk came back into the bar with a broad, toothless grin. He had lost his last front tooth in a bar in Prague. It had just fallen out. And even if he had discovered the gap in the airport toilet, called the bar, and had the brownish-yellow tooth returned to him by post, there was nothing that could be done. Not that Öztürk seemed particularly bothered. "These are the classics hip-hop fans will be listening to when they're old, Harry. This isn't just form, it's content." Harry held the memory card up to the light. He nodded slowly. "You're right, Öztürk. Tell me something I don't know." "I'm thinking wrong because I'm focusing on form, on how the murder was carried out. I'm ignoring what I always used to go on about to my students. Why? The motive. The content." The door opened behind them. "Oh, shit," Öztürk said in a low voice. Harry glanced up in the mirror in front of him. A man was approaching, short with a light step, shaking his head with a grin under his black, greasy fringe. It was the sort of grin you see in golfers or footballers when they've just shot the ball high into the stands, a grin that's probably supposed to suggest that it was such a fuck-up that all they can do is smile. "Hola!" A high, disconcertingly friendly voice. "Ringdal?" Not high, not disconcertingly friendly. Harry saw Öztürk shiver, as if the temperature in the bar had just plunged below 0. "So what are you doing in my bar, Hula?" There was a jangle of keys and coins in Ringdal's pockets as he took off his blue Catalina jacket and hung it on the hook behind the door to the back room. "Well," Harry said, "would seeing how the inheritance is being managed be a satisfactory answer?" "The only satisfactory answer is getting out of here." Harry put the memory card in his pocket and pushed himself off the bar stool. "You don't look as badly hurt as I'd hoped, Ringdal." Ringdal was rolling up his shirt sleeves. "Hurt? To deserve a lifetime ban, I should have broken your nose at the very least. But perhaps you haven't got any bones in your nose." Ringdal laughed as if he genuinely thought Harry was funny. "You landed your first punch because I wasn't expecting it, Hula." "A bit of a nosebleed, but not enough to break anything, I'm afraid." And after that you hit nothing but air. And that wall over there."
Ringdal filled a glass with water from the tap behind the bar. Perhaps it was a paradox that a teetotaler was running a bar. Perhaps not. "But all credit to you for trying, Hula. Maybe you should try to be a bit less drunk next time you attempt to take on a Norwegian judo champion." "And there we have it," Harry said. "What? Have you ever heard of anyone involved in judo who has good taste in music?" Ringdal sighed. Erstein raised his eyebrows, and Harry realized that the ball had ended up in the stand. "Getting out of here," Harry said, and stood up. "Hula?" Harry stopped and turned round. "I'm sorry about Rakel." Ringdal raised his glass of water in his left hand, as if in a toast. "She was a wonderful person. A shame she didn't have time to carry on." "Carry on?" "Oh, didn't she tell you? I asked her to stay on as chair after you were gone. Well, let's draw a line under all that, Harry. You're welcome here, and I promise to listen to Erstein here when it comes to the choice of music. I can see that takings have dropped a bit, although of course that could be due to something other than a slightly less—" He searched for the right words. "Strict music policy." Harry nodded and opened the door. He stopped in the doorway and looked around. Grunnerløkka. The scraping sound of a skateboard ridden by a guy closer to 40 than 30, wearing Converse and flannels. Harry guessed design studio, clothing boutique, or one of the hipster burger joints that Helga, Oleg's girlfriend, had said sold the same shit, same wrapping as everywhere else, but they put truffles on the fries so they can charge 3 times the price and still be on trend. Oslo. A young man with an impressive unkempt beard, like an Old Testament prophet, hanging like a bib over his tie and impeccable suit, his Burberry coat open. Finance? Irony? Or just confusion? Norway. A couple in lycra suits jogging with skis and sticks in their hands, ski wax worth 1,000 krona, energy drinks and protein bars in their bum bags, on their way to the last patches of snow in the highest shadows of Nordmarka. Harry pulled out his phone and called Björn's number. "Harry? I've found the memory card from the wildlife camera." Silence. "Björn? I just needed to get away from everyone." "That's crazy. What can you see?" "Not much, sadly. I was wondering if you could help me get it analyzed. It's dark, but you've got methods of getting more out of the images than I can manage. There are a few silhouettes and reference points, the height of the door frame, that sort of thing. A 3D specialist might be able to come up with a decent description." Harry rubbed his chin. He was itching somewhere, he just didn't know where. "I can try," Björn said. "I can use an external expert, because I'm assuming you'd like this done discreetly. If I'm to have any chance of following this line of inquiry undisturbed, yes." "Have you made copies of the recordings?" "No, it's all on the memory card." "Okay. Leave it in an envelope at Schroeder's, and I'll call in and pick it up later today." "Thanks, Björn." Harry entered the call, tapped in R for Rakel. The other entries in his contacts were O for Oleg, Ö for Erstein, K for Katrina, B for Björn, S for Sis, and A for Stola Auna. That was all. That was enough for Harry, even if Rakel had told Stola that Harry was open to meeting new people. But only if those letters weren't already taken. He keyed in Rakel's work number without her extension. "Bor," he said when the receptionist answered. "It looks like Bor isn't here today." "Where is he, and when will he be back?" "It doesn't say anything about that here, but I've got a mobile number." Harry made a note of the number and tapped it into the app for directory inquiries. It came up with an address between Smestad and Huseby, and a landline number. He looked at his watch. 1:30. He called the number. "Yes?" a woman's voice said after the third ring. "Sorry, wrong number." Harry hung up and started to walk towards the tram stop at the top of Birkelunden. He rubbed his upper arm. That wasn't where the itch was either. It wasn't until he was on the metro heading towards Smestad that he realized that the itch was probably in his head, and that it had almost certainly been triggered by Ringdal's possibly well-meant, possibly calculated gesture. and that he would actually have preferred to have gone on being barred, rather than be the recipient of irritating, broad-minded benevolence, and that he might possibly have underestimated judo. The woman who opened the door of the yellow house exuded the sort of sharp vitality that was typical of women between 30 and 50 in the upper social segment here on the west side of the city. It was difficult to know if it was an ideal they were trying to live up to, or their true energy level, but Harry had a suspicion that there was something status-related about the effortless, loud way they marshalled their 2 children, gun dog and husband, preferably in a public place. "Pierre Beau, how can I help you?" No confirmation and gently dismissive politeness, but said with a confident smile. She was short, wasn't wearing makeup, and her wrinkles suggested she was closer to 50 than 40. But she was as slim as a teenager. A lot of time at the gym and plenty of outdoor living, Harry guessed. "Police." He held up his ID. "Of course, you're Harry Huller," she said without looking at it. "I've seen your face in the paper. You were Rakel Falker's husband. My condolences." "Thank you. I presume you're here to talk to Roar. He isn't here. When? This evening, possibly. Give me your number and I'll ask him to contact you." Perhaps I could talk to you, Mrs. Bohr." "To me? What for?" "It won't take long. There are just a couple of things I need to know." Harry's eyes roamed across the shoe rack behind her. "Can I come in?" Harry noticed the hesitation, and found what he was looking for on the bottom shelf of the rack. A pair of black Soviet military boots. "Now isn't a good time. I'm in the middle of something. I can wait." Pierre Bohr smiled quickly. Not obviously beautiful, but cute, Harry decided. Possibly what Erstein would call a Toyota. Not the boys' first choice when they were teenagers, but the one that stayed in the best shape as the years passed. She looked at her watch. "I need to go and get something from the chemist. We can talk while we walk, okay?" She grabbed a coat from a hook, came out onto the steps, and closed the door behind her. Harry had noted that the lock was the same sort as Rakel's, no self-locking mechanism, but Pierre Bohr didn't bother to look for a key. Safe neighborhood. No strange men who'd just walk into your house. They walked past the garage, through the gate, and down the road, where the first Tesla cars were humming home from their short days at work. Harry put a cigarette between his lips without lighting it. "Are you going to pick up sleeping pills?" "Sorry?" Harry shrugged his shoulders. "Insomnia. You told our detective that your husband was home all night of the 10th and 11th of March. To know that for certain, you can't have slept much." Yes, it's sleeping pills." I needed sleeping pills after Rakel and I split up. Insomnia eats away at your soul. What did they put you on?" Imovane and Somadril." Pierre was walking faster. Harry lengthened his stride as he clicked the lighter beneath the cigarette, but failed to get it to light. "Same as me. I've been on them for 2 months. You?" "Something like that." Harry put the lighter back in his pocket. "Why are you lying, Pierre?" "I'm sorry?" Imovane and Somadril are heavy stuff. If you take them for 2 months, you're hooked. And if you're hooked, you take them every night, because they work. So well that if you did take them that night, you were in a coma and would have no idea what your husband was doing. But you don't strike me as the sort of person who's hooked on sedatives. You're a little too energetic, a little too quick-witted." Pierre Bohr slowed down. "But of course you could easily prove me wrong," Harry said, "by showing me the prescription." Pierre stopped walking. She put her hand in the back pocket of her tight jeans, pulled out and unfolded a piece of blue paper. "See?" she said, with a light vibrato in her voice, holding it up and pointing. "Somadril." "I see," Harry said, taking the paper from her before she had time to react. "And when I look more closely, I see that it's been prescribed for Bohr. Roar Bohr. He evidently hasn't told you how strong the medication he needs is." Harry handed the prescription back to her. "Perhaps there are other things he hasn't told you, Pierre." Was he at home that night?" She swallowed. The colour in her cheeks was gone, her energetic vitality punctured. Harry adjusted his estimate of her age by 5 years.
"No," she whispered. "He wasn't."
They skipped the chemist and walked down to Smithstaddamen, then sat down on one of the benches on the slope on the eastern side, looking out at the little island that had room for a single willow tree.
"Spring," Pia said. "Anything but spring. In the summer it's so green here. Everything grows like mad. Loads of insects, fish, frogs. It's so full of life, and when the trees get their leaves and the wind plays through the willow, they dance and rustle loud enough to drown out the motorway." She smiled sadly. "And autumn in Oslo."
"Finest autumn in the world," Harry said, lighting his cigarette.
"Even winter's better than spring," Pia said. "At least it used to be, when you could count on it being properly cold, with solid ice. We used to bring the children here to go skating. They loved it."
"How many?"
"2. 1 girl and 1 boy. 28 and 25. June's a marine biologist in Bergen, and Gustav's studying in the US.
"You started early."
She smiled wryly. "Roa was 23 and I was 21 when we had June. Couples who get moved around the country on army postings often become parents early. So the wives have something to do, I suppose. As an officer's wife, you have 2 options. To let yourself be tamed and accept life as a breeding cow. Stand in your stall, give birth to calves, give milk, chew the cud.
And the second option?
Not to become an officer's wife."
"But you chose option number 1.
"Looks like it."
Why did you lie about that night?"
"To spare us from questions, from becoming the focus. You can imagine how it would have damaged Roa's reputation if he'd been called in for questioning in a murder investigation, surely. He doesn't need that, if I can put it like that."
"Why doesn't he need that?"
She shrugged. "No one needs that, do they? Especially not in our neighborhood."
"So where was he?"
"I don't know. Out."
"Out?"
"He can't sleep."
"Somadrill."
"It was worse when he got home from Iraq. They gave him Rohypnol for his insomnia that time. He got hooked in 2 weeks, and it gave him blackouts. So now he refuses to take anything. He puts his field uniform on, says he has to go out on reconnaissance. Keep watch, keep an eye out. He says he just walks from place to place, like a night patrol, staying out of sight. I suppose it's typical of people with post-traumatic stress disorder that they're frightened the whole time. He usually comes home and gets a couple of hours sleep before he goes to work."
"And he manages to keep this hidden at work?"
"We see what we want to see, and Roa has always been good at making whatever impression he wants to make. He's the sort of man people trust."
"You too?"
She sighed. "My husband isn't a bad person, but sometimes even good people fall to pieces."
"Does he take a gun with him when he's out on night patrol?"
"I don't know. He goes out after I've gone to bed."
"Do you know where he was on the night of the murder?"
"I asked him after you asked me. He said he'd slept in June's old room."
"But you didn't believe him?"
"Why do you say that?"
"Because then you would have told the police that he'd slept in another room. You lied because you were worried we had something else. Something that meant he needed a stronger alibi than the truth."
"You're not seriously suggesting that you suspect Roar, Ulla?"
Harry looked at a pair of swans that were paddling towards them. He glimpsed a flash of light from the hillside beyond the motorway. A window opening, perhaps. "Post-traumatic," Harry said. "What's the trauma?"
She sighed. "I don't know. A combination of things. Rough stuff from his childhood. And Iraq, Afghanistan. But when he came home from his last tour and told me he'd left the army, obviously I realized that something had happened. He changed, was more shut off. After a lot of nagging, I finally got it out of him, that he'd killed someone in Afghanistan. Of course, that's what they were there for, but this one had got to him, and he didn't want to talk about it. But he was able to function, at least."
"And he isn't now?"
She looked at Harry with the eyes of someone who'd been shipwrecked, and he realized why she had opened up to him, a stranger, so easily. Not in our neighborhood. She had wanted this, had been longing desperately for it. She just hadn't had anyone to talk to about it until now. After Rakel Falke, after your wife's death, he went completely to pieces. He's not functioning, no."
That flash of light again, and it struck him that it must be coming from roughly the same part of the hillside where the boar's house was. Harry stiffened. He had seen something from the corner of his eye, something between them on the white backrest of the bench, something trembling that had moved and disappeared like a quick, red, silent insect. There were no insects here in March. Harry leaned forward instantly, dug his heels in the slope, pushed off and threw himself against the back of the bench. Pierre screamed as the bench tipped over and they fell backwards. Harry wrapped his arms round her as they slid off the backrest, pressing her down into the shallow ditch behind the bench. Then he began to snake his way across the mud, pulling Pierre behind him. He stopped and peered up towards the hillside. He saw that the willow tree was between them and where he had seen the flash of light. Further away on the path, a man in a hooded sweater walking a Rottweiler had stopped and looked like he was considering getting involved. "Police!" Harry cried. "Get back! There's a sniper!" Harry saw an elderly lady turn and hurry away, but the man with the Rottweiler didn't move. Pierre tried to pull free, but Harry lay with the whole of his body weight on top of the slight woman, so they were lying face to face. "Looks like your husband's at home, after all," he said, pulling out his phone. "That's why I couldn't come in. That's why you didn't lock the door when we left." He called a number. "No," Pierre cried. "Emergency control," a voice said on the phone. "Inspector Harry Hula here, reporting an armed man." The phone was snatched from his hand. "He's just using the rifle sight as a telescope." Pierre put the phone to her ear. "Sorry, wrong number." She ended the call and gave the phone back to Harry. "Isn't that what you said when you called me?" Harry didn't move. "You're quite heavy, Hula. Could you—" "How do I know I'm not going to get a bullet in my forehead when I stand up?"
"Because you've had a red dot on your forehead since we sat down on the bench."
Harry looked at her. Then he put his hands down on the cold mud and pushed himself up. Got to his feet. Squinted towards the hillside. He turned to help Pierre, but she was already up. Her jeans and jacket were black and dripping with mud. Harry pulled a bent cigarette from his packet of Camels. "Is your husband going to disappear now?"
"I imagine so," she sighed. "You need to understand that he's in a bad way mentally, and very jittery right now."
"Where does he go?"
"I don't know."
"You know you can be prosecuted for obstructing the police, Mrs. Bohr."
"Are you talking about me or my husband?" she asked, brushing her thighs.
"Or yourself?" "Sorry?"
"You'd hardly be allowed to investigate the murder of your own wife, Hula. You're here as a private detective. Or should we say pirate detective?"
Harry tore off the bent tip of the cigarette and lit what was left. He looked down at his own filthy clothes. His coat was torn where one of the buttons had been pulled off. "Will you tell me if your husband comes back?"
Pierre nodded towards the water. "Watch out for that one. It doesn't like men."
Harry turned and saw that one of the swans had set off towards them. When he turned back, Pierre was already heading up the slope. "A pirate detective?" "Yep," Harry said, holding the door to Bjølsenhallen open for Kaya. The hall lay nestled among the more ordinary buildings around it. Kaya had said that Kjelsås Table Tennis Club was based above the large supermarket on the ground floor. "Still not keen on the whole lift concept?" Kaya asked as she struggled to keep up with Harry on the stairs. "It's not the concept, it's the size," Harry said. "How did you find out about this military police officer?" "There weren't that many Norwegians in Kapel, and I've talked to most of the people I knew there now. Glenna is the only person who sounds like he might have something to tell us." The girl in reception told them where to go. The sound of shoes on hard floors and the clatter of ping-pong balls reached them before they turned the corner and found themselves in a large open room where a few people, most of them men, were dancing and crouching and swinging at either end of green table tennis tables. Kaya set off towards one of them. Two men were hitting a ball diagonally across the net at each other, the same trajectory every time, forehand with topspin. They were barely moving, just repeating the same movement, striking the ball with their arms bent and a flick of the wrist, accompanied by a hard step with one foot. The ball was moving so fast that it looked like a white line between the men, who seemed locked into this duel, like a computer game that had got stuck. Then one of them hit the ball too far, and it bounced away across the floor between the tables. "Damn," the player said. He was a fit-looking man in his 40s or 50s, with a black headband over cropped silver-grey hair. "You're not reading the spin," the other man said as he went to fetch the ball. "Jörn?" Kaya said. "Kaya," the man with the headband grinned. "Here's a sweaty soldier for you." They hugged each other. Kaya introduced him to Harry. "Thanks for agreeing to see us," Harry said. "No one turns down a meeting with this young lady," Jörn Glenner said, with his smile still in his eyes, squeezing Harry's hand just hard enough for it to be taken as a challenge. "But if I'd known she was going to be bringing backup—" Kaya and Glenner laughed. "Let's grab a coffee," Glenner said, putting his bat on the table. "What about your partner?" Kaya asked. "My trainer, bought and paid for," he said, showing them the way. "Connolly and I are going to be meeting up in Juba this autumn. I need to get in practice." "An American colleague," Kaya explained to Harry. "They had a never-ending table tennis tournament while we were in Kabul." "Fancy coming along?" Glenner asked. "I'm sure your lot could find a job for you there." "South Sudan?" Kaya asked. "What's it like there now?" "Same as before. Civil war, famine, Dinkas, Nuers, cannibalism, gang rape, and more weapons than the whole of Afghanistan put together." "Let me think about it," Kaya said, and Harry could see from the expression on her face that she wasn't joking. They got coffee in the canteen-like cafeteria and sat down at a table next to a grimy window looking out onto Bjølsen, Valsemüller, and the Akerselva. Jørn Glenner started speaking before Harry and Kaya had a chance to ask any questions. "I agreed to talk to you because I fell out with Roa Bohr in Kabul. A woman was raped and murdered. She was Bohr's personal interpreter, a Hazara woman. The Hazaras are mostly poor, simple peasants with no education. But this young woman, Hala, Kaya corrected. It means the circle around the full moon. Had taught herself English and French pretty much unaided. And she was in the process of learning Norwegian as well. Brilliant at languages. She was found right outside the house where she lived with other women who worked for the coalition and various aid agencies. Of course, you lived there too, Kaya." Kaya nodded. "We suspected it was the Taliban or someone from her home district. Honor is obviously a huge thing for Sunni Muslims, and even more so for the Hazaras. The fact that she was working for us, infidels, socialized with men and dressed like a Westerner, may have been enough for someone to want to make an example of her." "I've heard about honor killings," Harry said. "But honor rape?" Glenner shrugged his shoulders. "One could have led to the other, but who knows? Bohr stopped us investigating it." "Really?" "Her body was found a stone's throw from the house where we were responsible for security. It was basically an area that was under our control. Despite that, Bohr handed the investigation to the local Afghan police. When I objected, he pointed out that military police, which in this case meant me and one other guy, were under his command and charged with the security of Norwegian troops in the country, and that was all. Even if he knew perfectly well that the Afghan police lacked the resources and forensic tools that we take for granted. Fingerprinting was a newfangled concept, and DNA testing the stuff of dreams." "Bohr had to consider the political implications," Kaya said. "There was already a lot of ill will about Western forces taking too much control, and Hala was Afghan." "She was a Hazara," Glenner snorted. "Bohr knew the case wouldn't be given the same priority it would have got if she'd been a Pashtun. Okay, there was a post-mortem, and they found traces of Fluni something or other. The stuff men put in women's drinks if they want to rape a Fluni Trazepam," Kaya said, "also known as Rohypnol." "Right. And do you think any Afghan would spend money drugging a woman before he raped her?" "No, damn it, it was a foreigner." Glenner hit the table with his hand. "And was the case ever solved? Of course not." "Do you think—" Harry took a sip of coffee, tried to find an alternative, more indirect way to phrase the question, but changed his mind when he looked up and met Jørn Glenner's gaze. that Aurora Bohr could have been behind the murder and made sure that the people with the least chance of catching him were given responsibility for the investigation. Is that why you wanted to talk to us? Glenna blinked and opened his mouth, but nothing came out. Listen, Johan, Kaya said, we know Bohr told his wife he killed someone in Afghanistan. And I've talked to Jan. Jan? The camp instructor for Special Forces. Tall, blonde. Oh, him! He was crazy about you too. Anyway, Kaya said, lowering her eyes, and Harry suspected she was acting embarrassed to give the laughing Glenna what he wanted. Jan says they have no record of any confirmed or claimed kill for Rohr. As the officer in command, obviously he wasn't on the front line much, but the fact is that he has no kills from earlier in his career, when he was actually on the front line. I know, Glenna said. Officially, Special Forces weren't in Basra, but Bohr was there for training with an American unit. According to rumor, he saw a lot of action, but still remained a virgin. And the closest he got to the action in Afghanistan was that time Sergeant Varga was taken by the Taliban. Yes, that, Kaya said. What was that? Harry asked. Glenna shrugged. Bohr and Varga were on a long drive and stopped in the desert so the sergeant could have a shit. The sergeant went behind some rocks, and when he didn't come back after 20 minutes and didn't answer when he was called, Bohr said in his report that he got out of the car to look for him. But I'm pretty sure he didn't budge. Why do you think that? Because there's not that fucking much that can happen in a desert. Because 1 or 2 Taliban farmers with basic rifles and a knife were sitting behind the rocks waiting for Bohr to come looking. And Bohr obviously knew that, and he was safe in the bulletproof car with open ground between him and the rocks. He knew there wouldn't be any witnesses to prove he was lying, so he locked all the doors and called the camp. They told him it was a 5-hour drive from there. 2 days later, an Afghan unit found a trail of blood on the tarmac, several kilometers long, a few hours further north. Sometimes the Taliban torture prisoners by dragging them behind a cart. And outside a village even further north, a head was found on a stake stuck in the ground by the side of the road. His face had been scraped off on the tarmac, but DNA analysis in Paris confirmed that it was Sergeant Voger, of course. Harry toyed with his coffee cup. Do you think that about Bohr because you'd have done the same thing if it had been you, Glenna? The military police officer shrugged his shoulders. I'm not under any illusions. We are human. We all take the path of least resistance. But it wasn't me. So? So I judge other people just as hard as I would have judged myself. And maybe Bohr did that as well. It's tough for a commanding officer to lose any of his troops. Bohr was never the same after that, anyway. So you think he raped and murdered his interpreter, but what broke him was the fact that the Taliban took his sergeant. Glenna shrugged again. Like I said, I wasn't allowed to investigate, so all I've got are theories. And what's your best one? That the business of the rape was just a cover-up to make it look like sexually motivated murder. To get the police to look among the usual suspects and perverts, which is a fairly thin file in Kabul. A cover-up for what? For Bohr's real project. To kill someone. Someone. Bohr had a problem with killing, as you already know by now. And when you're in Special Forces, that's a big problem. Really? I didn't think they were that bloodthirsty. They're not. But, how can I explain it? Glenna shook his head. The old school in Special Forces, the ones who came through paratrooper training, were picked because of their long-term intelligence gathering behind enemy lines, where patience and stamina are the most important qualities. They were the Army's long-distance runners, okay? That's where Bohr fitted in. Now the focus is on anti-terrorism in urban settings. And you know what? The new Special Forces look like ice hockey players, if you see what I mean. And in this new environment, a rumor had gone round saying Bohr was... Glenna pulled a face, as if he didn't like the taste of the word on his tongue. A coward? Harry asked. Impotent. Imagine the shame. You're in command, but you're still a virgin. And not a virgin because you've never had the opportunity, because there are still soldiers in special forces who have never found themselves in a situation where it's been necessary to kill. But because you couldn't get it up when it mattered. See what I mean? Harry nodded. As an old hand, Boar knew that the first kill is the hardest, Lena went on. After that first blood, it gets easier, much easier. So he chose an easy first victim. A woman who wouldn't put up a fight, who trusted him and wouldn't suspect anything. One of the hated Hazaras, a Shia in a Sunni Muslim country. Someone plenty of people might have a motive to kill. And then maybe he got a taste for it. Killing is a very special feeling. Better than sex. Is it? So they say. Ask people in special forces, and tell them to answer honestly. Harry and Lena looked at each other for a few moments, before Lena looked at Kaya. All of this is just things I've thought to myself. But if Boar has admitted to his wife that he killed Hala, then you can count on my help. Lena drank the last of his coffee. Connolly never rests. I need to get back to training. Well, Kaya asked, when she and Harry were standing outside in the street. What do you think about Lena? I think he hits too long because he doesn't read the spin. Funny. Metaphorically. He's drawing overblown conclusions from the trajectory of the ball, but without analyzing what his opponent has just done with the bat. Is the lingo supposed to tell me you know all about table tennis? Harry shrugged. Stein's basement from when we were 10. Him, me, and Tresco. And King Crimson. To be honest, by the time we were 16, we knew more about screwballs and prog rock than girls. Harry stopped abruptly and grimaced. What? Kaya asked. I'm babbling. He closed his eyes. I'm babbling so I don't wake up. Wake up? Harry took a deep breath. I'm asleep. As long as I'm asleep, as long as I can manage to stay in the dream, I can carry on looking for him. But every so often it starts to slip away from me. I need to concentrate on sleeping, because if I wake up... What? Then I'll know that it's true, and then I'll die. Harry listened. The clatter of studded tires on tarmac, the sound of a small waterfall in the Arcaselva. Sounds like what my psychologist called lucid dreaming, he heard Kaya say. A dream where you can control everything. And that's why we do all we can not to let it go. Harry shook his head. I can't control anything. I just want to find the man who killed Rakel. Then I'll wake up. And die. Why not try to sleep properly? Her voice was soft. I think it would do you good to get some rest, Harry. Harry opened his eyes again. Kaya had raised her hand, probably to put it on his shoulder, but instead she brushed a strand of hair from her face when she saw the look in his eyes. He cleared his throat. You said you'd found something in the property register? Kaya blinked a couple of times. Yes, she said. A cabin listed under Roa Boar's name, in Eggedal, an hour and 45 minutes away, according to Google Maps. Good. I'll see if Björn can drive. Sure you don't want to talk to Katrina and put an alert out for him? What for? The fact that his wife didn't see with her own eyes that he was asleep in their daughter's old room that night? If she wouldn't think what we've got is enough, why do you? Harry buttoned his coat and got his mobile out. Because I've got a gut feeling that's caught more murderers than any other gut in this country. He felt Kaya looking at him in astonishment as he called Björn. I can drive, Björn said after a short pause for thought. Thanks. One other thing, that memory card of yours. Yes? I forwarded the envelope in your name to Freund, our external 3-day expert. I haven't spoken to him, but I've sent you an email with his contact details so you can talk to him yourself. I get it. You'd rather not have your name mixed up in this. This is the only job I know how to do, Harry. Like I said, I get it. If I get fired now with the kid and everything, stop it, Björn. You're not the one who should be apologizing. I should, for dragging you into this mess. A pause. In spite of what he'd just said, Harry could almost feel Björn's guilty conscience down the phone. "I'll pick you up," Björn said. Detective Inspector Finne was sitting with the fan on his back, but his shirt was still sticking to his skin. He hated the heat, hated Kabul, hated his bomb-proof office. But most of all, he hated the lies he had to listen to, day in, day out, like the ones from the pathetic, illiterate, opium-addicted Hazara sitting in front of him now. "You've been brought to see me because you claimed under questioning that you can give us the name of a murderer," Finne said. "A foreigner." "Only if you protect me," the man said. Finne looked at the man, cowering in front of him. The battered cap the Hazara was rubbing between his hands wasn't a buckle, but it had at least covered his filthy hair. The dribbling, ignorant Shia bandit evidently thought that escaping the death penalty and getting a long prison sentence instead would be a mercy. A slow, painful death, that was what that was, and he himself would have chosen a quick death by hanging without hesitation. Finne wiped his forehead with his handkerchief. "That depends on what you've got to say to me. Spit it out." "He killed," the Hazara said in a shaky voice. "He didn't think anyone saw him, but I did. With my own eyes, I swear as Allah is my witness." "A foreign soldier, you said?"
"Yes, sir. But this wasn't in battle. This was murder. Murder, plain and simple."
"I see. And who was this military foreigner?"
"The leader of the Norwegians. I know that because I recognized him. He'd been in our village talking about how they're here to help us, that we'd get democracy and jobs. All the usual."
Finne felt a moment of longed-for excitement. "You mean Major Jonasson?"
"No, that wasn't his name. Lieutenant Colonel Bo."
"Do you mean Boer?"
Yes, I do, sir."
"And you saw him murder an Afghan man?"
"No, not that."
"What then?" Finne listened as he felt his excitement and interest fade away. Firstly, Lieutenant Colonel Bo had gone home, and the chances of getting him extradited were as good as non-existent. Secondly, a commander who was out of the game was no longer a particularly valuable chess piece in Kabul's political game, a game that Finne actually hated more than everything else put together. Thirdly, the victim wasn't someone who qualified for the amount of resources it would require to investigate this opium addict's claims. And then there was the fourth thing. It was a lie. Of course it was a lie. Everyone was out to save their own skin, and the more detail the man in front of him gave about the murder, and Finne was confident it matched what little they already knew, the more certain Finne was that the man was describing a murder he himself had committed. A crazy idea, and Finne wasn't about to use the few resources he had at his disposal to investigate the hypothesis. Opium addiction or murder, either way, you still couldn't hang a man more than once.